This is how I booked every single 2025 Premium Live event, and it's your job to tell me how I did, starting with the Royal Rumble. Lyra Valkyria is the #1 entrant. She's got a tall task ahead of her if she wants to headline the biggest show of the year, and the challenge starts at number 2. It may be the toughest first opponent for Lyra Valkyria, as Becky Lynch is here. These two women have deep-rooted history from Becky's run in NXT, and whilst respect is shown between the two, they know they can't hold back as they begin slugging it out of one another. They're fighting as if they hate each other, but at the end of the day, all they want is to win. Although Lyra's dreams may be crushed as Becky attempts to get rid of her from the match early, but Lyra survives in time for the number 3 entrant to enter the match. And the woman to do so is none other than the former Women's World Champion Liv Morgan, and she's desperate to get another shot at the World Championship, so she tries to eliminate both Lyra and Becky, although both attempted eliminations fail, and subsequently Liv suffers the consequences, as Becky and Lyra team up on her and starts to overwhelm the Queen of the Revenge Tour. And it doesn't look good for Liv Morgan as Io Sky joins the fray, and she joins the beatdown on Liv as with a Nightwing by Lyra, a manhandle slam by Becky, and a moonsault by Io, Lyra Valkyria sends Liv out early. No one can believe it. Liv is the first woman eliminated. Although as soon as this does happen, Becky tries to eliminate both Lyra and Io, but similarly to Liv Morgan, it doesn't work. But before Lyra and Io can get their revenge, Liv beats them to it as she drags Becky out under the bottom rope and begins slaughtering her for chair. It's unbelievable. Liv has taken out Becky, which leaves Io Sky and Lyra Valkyria in the ring. They're going to rekindle their magic from their previous altercations. Although before they can, Dakota Kai enters the match at number 5. Two members of Damage Control that Lyra has been in the ring with. She's outnumbered, but she doesn't care, as she brings it to both Io and Dakota. However, the numbers game is too much. She's getting overwhelmed, although neither Dakota or Io can manage to eliminate her. But she's struggling. She needs some form of support, and that eventually comes with Lash Legend coming out at number 6. She also has a history with Damage Control, so she brings it to both women, and with Lyra going after Dakota, Lash focuses on the Genius of the Sky. It's an unlikely alliance between Lash and Lyra, but they both know the threat Damage Control poses. And so does Mishin, who comes out at number 7 and aids Lyra Valkyria in attempting to eliminate Dakota Kai. But it doesn't work, as Dakota hangs on for dear life. Although before they can finish the job, Mishin tries to sneakily eliminate Lyra, but that doesn't work, so they start going at it as well. But Becky Lynch is back up, so she goes after Dakota Kai, although she can't get the elimination before number 8 appears. And that woman is none other than Meiko Satomura. Her retirement tour continues with her first and only Royal Rumble appearance, and the first person she comes into contact with is Io Sky. This is a dream match for many fans of both women, so they start trading blows, but Io is getting overwhelmed. Meiko is proving to be too much for her to handle, although before she can eliminate her, number 9 shocks everyone. Asuka is back, and she goes right after Meiko Satomura as they start going at it, but with some timely assistance from Io Sky and Dakota Kai, they all manage to eliminate Meiko Satomura. Damage Control have reunited, although the reunion is short-lived as Lash Legend grabs Dakota Kai and sends her out the match, but this makes Io Sky and Asuka furious as they overwhelm and eliminate Lash Legend. However, as Dakota Kai saunters to the back, she gets confronted by the number 10 entrant Bayley, who plants her with a rose plant. She hasn't forgotten what Damage Control did to her on the road to WrestleMania 40, but it's strange as she was seemingly fine with Io Sky in War Games. However, that doesn't matter as she brings it to Asuka and Io, and she even almost manages to eliminate Io, but Asuka saves her. Although in at number 11 is Candice LeRae, and she goes straight after Asuka and Bayley, who took her out of the Rumble last year. She wants revenge, but she can't seem to pull the trigger as both women teeter on the verge of elimination, although they both survive. But Bianca Belair wants to change this as she goes after a long-time rival Asuka, but Asuka is still a machine, so it's an even battle. That is until Candice LeRae comes out of nowhere and almost eliminates Asuka, but she can't do it. Yet Bianca can. Asuka is done. It's another shocking elimination, but the EST doesn't take long to celebrate as she whips Candice LeRae, but a woman she eliminated last year wants payback. For the second year in a row, Jordynne Grace has surprised us all in the Women's Royal Rumble, but she's now an official signing to WWE. And with her being in that lucky number 13, she's looking to make an impact, no pun intended, as she goes straight after Bianca Belair, who eliminated her last year. Jordynne even almost manages to eliminate the EST, but she hangs on. Although Naomi is looking to aid her tag team partner, as she and Bianca Belair managed to eliminate Jordynne Grace. And even though Jordynne's night has come to an abrupt end, she can hold her head high knowing that this is only the beginning. But regardless, Bianca and Naomi continue dominating as they eliminate Candice LeRae. But Bayley only wants to buddy up with Naomi as she goes after Bianca whilst Naomi tries to separate them. And they do stop fighting, all because of number 15. Alexa Bliss is back in WWE, her first match in 2 years, and she's looking to headline WrestleMania. But before she can even enter the ring, something sinister occurs. Everyone is stunned, but Bayley is the one to take advantage as she attempts to send Alexa Bliss out of the Royal Rumble, but Bianca Belair stops her, and she continues brawling with Bayley even though Naomi tries to separate them. But Nia Jax comes out at number 16 and looks to dominate, and she does just that, as she's the one to eliminate Alexa Bliss before she goes after Naomi, which allows Bayley and Bianca's brawling to escalate. Although there's no more eliminations, that is until... Jade Cargill is back, and just like last year, she eliminates Nia Jax. Then with everyone else down, she stands in front of Bayley, Bianca Belair and Naomi. All three prime suspects in attacking Jade Cargill, and she becomes the judge, jury and executioner as she eliminates Bayley. Was it her who attacked Jade? Well, she then immediately eliminates Naomi afterwards. But why? Well, we find out as both Bayley and Naomi re-enter the ring and start beating down both Bianca and Jade. No one can believe it. Both Bayley and Naomi have turned to the dark side. And another woman who is saddened by this is Michin, who pleads with Naomi to stop, although she gets beaten down as well. Until finally, the duo relent and leave the carcasses behind. And with them down, Io and Becky take advantage as Io Sky eliminates the EST of WWE whilst Becky Lynch eliminates Jade Cargill. The field has been cleared, which Chelsea Green is very fond of as she comes out at number 18 and instantly sends Michin out the match. But now all that's left is herself, Lyra Valkyria, Becky Lynch and Io Sky. But 4 seems to turn to 3 as Lyra Valkyria sends Becky Lynch out the match. It's a sudden elimination by the now sole Iron Woman. However, Chelsea loves this, although Lyra didn't do it for her, as she gets taken down by the Bird Lady. Then she connects a Nightwing before squaring off with Io Sky. But by the time they come to blows, Natalya comes out at number 19 and tries to get a quick elimination with Chelsea Green, but the longest reigning Women's United States Champion hangs on for dear life. However, no eliminations occur by the time Kiana James comes out at number 20, and due to Natalya being her debut match on the main roster, she looks to make a statement as she ducks Natalya, which sends her out the match. But as soon as she gets into the ring, Chelsea Green looks to eliminate her, but she can't manage it. Not without Piper Niven anyways, who comes out at number 21 and nails a Michinoku driver on a Kiana James before allowing Chelsea Green to get the elimination. So now Lyra and Io have to join forces temporarily to just survive against Chelsea Green and Piper Niven, but they're worn out, they aren't fresh like Piper, and they get run down by Piper's strength, whilst Chelsea just watches on in amusement. Piper even manages to connect a double Samoan drop onto both Lyra and Io. They need help, and help does indeed arrive, although it's not from who you'd expect. The Royal Rumble just got a whole lot more fabulous with the number 22 entrant Carmella, but Chelsea is horrified as Mella says, "I see you've replaced me fairly quickly." No. I always wanted you. I just needed someone to help fill the void, so then once you were back, I could ship them off and we could rise to being the tag team champions again. You what? Ah, crap. Sorry, I thought you would have known, boo. You were just there to help ensure I stayed as the greatest superstar on the roster whilst Mella was away, that's all. You meant nothing more to me. We could be a trio though. You could be the muscle. No chance, Chelsea. We're done. And the comments by Chelsea makes Piper furious as she bulldozes her way through Chelsea and Carmella, and subsequently she eliminates them both. Piper is on fire. Io Sky even tries to take her out, but she can't stop her. So who the hell can? The Iconics are back in WWE, and it's Peyton Royce who is entering the battlefield, although Piper doesn't care, as she throws both women into the ring before connecting another double Samoan drop, and then she throws them both out just for good measure, and you could say that wasn't an iconic return for Peyton Royce and Billie Kay. But who's next? The NXT Women's Champion is here, but can the number 24 entrant stop Piper Niven? Well, she's giving it her all against the much stronger Piper, and that strength is proving to even overwhelm the NXT Women's Champion. No one can seemingly stop Piper Niven, although Julia gets some much needed assistance. Making her debut on the main roster at number 25 is Stephanie Vaquer, and she alongside Julia combine to try and topple Piper, and due to their combined force, they manage to eliminate Piper Niven. The monster is gone, but as soon as this happens, Stephanie attempts to eliminate Julia, although she stays in the match, so they start going at it. Everyone is elated with the action unfolding, which continues with Blair Davenport coming out at number 26, as she goes after the Iron Woman of the match, Lyra Valkyria, with them rekindling some of their NXT history. She even manages to connect a brutal knee onto her, along with Io Sky, but no one gets eliminated by the time number 27 makes her return. The Queen is back in WWE, and she goes straight to work as she starts going back and forth with Blair Davenport before trying to eliminate her, although Lyra Valkyria interrupts her. She wants a piece of the Queen, and ask and you shall receive, as they start going at it as well. You wouldn't think Charlotte had been out of the ring for over a year, as she starts to take control of Lyra, although she stops dead in her tracks, as she then goes after Io Sky. And even though Io puts up one hell of a fight, she's tired, especially in comparison to a fresh Queen, but she hangs on. She won't let this opportunity go that easily. Although in at number 28 is Cora Jade, who is looking to take an opportunity as she looks to get rid of Stephanie Vaquer, although she can't focus on her for too long as Julia attacks her, but Cora manages to fend her off before going face to face with Charlotte Flair, and the Queen tells her to bring it, and she does. Cora is proving to be Charlotte's equal, but she has backup with the number 29 entrant Roxanne Perez. As with Charlotte going after Io Sky, they team up on Julia, as although she fights with everything she has left, the numbers game is too much, as Roxanne Perez and Cora Jade eliminate the NXT Women's Champion. Then they turn their attention to the Iron Woman of the match, Lyra Valkyria. They're looking to clear out the entire field as a duo, although they stop dead in their tracks when number 30 arrives. AJ Lee is back. After a decade, she has come out of retirement, and she stands in the ring of her two wrestling daughters until... You two are such disappointments. And as soon as we get down to the final 6, AJ Lee locks in a Black Widow onto Lyra Valkyria. She's screaming in pain, and eventually she releases the hold, but then Charlotte Flair comes out of nowhere and eliminates AJ Lee. Everyone is disgusted by the Queen stumbling out AJ's return, but as she's mocking AJ, Blair Davenport comes out of nowhere and sends her out the match. Everyone is stunned. No one can believe it. Blair Davenport has done a similar feat to what Maven did to The Undertaker in 2002, but can she go one step further and win? As we're down to the final 4. Who will win? Can Lyra Valkyria go the distance? Can Io punch her ticket to fight for another world championship? Can Blair shock the world? Or can Stephanie Vaquer shock everyone and become the Royal Rumble winner in her main roster debut? Well, if Io and Lyra going at it on one side of the ring, Blair and Stephanie do the same, but Stephanie Vaquer is weak from a brutal knee by Blair, so she attempts to take advantage and send Stephanie out the match, but the NXT star counters, then sends Blair out the contest. However, even in defeat, she has shown that she deserves an opportunity. But will that opportunity arise? Well, before we find out, there must be a winner of the Royal Rumble first, as we're down to 3. But 3 soon turns to 2, as Io Sky sends Stephanie out with a Hurricanrana. Lyra Valkyria and Io Sky are the only ones left, and even if they're both exhausted, they both throw everything they can at one another to win the Royal Rumble. But only one can, and after a phenomenal 10-minute mini-match, we find out who will go on to challenge for a world title at WrestleMania. As Lyra attempts a Nightwing, but Io counters with a few stiff elbows, then nails a Poison Rana, which puts Lyra in a perfect position for the moonsault, which is executed to absolute perfection. And after 2 brilliant performances by both competitors, Io Sky sends Lyra Valkyria out the Rumble. Io Sky has done it. She has won the 2025 Women's Royal Rumble. But who will she choose to face? Will she choose Julia? Will she choose Tiffany Stratton? Or will she choose Rhea Ripley? Well, before we get our answer, we need to see who will walk out of the Rumble as WWE Champion, as it's now time for the WWE Championship Unification Ladder match between Cody Rhodes and Kevin Owens. But before Owens can even get into the ring, Cody launches himself at the prize fighter. The match is on, and Cody is smashing Kevin wherever he can. But then Owens moves out of harm's way and clobbers him with a super kick before sending him into the barricade. Then he goes for a powerbomb, but Cody counters. Then he launches Kevin into the steel steps. They haven't even managed to get into the ring, and that won't change as Cody grabs the ladder, but KO smashes a chair into Cody, which takes him down. Then it's Owens who grabs the ladder, but he decides to throw it towards the American Nightmare. And after this, Owens goes one step further than Cody as he picks up the steps and clobbers them into his face and tosses it onto his body. Then he throws him towards the announcer's table. So Owens gets an idea as he starts to redecorate. This can't end well for the WWE Champion as Owens kicks him in the gut, then looks for a powerbomb, but Cody counters once again, and from here he launches Owens into the ring post before going back into the ring. But it's enough to take a breather as he goes to the top rope and launches himself at the challenger. However, KO manages to avoid a dropkick, then he plants him with a powerbomb on the announcer's table. Cody is out, but Owens doesn't care as he redecorates the other announcer's table. Then he puts Rhodes onto the table, then puts him through it with a stunner. But he isn't done as he puts Cody's lifeless body onto the other table. Then he goes into the ring, and just like the American Nightmare, he isn't going for a break as he climbs to the top rope. Is he gonna dive on a Cody? Yes, he is. But Cody manages to move out of harm's way. Owens is done, and Cody takes the opportunity as he gets a ladder, puts it into the ring, sets it up, and begins to climb. Is the match done just like that? Well, as Cody grabs a hold of the championships, Kevin Owens just manages to make it in time and push the ladder away. Then Owens manages to hit an electric chair drop. It's a very unique way to hit the move at that, but Owens wants to hurt Cody as he sets up a ladder on the outside before launching Cody onto it. And if that wasn't bad enough, Owens manages to use the ladder as an avalanche for Cody's skull. And if you thought that was brutal, well, Kevin Owens one-ups himself as he powerbombs Cody through the ladder. This match has been utter carnage so far, but the brutality could end as Owens climbs the ladder and looks to retrieve his prize. But he can't quite do it as Cody manages to push the ladder off, which leaves Kevin hanging. Then Cody gets an idea. He goes to the top rope, then he nails a spear. Both men are going through hell and back to become WWE Champion. They want to kill each other. But as both men slowly rise to their feet, Cody manages to catch Kevin and connect a pedigree onto the ladder. But Cody wants more as he then hits a crossroads. However, the WWE Champion still isn't done as with KO on the outside, he sets up a ladder before climbing to the top. He doesn't care about the championship as he crashes and burns looking for a dive onto the prize fighter, but Cody somehow tries to get up. However, Kevin Owens puts him back down with a boot. How the hell did Cody still attempt to get up? Well, regardless of the question, Owens throws Cody into the ring, then he goes for a powerbomb, but as he attempts to hit one, Cody gets out of it. He even manages to connect a Cody cutter. He has adrenaline in his soul. He's begging for Owens to get up, but he can't connect another crossroads as Owens blocks then connects a pop-up powerbomb, but Cody's will is unwavering as he stirs. So with a cannonball, he subsequently and unbelievably powerbombs Cody onto the ladder, and to complete the trifecta of powerbombs, Owens launches Cody out the ring with another, with him crashing on a ladder. The American Nightmare is out. However, to ensure the damage is done, Kevin Owens goes to the outside and connects a modified powerbomb, which includes an extra swing, but that isn't enough for him, as he then nails a package pile driver onto the ladder. Surely the punishment is enough, and thankfully Kevin Owens thinks so, as he goes into the ring, sets up a ladder and climbs. But again he's stopped, but not by Cody Rhodes. Randy Orton is back, and he's back for blood, but not just Kevin Owens's, as he RKO's Cody Rhodes as well. But why? Well, no one knows, as Randy leaves the corpses behind so the match can reach its finale. But neither man is moving, they're both out, although finally, after what feels like an eternity, Kevin Owens stirs. Everyone hates this, but Owens just doesn't give a damn as he starts to climb the ladder before going to unhook the championships. But Cody Rhodes starts to stir on a pure instinct, even though he's told to stay down by doctors who are now on standby. And as a last stand, as a last act of defiance, he joins him on the top of the ladder. Both men are in a precarious position. One shall stand, one shall fall. And after a rake to the eye, Kevin Owens pushes Cody Rhodes off the ladder. It's unbelievable. Cody's last stand failed. Kevin Owens has won. He is now your undisputed WWE champion, and he soaks in the moment. His official first singles championship since 2017. And although many people don't like him, you've got to respect the hustle. But he doesn't have loyalty, and he doesn't have respect, yet he doesn't care. He has the gold. He's now at the top of the mountain. But who will be at the top of the SmackDown Tag Team Mountain? As it's now time for the 2 out of 3 falls WWE World Tag Team Championship match between the Motor City Machine Guns and the Champions DIY. And the match kicks off with pure graps between Alex Shelley and Johnny Gargano. Although neither man can overcome the other in this department, so Gargano looks for an enziguri, but Shelley dodges it, then wipes him out with a kick. Then Shelley tries an enziguri of his own, but Gargano dodges it just like Shelley. Then he tries a super kick, but Shelley dodges that, and subsequently he plants Gargano down with a spinning facebuster, although the Rebel Heart kicks out. So Shelley continues on the offense, as he nails a kick to the side of the skull, before putting him into the corner and tagging in Chris Sabin, as they manage to connect a picture-perfect flatliner and dropkick combination, although Gargano kicks out once again. And out of pure instinct, he rolls to the outside, and that gives him a slight advantage, as he manages to send Sabin into the barricade, and he follows that up with a super kick to turn the tide of the match in DIY's favour. And now Tommaso Ciampa is the legal participant in the match, but as he goes for a German suplex, Chris Sabin counters and looks to roll him up, although as the count gets to 2, Ciampa reverses the pressure into his own roll-up, although Sabin similarly kicks out. But as both men get up, Ciampa puts Sabin back down with a vicious knee. Shelley is desperate for the tag, but Ciampa doesn't care, as he continues to slowly wear down Chris Sabin in the corner. He even tags Gargano back into the match, as they connect another double team maneuver onto Sabin, but yet again he survives. And this makes Gargano furious, as he nails a dropkick to the back of the neck before lining it up for a super kick, but he can't connect it, as Sabin blocks the move before tagging in Alex Shelley. Although before Shelley can do anything, Gargano rolls him through and connects a vicious kick to the chest. But then Shelley tries to roll him up, yet Gargano won't allow for that to be the first fall, as he kicks out at 2. And after running into one another, Shelley sends Gargano to the outside, and in the meantime, he decides to take Ciampa out of action, at least temporarily, as he nails a DDT onto the apron. But as he gets back into the ring, Gargano nails a big tornado DDT before sending Shelley into the corner headfirst with a lawn dart. But Saban breaks up the pin, and this distraction costs DIY greatly, as Alex Shelley manages to catch Gargano by surprise as he rolls him up for the 3. It's a shocking first fall, but Shelley looks for an immediate second, yet he can't connect a super kick as Gargano moves, then locks in the Gargano escape, although Shelley almost instantaneously gets out of the finishing hold. Then as both men get to their feet, Gargano just hurls Shelley overhead before locking in another Gargano escape, although Shelley manages to escape that, then connects a springboard DDT. Then after taking out Ciampa, he then nails a nose-shattering kick to Gargano, but once again he rolls to the outside. Although in the frustration, Shelley gets an idea, as he nails a dive onto Gargano, but as he gets him up, Johnny manages to send Shelley into the ring post. Then after setting his face into the hardest part of the ring, Gargano sends him back into the ring, and once Shelley gets up, Gargano nails a slingshot spear, although Shelley stays in the fight. But for how much longer will this be the case? As with Shelley stranded, he gets nailed by a reversed meeting in the middle, and to add insult to injury, they connected again the right way round. And after Gargano knocks Saban off of the apron again, he goes into the cover, but somehow, someway, Alex Shelley finds a way to kick out. But that may have been his last gas, as Gargano almost straight away desperately locks in a Gargano escape. And with Chris Saban knocked out on the outside, Shelley is all alone, and after what feels like an eternity, he passes out. We're on to the final 4 of the match, but Shelley is out, he's barely moving. So for the match to continue, Chris Saban forcefully tags himself in, but he's at a disadvantage, although he fights on regardless. He refuses to quit on his dreams to become champion once again, but Ciampa manages to get the hot tag, and from here, DIY begin to completely and utterly dominate, but Chris Saban stays in the match no matter what is thrown at him, yet he's in desperate need of help. He can only fend off the champions alone for so long, and he's getting completely overwhelmed. It's a one-sided beatdown, although both Gargano and Ciampa want to add insult to injury for their victory. So Ciampa goes and grabs Alex Shelley, puts him into the ring, then Gargano and Ciampa lock in stereo submissions, just like when they won the NXT Tag Team titles. Although the Motor City Machine Guns refuse to give up, as they even managed to find out the submission holds, and with Shelley managing to take out Ciampa, the challengers managed to connect a modified Skull and Bones, as with Chris Saban nailing a Brainbuster, and Alex Shelley connecting a splash. Shelley goes into the cover, and just like that, DIY have been dethroned. The Motor City Machine Guns have regained the WWE World Tag Team titles. It's a wholesome moment for the recently signed duo, although whilst they're celebrating, their next challenge makes their presence known. And after the Street Profits return, it's now time for the main event of the evening, as it's time for the Men's Royal Rumble match, and we kick it off in style. When you think of a number 1 entrant in a Royal Rumble, Sami Zayn is one of the first men you think of, but can he go the distance? Well, to do that, he has to survive entrant number 2. The man Sami Zayn seemingly can never beat is the man starting the match with him. It's a nightmare scenario for Zayn, but he'll fight on regardless, as when the bell rings, both men start laying into one another. The animosity between the two is on full display, but Drew gets on top. He even tries to throw Sami out early, but that doesn't work, although the Scottish Warrior stays in control before number 3 enters. And the man to try and stop Drew McIntyre is none other than Sheamus. The Bang Bros have come back together, although as per tradition with both men, they fight each other. But Sami tries taking advantage of this, as he almost sends Drew out the match, but Sheamus doesn't allow for him to finish the job. He wants to do it himself, however Drew hangs on in there. But can every man in the match survive the monster of all monsters? As Braun Strowman comes out on number 4 and completely dominates. He hurls around Drew and Sheamus like they're cruiserweights before staring at Sami Zayn. 9 years since their great feud, they meet again, and Sami brings it to Braun. He won't give up without a fight, but it doesn't matter, as Braun takes down Sami before nailing a running power slam. Everyone is down, Braun is in control, but who's next? Josh Alexander is here, and his debut match is the Royal Rumble, and his first opponent he has to face is Braun Strowman, but he doesn't back down, and he takes it to Strowman, and he's actually overwhelming the monster, and that continues with the spot of the match up until that point. And with that unbelievable feat of strength, Josh Alexander quite literally tosses Braun Strowman out the match. It's a shocking first elimination, although many believe that Braun won't be finished with the new signing. But regardless, entrant number 6, Braun Breaker, is looking to make an impact, and after taking down Josh with a spear, Sheamus unbelievably boots him out the match. No one can believe it, but as soon as this happens, Drew McIntyre reappears and eliminates the Celtic Warrior. Although Sheamus doesn't care, he's laser focused on the Intercontinental Champion. Their future with one another is seemingly set, although Sami Zayn's future may also be set, as Drew looks to eliminate the underdog from the underground. But Sami hangs on in there in time for number 7 to enter the battlefield, and that man refers to himself as him, as Carmelo Hayes enters the second Royal Rumble and tries to make an instant impact by taking out the number 1 entrant Sami Zayn, whilst Josh Alexander and Drew McIntyre go at it on the other side of the ring. But everyone survives, at least for now. Trick Williams is in his first Royal Rumble match. The crowd are elated, but Hayes isn't, as he tries to stop Trick before he can even get going, but no one can whoop that Trick, as the 2-time NXT champion completely wipes the floor with Hayes. He even hits a double team move to take down Hayes with Sami Zayn, although alliances are only temporary in the Royal Rumble, as Trick tries to eliminate Sami, but once again Zayn hangs on in there. But Carmelo Hayes' time in the Royal Rumble may be up. AJ Styles is back, and he immediately sets his sight on the man who injured him months ago, Carmelo Hayes. But so does Trick. He wants a piece of the pie, but Styles wants Hayes all to himself, as he takes out Trick before sending Carmelo Hayes out the match. However, as soon as he does this, he gets confronted by Josh Alexander. It's one hell of a stare down between the two former pillars of TNA, and they have instant chemistry. They're going at it as if there's only 2 of them in the ring, but of course that isn't the case, as Sami Zayn takes out both men. However, in his first Royal Rumble match is the recently debuted Penta, and he's mixing it up with the fellow former TNA World Heavyweight Champions just like himself. He even looks to eliminate Josh Alexander, but the new signing hangs on in there. That is until AJ Styles spears Josh out the match. His time is up, although everyone knows the 2 men's paths will cross again one day. However, that's the future, and the present is Kofi Kingston entering the Rumble at number 11. But you can't hear anyone think over the loud chants of profanities at one half of the New Day. And the chants are starting to get to Kofi, which allows for him to be overwhelmed by AJ Styles, although he manages to stay in the match. And Shinsuke Nakamura is looking to eliminate the rest of the field and potentially become a double champion, as he goes after AJ Styles straight away. These 2 men have a ton of deep history, but both men have come a long way in 7 years, and Styles learns that the hard way as he gets misted by the King of Strong Style. Then, Styles' time in the Royal Rumble comes to an end. Everyone hates this, but Shinsuke doesn't care, as he goes after Trick Williams in an attempt to eliminate another fan favourite, but Trick, as always, stays in the fight. But in at number 13 is a man who also has a lot of history with Shinsuke Nakamura, as Finn Balor enters the Rumble and immediately nails a shotgun dropkick onto the King of Strong style. Then he goes up to Sami Zayn and tries to eliminate the co-Iron Man of the match up until this point, but Sami stays alive. Although number 14 in the Rumble startles several of the participants.
We all want to go big, then say that. Ho!
Big E is here, but he's dressed in a suit. He's not going to compete. So why is he out here? Well, it's to introduce the true entrant. WWE Universe! Don't you dare be sour. Cut it out for one of the greatest Intercontinental Champions of all time and feel the power. Wade Barrett is back in the ring, and he has gotten rid of Kofi Kingston. Everyone is shocked, including Drew McIntyre, who gets booted out of the Royal Rumble. The Scottish Warrior is gone, and it's all thanks to the man who gives bad news. But if Barrett and Drew staying holes through one another, Penta sneaks up on Wade and eliminates him. And with him startled and groggy, Drew nails a Claymore onto him before leaving the course behind. Although as he's leaving, he runs into Seth Rollins, who enters the Royal Rumble at number 15, and he's mixing it up with all his past rivals. He even almost eliminated Shinsuke Nakamura, but Nakamura fights back. Although LA Knight unbelievably comes out of nowhere and eliminates the King of Strong style. Knight has just screwed the former United States champion out of the Royal Rumble, and it becomes more apparent why he chose to strike, as it turns out that he is the next entrant, and he's a man on fire. No one can slow him down, although Penta attempts to with a picture-perfect sling blade, but as soon as he does this, Seth hits one of his own. However, then Balor hits one onto the Architect, but Balor can't celebrate for too long, as his former rival Damian Priest is entrant number 17, and he instantly nails us off of Heaven Chokeslam onto the Prince. But before he can take advantage, Trick Williams comes out of nowhere and fights with the former El Campeon, yet no one is eliminated by the time number 18 makes his presence known. Obafemi is here, and he's a one-man wrecking crew, as he immediately powerbombs Trick Williams out the match. Then he picks up Finn Balor's lifeless corpse and sends him into Priest, which takes out both men from the match. And following this, Penta tries to take down the monster, but he can't do it. Oba is too strong, as he sends Penta out the match as well. Obafemi has cut the field of the match in half, but he doesn't stop there, as he avoids a kick from LA Knight and sends him out as well. And now, all that's left in the match is Obafemi, Seth Rollins and Sami Zayn. And both Seth and Sami know the threat Oba poses, so they attempt to double team the big man, but that doesn't work. They need help, and that help arrives in the form of Jey Uso. Now it's 3 against 1, and the trio of stars finally start to overpower the future star in Obafemi, as with a stomp by Rollins and a splash by Jey, Sami sends Oba out the match with a haluva kick. Even though it was a short run, Obafemi's impact in the Royal Rumble shows just how much potential he has. But now it's down to 3 men, Sami, Jey and Seth. And of course, they double team Seth Rollins. That is until CM Punk is in the Royal Rumble, and he signals to continue the team up against Seth Rollins, which the fellow babyface is obliged to. Seth is outnumbered, but Punk tries to sneak attack and eliminate Jey Uso, but Jey hangs on in there. And with a shrug by Punk, he starts fighting with the Iron Man of the match, Sami Zayn. It's now a fair fight for everyone, although everyone stops in their tracks as Logan Paul comes out, and everyone in the match puts their differences aside to assault the Maverick, as with a GTS by Punk, he eliminates Logan Paul. Everyone is elated at this, although the elation turns to silence as the newly healed Randy Orton comes out at number 22. And before he even enters the ring, he manages to RKO Logan Paul. Then as soon as he does go into the ring, he starts mixing it up with Seth Rollins, while Sami and Jey team up with their former teammate in War, CM Punk. The match is starting to rebuild after Obafemi's dominance, although that could come to an abrupt halt. The OTC is here, and after laying out Logan Paul with a spear, he slides into the ring and instantly he goes after Seth Rollins. He even manages to nail a spear onto him as well, but he doesn't lay his eyes off him. But the fighting may not matter with the number 24 entrant coming out for his final Royal Rumble match. John Cena is here, and he takes out anyone he sees, which includes the Viper, as Cena unbelievably eliminates Randy Orton. Many people's pick to win the match is gone, but another isn't, as Seth Rollins attempts to eliminate John Cena, but that doesn't work. Although now we enter the final act of the Royal Rumble, which starts off with Tama Tonga, and he's like a rabid dog, as he goes after anyone and everyone, but he can't get any eliminations, although the beatdown continues. And this continues with the number 26 entrant Jacob Fatu, as he and Tama start to dominate the match. And this is amplified even further by the number 27 entrant Solo Sikoa. This can't be a coincidence. All three Bloodline members have entered back to back to back, and they take advantage of this by eliminating Jey Uso. But before they can do anything else, number 28 arrives.
If you smell what the Rock is cooking.
The Rock is here! The final boss has arrived! And with everyone else down, Solo Sikoa unbelievably acknowledges The Rock. Everyone is stunned, including John Cena, who attempts to fight against the odds, but there's too many of them. Cena is overwhelmed, and with a spike from Solo, The Rock eliminates the leader of the C Nation, but he doesn't stop the heartbreak there, as he screams at Roman Reigns about how much he failed the family. He was supposed to unite them, not divide the bloodline further, so he assaults the original tribal chief, whilst he continues to say that he even gave him 3 chances to try and improve, but he failed. So the final boss is here to clean up the mess of the OTC, as he rock bottoms Roman, and he continues yelling at him to get up. He wants to finish the job, but he can't just yet. The Undertaker is here! The ghost of the final boss has arrived, but he all of a sudden gets spiked by Solo Sikoa. It's unbelievable, but The Rock doesn't care, as he orders the new bloodline to continue beating down everyone. But to make sure Undertaker gets an especially brutal beating, he needs help. He needs his family. Entering at number 30 is the Big Red Machine, Kane. He's here for his brother. And the Brothers of Destruction start to fend off the new bloodline, as thanks to Rollins and Reigns holding off The Rock and Solo Sikoa, they managed to eliminate Jacob Fatu and Tama Tonga. But that's all they managed to do, as The Rock and Solo managed to break through their shield and eliminate the Brothers of Destruction. We're down to 6, but all 4 of the non-new bloodline members know what they have to do, as they all start beating down on both Solo and The Rock. And with Sami Zayn eliminating Solo Sikoa, Roman Reigns spears The Rock and eliminates him. And with that, we're down to 4. Who will win? Will it be Sami Zayn? Will it be Seth Rollins? Will it be CM Punk? Or will it be Roman Reigns? Well, all 4 men start slugging it out with one another. Punk and Zayn on one side, and Rollins and Reigns on the other. But Seth is overwhelming the OTC, so Sami goes to help, but he inadvertently clocks Roman Reigns with a haluva kick. And with Seth and Sami brawling, CM Punk takes the opportunity to nail a GTS onto him before tossing out Roman Reigns. And now it's down to 3, but as soon as Punk turns around, he gets nailed by a knee and a subsequent stomp by Seth Rollins, who then eliminates the straight edge savior. Punk is in shock. He was so close yet again at winning the Royal Rumble. But now we're down to the final 2. Sami Zayn and Seth Rollins. These 2 men have tons of history, but only one can headline WrestleMania. However, due to Sami's Iron Man performance, he's worn out. Seth is the fresher man, and he takes full advantage of this, but no matter what he does, he can't seem to eliminate Sami. And with this, Zayn begins to come back. The crowd are on fire. Is this Sami Zayn's time? Is this Sami Zayn's moment? Well, after hitting his signature Blue Thunder Bomb, he puts Seth into the corner and haluva kicks him before sending him out the match with another. Sami Zayn has won the 2025 Men's Royal Rumble match. It's a well-earned victory at that. After all the hardship, Sami has the chance of a lifetime to become WWE Champion at WrestleMania. But which champion will he choose? Will he choose Gunter? Will he choose Kevin Owens? Well, we're just gonna have to wait and see. We're at NXT Vengeance Day and we kick off the show in style with the NXT Women's North American Championship match between Fallon Henley and Stephanie Vaquer. And of course, Jasmine Nix and JC Jane accompany Fallon to the ring. But before they can more than likely run amok, they get ran off by Chemical X. It's going to be a fair one-on-one match, and this makes Fallon quite afraid of the nightmare she has to face on her own. So she cowers away, but Stephanie gives chase and even manages to catch up to her before hurling her into a barricade. Then she sends Fallon into the ring, but as the challenger gets back into the squared circle, Henley attempts a roll-up, although Stephanie kicks out. But as both of them get back to their feet, the champ manages to drop Vaquer, and she subsequently begins to take control of the match. Everyone is itching for Vaquer to get her moment, although Henley is desperate to ensure that doesn't happen anytime soon. But no matter what she does, Stephanie stays in the fight. Nothing can seemingly put her down, and Stephanie starts to get back into the match. She starts to overwhelm the reigning champ, and with that, Vaquer hits big time moves including a leg drop to the top rope and a hammerlock DDT, although that doesn't do the trick. Stephanie needs more. She needs the killing blow, but Fallon has it scouted at every turn, and she even manages to connect a Shining Wizard, although Stephanie just manages to kick out. So Fallon Henley demands for her to get up. She's going for one more, but Vaquer counters. Then seeing as Henley has the move scouted, Stephanie Vaquer decides to connect a modified package backbreaker for the win, and most importantly, the NXT Women's North American Championship. Everyone is elated at Stephanie's crowning, and the elation continues when her first challenge presents itself. Jordynne Grace is on NXT, and she has her sights set on gold, although so does another woman who is also looking to chase a similar prize. Stephanie Vaquer seemingly has her hands full of challenges before she can even hit a day as champion. Although the following match isn't about championships, it's about two men who can't stand each other, two men who hate each other's guts, but Javon Evans is only just barely by the skin of his teeth being cleared to compete, and Ethan Page loves this, as he's mocking Evans before the match can even begin, but this makes Javon snap, as he goes right after Ethan Page as soon as the bell rings, with him even sending the man with an ego out the ring before connecting a humongous dive. Javon Evans is on fire, but that fire gets put out as Page clocks him with a vicious boot to the jaw before sending him into the ring post. And once Evans gets set back into the ring, it's clear that he's nowhere near 100%, as he gets absolutely brutalized by Ethan Page. It's looking hopeless for Javon, because it is, as Page puts a merciful end to the match as he connects the Ego's edge to pick up the win. But the win isn't enough for Page, as he goes to the outside and grabs a chair. Javon needs help, and he gets it, although it's not in the form you'd expect.
Lucha lit.
Lindsay Dorado is here, and he aids a fellow high flyer in Javon Evans by sending Page out the ring. Lindsay comes back to WWE with a bag, and the bag is only continuing the highly personal strap match, which isn't in WWE 2K24, so just use your imagination. And it's between Eddie Thorpe and Trick Williams in what could be the most physical contest of the night, as both men do not hold back in the slightest. It's more of a pure brawl than a wrestling match, but at the end of the day, both men know that a win here could propel them into contention for an NXT title match at Stand and Deliver. So they do whatever it takes in an attempt to get the win, but Trick is a different beast since losing his NXT title, and he's showing this new vicious side of him in buckets as he turns the tides of the match in his favour by battering Thorpe in the corner. It's looking bleak for Eddie as Trick lines him up for a trick shot, but Eddie dodges it, then attempts to steal the victory with a roll-up, although Trick gets out of it. And as both men get to their feet, they just start trading strikes, but Trick seemingly has more gas left in the tank as he yet again starts to overwhelm Thorpe, although in the process of the beatdown, the match abruptly pauses, although it's not in the form you'd think of. Trick Williams and Eddie Thorpe have been laid out, but by who? Well, no one knows. But what everyone does know is that both competitors are still down and out. Although after what feels like an eternity, Eddie Thorpe starts to stir, and subsequently he effectively collapses onto Trick, although just by the skin of his teeth. Trick kicks out at 2. Eddie can't believe it, although he now knows he must deliver the killing blow. So he demands for Trick to get up, although as he picks him up, Trick manages to evade whatever Eddie was planning as he finally manages to connect the trick shot to pick up the win. He's one step closer to getting his one-on-one match with Obafemi. Although after he leaves the almost lifeless Eddie Thorpe behind, we see something truly disturbing. As Saquon Sugars, Cutler James and Joshua Black begin beating down Eddie. It's disgusting by this presumed new faction, and leading them seemingly is Dion Madden, who brings out the bloody Trick Williams. The statement has been made, the message has been sent loud and clear, but before the next match, we see a very mouth-watering confrontation. Hello Tony, how's your leg? It's been better. How's it appearing on TV for once? Pretty good, pretty good. Better than your leg probably, but just so you know, the revolution for me at least starts with the NXT North American title. So now, you've got more than a gang of freaks to worry about. Ricky Starks warns Tony D'Angelo, the Don's life is becoming a living hell day by day. Although up next, Josh Briggs and Yoshiki Inamura are looking to topple his seemingly unbeatable Fraxium, and because of their huge strength advantage, the Dynamic Duo are actually able to control large sections of the contest. But every time they look for the finishing blow, Fraxium managed to escape it each and every time, and due to the fact that Fraxium's speed is effectively unmatched, they managed to get back into the contest with big dives left, right and centre. Although as Nathan Fraser looks for a potential final dive of the match, Josh manages to counter and plant him with a gory clothesline from hell. But Axiom breaks up the pin, and this really ticks off Briggs, yet he can't do much about it as Yoshiki Inamura inadvertently bumps into him. Something Fraxium knows all too well, as if Axiom taking out Inamura, Fraser manages to connect a picture-perfect Phoenix Splash to retain. Fraxium remains undeniable, seemingly no one can topple them. Although now it's time for Grayson Waller and Austin Theory to attempt to unseat Obafemi as NXT champion. And as soon as the match begins, it's looking like it'll be a 2-on-1 assault against Obafemi. That is until Theory wipes out Waller with a stiff strike. It's every man for himself, and Oba loves this as he and Theory start going at it, and the former A-Town Down Under member is actually proving to be an equal to Obafemi, but that's stopped dead in his tracks by Grayson Waller, who connects a rolling stunner onto his former tag team partner. And of course, he's very cocky about this, although he doesn't realize that now he is stuck in a one-on-one predicament against the ruler of NXT. And of course, he gets absolutely decimated by the much larger champion. So Waller has to use his versatility as a performer just to stay in the fight. But it isn't long until Austin Theory reinserts himself into the match, as all three men go at it with one another, with no one even taking a second to slow down. Although by the climax, Grayson Waller just can't compete against both of his opponent's strength any longer, as he succumbs to a brutal powerbomb to the outside by Obafemi. But then Theory tries to pick up Oba, but the Conqueror gets out of it before planting him with a pop-up powerbomb. Although Theory unbelievably kicks out at 2, so Oba picks him up and connects another powerbomb. And with a third, he goes into the cover yet again, but once again, Theory somehow, almost out of pure instinct, kicks out. And this really pushes Oba to madness as he hits another, and another, and another. But even though Theory's back must be broken in half, he refuses to give up, and as one last stand, he demands for Oba to give his best shot, which turns out to be the 7th and final powerbomb. And with that, Oba has done it. He has retained the NXT title. A-Town Down Under are no more, and the reign of Obafemi continues. But can Julia similarly retain her NXT Women's title? As it's now time for the main event of the evening. Who will walk out of Vengeance Day as NXT Women's Champion? Will it be Bayley? Will it be Cora Jade? Will it be Roxanne Perez? Or will it be Julia? Well, the match almost starts out as if it's a tag team contest, as Bayley and Roxanne Perez are go at it at one side of the ring, whilst Cora Jade and Julia do battle on the other, and the babyfaces manage to overwhelm their respective opposition, which leaves them standing face to face. Although before they can start their duel, Cora and Roxy ruin a more than likely legendary battle as they send the babyfaces out the ring, which then leaves just them in the middle of the squared circle. Although Cora almost instantaneously takes Roxanne down, their friendship is no more. Although Cora can't do more to Roxy, as Julia pulls the leader of the generation of Jade to the outside, but then Bayley launches herself at both opponents with a big double axe handle to the outside. Although before she can capitalize, Roxanne Perez comes out of nowhere and sends the role model into the steps. Then she decides to target the beautiful Madness as she throws her into the ring. Then she looks for a Pop Rocks, although Julia counters. Then she looks for a glorious Northern Lights bomb, but the Prodigy counters that, and in the blink of an eye, Cora Jade reinserts herself into the match by diving onto Julia, and Roxy attempts to befriend Cora in an attempt to take down Julia for good, although this doesn't work as they start slugging it out with one another. They've turned from best friends to bitter enemies, and during the utter chaos, Bayley manages to get back into the match as she and Julia start trading strikes as well, but as they trade, Julia manages to connect the Kamigoye, although the pin gets broken up by Cora before she turns her attention back to the Prodigy. And because of this, she doesn't notice Julia stalking her prey as she takes both women to the outside before deciding to redecorate the announcer's table. Then she grabs Roxanne Perez, puts her on the table, but the Prodigy fights back and she manages to plant Julia for DDT onto the table. But as soon as she gets down, Cora grabs and launches her into the ring post. Then she goes into the ring to target Bayley, but she tries to roll her up, although Cora manages to kick out. Although this gives Bayley the advantage, as if Cora caught off guard, the role model attempts a rose plant, but Cora counters that, and she looks for the killing blow, as she manages to connect Jaded. But before she can go into the cover, she gets pulled out of the ring, not by Julia, not by Roxanne Perez, but by Masha Slamovich. The TNA Knockouts champion is here, and she's here to screw Cora Jade out of the NXT Women's Championship as she drags Cora to the back, which leaves Roxanne Perez to attempt to pick up the pieces. Although she can't become a three-time NXT Women's Champion just yet, as Bayley just won't stay down for the free, so Roxy demands for Bayley to get up for a Pop Rocks, although Julia comes out of nowhere and wipes her out of a picture-perfect double axe handle, but Roxanne Perez fights back with a knee to the side of the temple, and as both of them get up, Roxy manages to connect a Pop Rocks onto Julia, but to add insult to injury, she goes over to Bayley and connects one onto her as well. Although she can't pick up the win, as unbelievably, Raquel Rodriguez comes out of nowhere and screws Roxy out of the title match ahead of their Elimination Chamber qualifier match. As to ensure Roxy is softened up for their contest on Monday, Raquel tosses her to the outside and plants her through the announcer's table. Roxanne Perez is out, and just like Slamovich, Raquel takes Roxy away, which leaves only two, Bayley and Julia. Both women barely have anything left, although their willpower is unwavering, so they counter each other's moves back and forth with no one seemingly having the advantage. Although that changes as Bayley manages to connect a Bayley to belly, but Julia just manages to kick out a two, so Bayley looks for a rose plant, yet just like every other time during this match, she can't connect it. Julia counters, but she too can't connect a finishing blow, as Bayley reverses, takes her down, then she climbs to the top rope. She's looking for a signature elbow drop, but Julia moves out of harm's way, and with that seemingly being Bayley's last gas, Julia manages to connect a glorious Northern Lights bomb. And after a phenomenal match, Julia has retained. She proves she is the best of the best in the NXT Women's division, and this brings the attention of someone going on her own retirement tour. Meiko Satomura is here, and she's here to officially announce that her retirement match will be at Stand and Deliver. And along with this, she wants her final match to be against the Beautiful Madness, which Julia of course accepts. The stage is set for the finale of Meiko Satomura's career, but a woman she has a lot of history with also wants a piece of the NXT Women's Championship pie. We're at the Elimination Chamber and we kick off the show in style with the Women's Elimination Chamber contest, which begins between bitter rivals Roxanne Perez and Bayley. And both women start the match looking it out of one another. Their hatred is on true display, but Perez is proving to be more nimble and an older yet much wiser role model. Although Bayley's experience in the structure is what allows for her to overwhelm Roxy and even send her back first on a Steel. But she doesn't let up the punishment, as she sends the Prodigy into the Steel before stomping her to Kingdom Come. But as she looks to put her back into the ring, Roxy catches her with a well-timed kick, which allows for her to throw Bayley back into the ring and almost instantaneously lock at her crossface. She's looking to make the future Hall of Famer tap, but Bayley won't. She refuses to give up this early into the match. As she gets out of it and looks for a rose plant, but Roxy catches her and attempts to roll her up, although Bayley kicks out at 2. And with both women reeling, Bianca Belair looks to pick up the pieces as she comes out at number 3, and with Roxanne being the only woman standing, she gets met by a gruesome hair whip by the EST of WWE. And after she drops Roxy onto the Steel, she turns her attention to a long-lost enemy. And after both women taunt at one another, Bayley hits the first strike, and of course, Belair reciprocates, as they begin trading blows, although Bianca Belair shuts down Bayley with yet another hair whip. The role model is screaming in pain, but Belair wants to take full advantage of the weary Bayley and put her down for good, although the role model manages to counter the KOD and almost eliminates Bianca with a roll-up, but she manages to escape. So Bayley attempts to strike, yet Belair counters, then she takes the role model down. But no matter what the EST does to Bayley, she stays in the fight. So she turns her attention back to the Prodigy, although Roxy manages to counter whatever Belair was planning and locks in yet another crossface. But just like Bayley, Belair manages to get out of the hold, and she even manages to connect a spear onto Roxy, although the Prodigy stays in the match. But Alexa Bliss is looking to change that, as she comes out at number 4 and instantly goes after the last woman she faced before her pregnancy, Bianca Belair. She's looking for revenge, but Belair manages to counter an attempted DDT, although Bliss counters Belair's counter. And whilst they continue to go back and forth, we see Bayley brutally plant Roxanne Perez onto the Steel. Her back must be broken in half, although due to the fact that Bliss has a submission applied onto Bianca, Bayley can't go into the cover. So she heads into the ring, and once the submission is broken up, she completely obliterates both Bianca and Alexa. Although Bliss gets back up, so Bayley looks to keep her down, but nothing is seemingly working. And because of this, the former goddess starts to fight back, as she begins to overwhelm the role model, as she even manages to connect none other than Twisted Bliss. But as she goes into the cover, something sinister occurs. Alexa Bliss is out cold, and it's Roxanne Perez who takes full advantage of this, as after sending Bayley into the Steel structure back first, she goes into the cover and eliminates Alexa Bliss. It's a shocking first elimination, but the reality is forced to set in, as Bayley manages to connect her belly to belly, although Roxy kicks out. Yet the role model can't put a nail in the coffin of Roxy's run in the chamber by the time Naomi enters the match at number 5. But before she can even do anything, she gets speared out of nowhere by no one actually in the match. Jade Cargill is back, but she attacked Naomi, and Bianca Belair is equally as shocked and bewildered as everyone else as to why Jade attacked Naomi, although the pieces of the puzzle start to potentially add up. But before Belair can question Cargill, she just leaves without even muttering a word. And because of Naomi being broken in half, and Belair bewildered by the actions of Jade Cargill, Roxanne Perez is able to quickly scurry into the cover and eliminate Naomi. And once Belair realizes this, she completely loses it, as she annihilates Roxanne Perez. Even Bayley is astonished. But due to everyone's eyes fixating on something else, Liv Morgan entering the chamber at number 6 seems like a complete afterthought. And because of this, Liv decides to make an instant statement, as she hurls Bayley onto the Steel before rolling Bianca up to eliminate her in the exact same way 2 years in a row. Bianca can't believe it, but she decides that revenge isn't her core objective. It's to find out what the hell happened with Jade Cargill. And once the dust settles, we realise that we're down to 3. Bayley, Roxanne Perez and Liv Morgan. but the Queen of the Revenge Tour looks to make it to the final two, as she looks for an Oblivion on Roxy, but she can't a finishing blow. Then she looks for a Pop Rocks and manages to connect it, but somehow, someway, Liv finds a way to kick out. Perez is in disbelief, so she demands, even begs for Liv to get up for one more, although Liv manages to counter. But as this happens, Bayley reinserts herself into the fight, although she can't wipe out Perez, as if Liv down, the Prodigy manages to roll Bayley up for the 3. It's yet another shocking roll-up elimination. Roxanne gets one up on the role model, and now we're down to the final 2. Who will punch their ticket to WrestleMania 41? Will it be the Iron Woman of the Chamber, the #1 entrant Roxanne Perez, or will it be the fresh, egotistical Liv Morgan? Well, due to Liv not having wrestled for over 40 minutes, she dominates Perez. But no matter what she does, she can't put the Prodigy away. She manages to connect the Oblivion, although Perez just kicks out a 2. Liv is flabbergasted, and because of this, Roxy manages to mount a comeback. It's looking like this is Perez's time. It could be Perez's moment, but Raquel Rodriguez has other ideas, as she bursts through the chamber and beats down Roxy. It's unbelievable. Raquel is ensuring Liv's victory. It's a disgraceful act by the Judgment Day members, but Perez gets an opening as she manages to take out Raquel with a diving Pop Rocks. But rather than focusing back on Liv, she tosses Raquel onto the steel, and this mistake ultimately costs Perez the biggest win of her career, as Liv manages to connect one more Oblivion to pick up the win. Liv is going to WrestleMania. Everyone hates this. No one wants to see this. But everyone is forced on a revenge tour, as Liv gets to face either Rhea Ripley or Io Sky at the biggest show of the year. Well, before we find out, it's now time for Tiffany Stratton to get the team with her idol Trish Stratus, as they have to attempt to overcome Nia Jax and Candice LeRae. And the match of course starts with a feud almost 10 months in the making, as Nia and Tiffany start going at it, but the irresistible force is proving to be too much for Tiffany time to handle on her own. Although this time, she has some much needed legendary assistance, as Trish Stratus squares off against Jax. And even though Nia still possesses an overwhelming amount of strength, Trish has the experience factor to be able to counter a lot of the big time moves thrown her way. Although eventually, Nia almost breaks the legend in half, with the irresistible force clobbering Trish down. So Nia then decides to tag in Candice LeRae, who's all over Trish, but she fights back, as Trish and Tiffany manage to hit a big time double team maneuver onto the Women's Speed Champion. Yet Candice almost instantaneously attempts to beat Tiffany time with a roll up, but this doesn't work. Although as both women get to their feet, Candice manages to floor the Women's World Champion. Then it's Candice who risks it all, as she manages to connect a picture-perfect Avalanche Poison Rana, although Tiffany just stays in the match. And with this, Stratton is isolated throughout a majority of the contest. But finally, Tiffy finds an opening. Yet before she can get the tag, with Candice LeRae distracting the referee, we see an unbelievable sight as Zoe Stark pulls Trish Stratus off the apron and sends her into the barricade. Warning shots have been sent by the member of PFC, and because of this, the tag team contest effectively turns into a handicap match, as with Trish down, Tiffany continues to fight on her own. And even though she tries her best, she's still struggling against the combined power of Candice LeRae and Nia Jax. Although eventually, Trish starts to stir, and she gets on the apron. Everyone is begging for the tag, but whilst Tiffany attempts to find an opening, yet another distraction occurs, which leads to another beatdown out of Trish, which this time comes from the hands of Chelsea Green, as this time, Trish gets wiped out by being thrown on the steel steps. It seems Stratus has a lot of enemies, and so does Tiffany Stratton, as even though she's outgunned and outmanned, she starts to come back into the contest, as Tiffy hits whatever she can at whoever she can, and this includes a fantastical dive which takes out Jax. But as she gets her into the ring, Tiffy also wipes out Candice LeRae by hurling her back first onto the hardest part of the ring. Although that distraction is all the time Jax needed, as she manages to dodge the prettiest moonsault ever before not only taking it down, but connecting an Annihilator as well. Yet Tiffany Stratton, with the willpower of a Green Lantern, somehow kicks out. Everyone is stunned, so Nia looks for another, although Stratton manages to get up and plant her with a powerbomb. And it just so happens that Trish Stratus gets back up onto the apron at the exact same time. And finally, After what felt like an eternity, the crowd get exactly what they want as Trish Stratus enters the match and brings it to Nia Jax. She hasn't missed a step, as she even manages to overwhelm Jax, which forces the woman to be champion back into the match, although she doesn't fare much better, as Trish manages to get in all her signature offense, which includes a Stratusfaction, but Nia breaks up the pin, so Trish decides to tag in Tiffany Stratton, with Jax reinserting herself as the legal woman of the match as well, although with Trish checking out Candice on the outside, Tiffany unbelievably manages to lift Jax up before planting her down in the prime position for the prettiest moonsault ever. And with that, Tiffany and Trish have done it. Even with all the odds stacked against them, they rose out on the other side as champions, even though Tiffany's actual championship could be in jeopardy. But who will potentially put Cody Rhodes' WWE title reign in a similar jeopardy? As it's now time for the Men's Elimination Chamber match, and it starts off just like the Women's Chamber, with two bitter rivals as the match begins with CM Punk and Seth Rollins. And just like Roxanne Perez and Bayley, they begin the match by trading strikes, although things escalate rather quickly as Punk attempts a GTS, although Rollins counters. Then he looks for a stomp, but Punk has that scouted too. It's a fast-paced beginning to the match, which doesn't slow down, as Rollins hits Punk with whatever he can muster, and this leaves a straight edge savior on the ropes as Rollins runs across the ring and sends Punk out of the ring and subsequently onto the steel. Then Rollins climbs the top rope and dives onto Punk with no care whatsoever for his own safety. But to cause as much harm as possible, Rollins sends Punk into one of the pods and just rubs his face against the glass, which causes him to bleed just like a bad blood. And once Rollins sends Punk back into the ring, he goes back to the top rope and yet again jumps off the top rope, but this time CM Punk moves, and with this, Punk is still the one hitting any strikes he can think of, and this leaves Rollins stranded in the corner for some vintage Punk offense. Then he goes to the top rope, he's going for his elbow drop, yet just like Bayley when she looked for an elbow drop earlier in the night, his opponent moves out of harm's way, and from here, Rollins dominates. But he also does something a certain tribal chief tended to do before his injury at the Rumble, and that's to talk smack, as Rollins berates Punk while spitting him down. It seems hopeless for a straight edge savior. He needs help, and help does indeed arrive with the number 3 position being none other than John Cena. And he looks to start off on the right foot, as he immediately looks for an A onto Seth, but the Architect gets out of it, then plants Cena with a pedigree. Everyone hates this, but Big Match John manages to kick out a 2. So Rollins looks for a stomp, yet Punk is back up and sends him back first onto the unforgiving structure, and that leaves Punk and Cena all alone in the ring. It's the stare down of all stare downs, and Cena demands for Punk to bring it, which he of course does, as they begin going back and forth, with neither man seemingly having the advantage. That is until Seth Rollins comes out of nowhere and obliterates Punk with a knee, although he gets caught and locked into the STF. He's got nowhere to go. Will he tap? Well, after what feels like an eternity, Rollins just manages to escape the hold, and with Punk back onto his feet, all 3 men stand and stare with the number 4 entrant Logan Paul entering the battlefield, and of course, he's as arrogant as ever, which rubs the other 3 superstars the wrong way, as they decide to make a temporary truce to dispose of the Maverick, and that starts with an AA by Big Match John, which is shortly followed by a stomp by Rollins, and to complete the trilogy, Punk locks in an Anaconda Vice, which makes Paul tap. CM Punk has got revenge for the Royal Rumble, and now it's back to 3, although Cena looks to change that as he locks in another STF onto Rollins, and Punk just simply observes, which is something he can't do for much longer, as the winner of last year's Elimination Chamber, Drew McIntyre, comes out on number 5 and instantly starts swinging at his mortal enemy CM Punk. But whilst they're brawling, we see Seth Rollins nail a buckle bomb onto John Cena before climbing on top of one of the pods, and with Cena seemingly done, Seth leaps off, but he crashes and burns, and because of this, Cena manages to plant him with an AA and subsequently eliminate the former Messiah. It's absolute heartbreak for Rollins, although as he's leaving, he sees a downed Punk and nails him with a stomp before he leaves. The straight edge savior is out, and McIntyre takes full advantage of this as he arrogantly covers Punk and eliminates him. Punk's WrestleMania dreams have been crushed yet again, and with Damian Priest entering the match at number 6, we're now down to 3, and the former El Campeon looks to instantly eliminate the Scottish Warrior for a chokeslam, although he can't connect one, as Drew manages to counter and plant Priest down with a Future Shock DDT, but Priest kicks out, so after Drew takes out Cena, he decides he wants the finishing blow to first land on Priest, as he goes into the corner and lines him up for a Claymore, although Priest counters, then he manages to connect the choke slam, but Drew kicks out. So Priest looks for one more, although as he's calling for Drew to get up, John Cena comes out of nowhere as both men trade strikes, although Priest stands tall in that exchange. But that distraction allows for Drew to nail an air raid crash neckbreaker before going back into the corner to put Priest away as he succumbs to not one, but 2 brutal Claymore kicks, which brings the match down to 2. Will it be Drew versus Cody at WrestleMania, or will it be John Cena versus the American Nightmare? Well, both men start trading strikes, but the leader of the C Nation is getting overwhelmed by Drew's pure brawling abilities, although just like Cena's moniker, he doesn't give up. But even though his mind won't stay down, his body can only tolerate so much abuse, as Drew starts to get on top and ground and pound Cena. It's becoming uncomfortable to watch, but eventually, Drew relents the punishment and goes to finish the job with a Claymore, although John manages to get out of harm's way as he barely manages to connect an AA, but with an arm draped over the Scotsman, that doesn't do the job. He needs more, yet he can't hit anything more, as Drew blocks what could have been the final AA in the match before taking him down with a vicious Claymore. Drew McIntyre has won. He's going to face Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania 41, and the WWE Champion decides to confront his future challenger as soon as the structure gets lifted. Although after this, whilst Drew walks to the back, he gets confronted by someone electrifying.
If you smell what the Rock is cooking.
The Rock is here, and after the stare down of a lifetime, he walks towards his potential future champion. But will Cody Rhodes accept? Well, as The Rock gets in the ring, he asks this very same question, and surprisingly, Cody seems hesitant to answer. Does he want to sell his soul to the devil? Well, before he can give an answer, he is further stunned into utter silence alongside the final boss. Roman Reigns is back, and he's got a lifeless Seth Rollins in his hands, as the OTC says, "Family first, then I'll be coming for your ass." And with that, Reigns charges towards the ring. He's a man on a mission, but what is the mission? Well, he believes that the final boss's champion should have been him, or anyone from the family for that matter, instead of someone who put a stop to the OTC's legendary title run. And with that reasoning, he makes a challenge to the final boss to teach some sense into him at WrestleMania 41 in tribal combat. And even with that, The Rock just cares about Cody's answer. That is until Reigns unbelievably spears the final boss. And this time it's no accident, as with a patched up CM Punk and Rollins brawling on the ramp, Cody sauntering to the back, still unsure what his answer would have been. The stage is set for potentially the biggest WrestleMania match of all time. But before we get to the biggest show of the year, it's now time for the main event of the evening, and it's time for the most anticipated match on the card. 2 Canadians doing battle in a WrestleMania-like matchup. Although before Kevin Owens even makes it to the ring, he gets taken out by a suicide dive from Sami Zayn. And because the match is unsanctioned, the referee rings the bell. And the first move of the match is connected by Zayn shortly after this, as he manages to connect his signature dive onto KO. Although Sami's assault is relentless, as he quickly picks Kevin up and tosses him into the barricade. But as quick as the flash, Zayn picks him up once again, and this time hurls him into the steel steps. And after taunting to the crowd, Zayn manages to nail a DDT onto the concrete floor. But the underdog from the underground wants to cause more damage as he starts to redecorate the announcer's table, yet Zayn can't put Owens through it as the once prize fighter fights out of his grasp, although he too can't put Zayn onto the table. But eventually, both men climb on top of it and start going at it with one another, although Owens manages to grab Zayn and viciously suplexes him from the table to the floor. But as Owens looks to grab his longtime rival, Zayn knees him into the face, and once he gets up, he runs towards Owens, who catches him with a shot to the gut, and he subsequently manages to connect an Nathan powerbomb. Sami is out cold, and with that, Owens grabs some weapons as he gets a chair and a table, and once he sets up the table, he notices Zayn starting to stir, so he stops what he's doing and decides to dive onto Zayn, but he moves out of harm's way, and this gives Sami an opening, as with Owens stunned, he grabs the chair and sends it towards KO, but he manages to catch it, as it's Owens who manages to hurl the chair into Zayn's skull, and from here, the former Universal Champion grabs a hold of the steel steps before yet again nailing a weapon into Sami Zayn's face, but Owens isn't done as he picks up his opponent before driving him back first into the ring post, and finally, for the first time in the match, both men are in the ring at the same time. But this doesn't aid Sami at all, as he continues to get pummeled in the corner by what was once his best friend. Yet Owens relents on the punishment, although it's only because he wants to put Sami through the table with a powerbomb, although Zayn manages to escape, and subsequently, it's Owens who gets planted through the table. Zayn has an opportunity, and he doesn't waste it, as he grabs a hockey stick, which pops the Canadian crowd. And from here, Zayn starts beating it into Owens, and he doesn't let up, as the stick eventually breaks in half on Owens' lifeless body. Yet he doesn't skip a beat, as he picks up Owens, puts him into the corner, and signals for a haluva kick, but as he's running, he gets caught by a pop-up powerbomb. Zayn is out, but Owens refuses to end the match, as he goes back to the outside, and this time, he grabs a ladder. It's a symbolism of why Owens turned on Zayn, as he hurls it at him before he gets a sinister idea, as he puts himself and Zayn on top of the ladder before looking for a package pile driver. However, Zayn thankfully gets out of it. Then with all the strength he can muster, he nails a blue thunder bomb on top of the ladder, yet Owens very wisely rolls to the outside. Zayn is furious, but once he recovers and goes after Owens, he gets hit with a light tube in the face for his troubles. And with that, Owens throws him in the ring, although before he can finish the job, he grabs one more weapon, a sledgehammer, and he demands for the more than likely concussed Sami Zayn to get up, which of course, even though he can barely see straight, he does, and Sami tells Owens to bring it, and out of respect for his once best friend, he puts the hammer down for the time being, as they begin to slug it out with one another. Neither man will wilt, neither man will yield, but eventually, Owens nails a shot to the gut, and subsequently he connects the package pile driver. Zayn is out, the match is done, that is until a hero comes for revenge. Sami Zayn has won, and it's all thanks to the returning Viper Randy Orton. But even though he won the war, Zayn can barely even stand, and KO of course can't, as with the show coming to a close, all people can do is sit and watch in utter disbelief at the carnage that just unfolded, and the suffering it caused. We're at WrestleMania 41 and we kick off the first night in style with the World Heavyweight Championship match between main event Jey Uso and the reigning champ Gunter. And the match starts off hot as Jey instantly takes Gunter to the outside before connecting two humongous dives back to back. But before he can connect the third, the Ring General manages to floor the Yeet Man with a vicious lariat. Although Jey survives, which is something he has to do more and more throughout the contest, and he's succeeding at this. Yes, he isn't thriving, as he's still being dominated by the champion. But no matter what is thrown at him, Jey just won't budge. Gunter even manages to connect a powerbomb, although Jey, just like always, kicks out at 2. So the Ring General looks for another, yet Jey's able to counter before nailing him with a spear out of nowhere. But Gunter won't go down that easily, so Jey continues to fight as he nails whatever he can muster in a last-ditch effort to overthrow the King of the Ring winner. And this even includes a big-time splash, although Gunter kicks out again. So Jey looks for another, but Gunter attempts to block him with a suplex off the top rope, although Jey blocks his blockage by sending Gunter down and connecting one more splash. And with that, the biggest show of the year kicks off in a heartwarming manner. Jey Uso has gotten his WrestleMania moment. But up next, Charlotte Flair is looking to cause heartbreak by being the one to dethrone Tiffany Stratton, and she attempts to do this through targeting Tiffany's legs. It's a genius move by Charlotte, as with this, Tiffy can't hit any of her big moves without a mighty struggle, and this allows Charlotte to control the majority of the contest, with every hope spot being plunged into darkness by the Queen. But as she looks for figure 8, Tiffany manages to counter, and with all the strength she can muster, Stratton plants her for an Alabama slam, yet the Queen kicks out. So Tiffany goes to the corner, but she hesitates to hit the prettiest moonsault ever because of her leg, and that slight distraction may cost Tiffany everything, as Charlotte manages to get out of harm's way before taking her down and locking in the figure 8. Tiffany is done, but she can't tap, yet Charlotte too refuses to give up as she lets go of the hold and subsequently locks her a natural selection, although Tiffany counters, and as one last ditch effort to take down the Queen, she nails a humongous springboard swanton bomb, and from here, Tiffany, with the willpower of a Green Lantern, descends into Charlotte with the prettiest moonsault ever. Tiffany has done it! She has toppled the final boss of the women's division, and with blood pouring down her skull, she marinates in it and celebrates her biggest win of her career. But what's next for the champ? Well, before we find out, it's time to find out who's the most badass member of the SmackDown roster, as it's time for Damian Priest to take on Drew McIntyre, and this very quickly devolves into a straight up fight, as both men just swing at each other with reckless abandon, and they end up hurling one another into anything and everything: the steel steps, the announcer's table, hell even the ring post. The match has effectively turned into both men's personal war zone, yet Drew is starting to overwhelm Damian, as he completely slaughters him in the corner, and from here, he signals for a Claymore, but Priest is able to counter. Then he looks for a South of Heaven chokeslam, although Drew counters that. And with the former El Campeon days, Drew is able to nail a Future Shock DDT, yet Priest kicks out. So Drew goes into the corner, calls for Damian to get up, and he manages to connect a Claymore. But he wants more, so he nails another. And with a third Claymore, Drew McIntyre picks up the win. It wasn't pretty, but the Scottish Warrior got the job done. And this will more than likely be a similar case in the highly personal match between bitter rivals Jade Cargill and Naomi. And as soon as the bell rings, Naomi almost instantaneously rolls out of the ring, yet Cargill gives chase, and this ends horrifically for Naomi as she gets hurled into the barricade with enough brute force that will make 4 grin, and Cargill doesn't let up as she starts to redecorate the announcer's table, but this small distraction allows for Naomi to hurl herself at Cargill before nailing her with a huge suplex onto the concrete floor that rocks Jade to her core. And Naomi of course takes full advantage of this, yet she can't put Cargill away, so she looks for split-legged moonsault, although Cargill catches her and plants her into the center of the ring, and this seemingly turns the tide of the match completely in Cargill's favour as she starts pounding Naomi into the canvas. However, as she looks for a big running strike, Naomi dodges, which ends up with Cargill inadvertently clocking the referee, and this allows for Naomi to get a chair, yet before she can use the weapon, none other than Bianca Belair comes out of nowhere and takes the chair away from her. Bianca wants this to be a fair fight, although if Naomi distracted by this, Jade takes full advantage as she manages to plant Naomi with Jaded, and with the referee back up and Bianca unsure she made the right decision involving herself in this match, Jade Cargill picks up the win. She remains undefeated at WrestleMania just like Bianca Belair. Although once the dust settles, with Jade barely acknowledging Bianca, along with her distraught Naomi dragging her beaten body to the back, it's time for the humongous Women's Triple Threat WrestleMania match between Bianca Belair, Rhea Ripley, and the Women's World Champion Io Sky. And with the talent involved, there's no surprise that it's arguably the match of the night, or in fact, match of the year. All 3 women's chemistries with one another is off the charts, but no one seemingly has the advantage, and this continues with each pinfall attempt crawling closer and closer to a free. Although in the dying stages of the contest, Io Sky just can't avoid the brutality any longer, as after missing a picture-perfect moonsault, she gets nailed by an avalanche riptide by Rhea Ripley. Yet before she can go into the cover, Bianca Belair comes out of nowhere and manages to plant Rhea with a KOD, and with that, Bianca Belair pins Mami to pick up the win and more importantly become the Women's World Champion. And on top of all that, her WrestleMania win streak lives, even though her path as champion is seemingly crystal clear. Although up next is a match that was changed last minute due to Kevin Owens' neck injury, as just like at WrestleMania 38 with Seth Rollins, the Viper is holding an open challenge. But who will answer the call? Well, after an eternal wait, we finally get our answer. The former Malachi, now Aleister Black, is back. This is going to be a tough hill for Randy to climb and overcome, and the match goes in a similar fashion to this, as Aleister decimates Randy with perfectly precise strikes, and even though he tries to connect an RKO, the key word is try, as he fails and gets taken down by more lethal strikes, yet Black can't keep Orton down, as he continues to stick in the match, even if he seemingly stands no chance, although all it takes is one lucky shot to turn a tide of battle, which occurs when Orton does, in fact, manage to connect the RKO, but that doesn't do it, so he decides to dish out something he was going to give to KO, as he goes into the corner and lines up the returning star for a punt, although Black is able to counter, and from here, he manages to nail a Black Mass. But he wants more, as he calls for the Viper to get up using his own foot, and with another Black Mass, Randy Orton is put down. It's one hell of a way to make a return. The statement has been made. And Rey Mysterio is looking to make a similar statement after the continuous disrespect El Grande Americano has shown Lucha Libre, and more in particular, what he's done to the LWO, although the man who comes out isn't quite who he expects. Chad Gable is here, and he's holding the mask of the persona of El Grande Americano. Believe it or not, Chad Gable was El Grande Americano all this time, but Ray just doesn't give a damn, as he launches himself at the leader of America Made before the match can even begin, and with this brings utter madness, as the LWO and the Creed brothers do battle on the ramp. Though the difference maker is Ivy Nile, as American Made are managing to overwhelm their opposition, yet that doesn't last long, as Zelina Vega comes out of nowhere to equal the odds, and with this, both teams end up rolling to the back aside from Rey Mysterio and Chad Gable. As thanks to the referee creating some much needed separation between the pair, the match can officially begin, and it's just as vicious as the brawling that preceded it, as both men fight all across ringside, although this turns technical rather quickly after Rey is caught and planted down with a vicious powerbomb. Gable is in control, but he can't maintain it for long as Rey begins to fight back. It's a heavily back and forth contest, and this culminates with a phenomenal closing sequence, which starts with Rey attempting a 619, but Gable is able to grab his legs, though Rey pushes back, yet as he goes after Chad, he gets launched into the air and planted with a beautiful German suplex, although Chad doesn't let go, as he perfectly transitions through before pushing Rey into the corner and connecting a Chaos Theory, and with that, Gable picks up the win. It may be the biggest win of his entire career. But now it's time for the Night 1 main event, as it's do or die for CM Punk, Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins as they battle it out in what turns out to be yet another phenomenal triple threat match. The hatred between all three men is on full display, but Punk starts to overwhelm his opposition, which forces the two former Shield members to team up temporarily to take out Punk, as they manage to nail a Shield powerbomb which almost breaks the announcer's table, but with it not being broken, this gives Seth Rollins an idea, as he hurls the OTC into the steps before redecorating the table, although he can't manage to put the Tribal Chief through it, as Roman fights back, then is able to plant Rollins through it. The Visionary is out, but Roman wants to ensure his victory, as he sends Punk into the ring before going into the corner. He wants one final spear, but then Paul Heyman trips him up. Was this a part of the favour, or did he do it out of his own free will? Well, before we find out, CM Punk is able to take full advantage of this, as he's able to nail GDS onto Roman Reigns to pick up the win, as with this win, he gets everything he's ever wanted. He's made event at WrestleMania and won, he beat the Tribal Chief and the Revolutionary in one go, and he did it all alongside Paul Heyman. And this makes Roman and Seth irate, although as the OTC is on his way to the back, he gets interrupted by someone electrifying.
If you smell what the Rock
The Rock is here! But why? Well, we find out very quickly, as with the tribal chief staring a hole through the final boss, The Rock comes up to him and unbelievably nails a rock bottom onto Reigns. The message has been sent loud and clear, along with another. It's one hell of a way to close night 1 of WrestleMania 41. But the opening of night 2 is pure unhinged chaos, as 5 teams compete in a massive World Tag Team Championship ladder match. Although with bodies being broken in half left, right and centre, the match eventually comes down to 2 teams during battle. As if Lost Guards and Motor City Machine Guns and the Street Profits down and out, all that remains is the former Tag Team Champions DIY and Pretty Deadly. It's a full circle moment, and even though they try their best, DIY failed to become 3-time World Tag Team Champions, as Johnny Gargano gets knocked off the ladder, with Ciampa similarly being disposed of. And with that, we have new champions. Pretty Deadly get their moment in the sun. They are finally at the top of the SmackDown Tag Team division. But what's next? Well, as order is being restored after the anarchy that was just caused, we see none other than Ludwig Kaiser. He's outright demanding for a match. And even though Adam Pearce is furious, he decides to give Kaiser his wish, only because his opponent is a just punishment in itself.
Rusev Udria, Rusev Machka.
Rusev is back, and today marks a very special day, as today is Rusev Day, and Ludwig surprisingly actually taunts at the former Miro, and this mistake costs him dearly, as he gets completely slaughtered by the returning star, and in the end, after a completely lopsided war, Rusev makes Ludwig Kaiser tap at the accolade. It's one hell of a way to make a return to WWE, but how the hell do we follow this? Well, it's time for a grudge match, as AJ Styles is looking to end the Maverick Logan Paul and ensure his twilight of his career isn't ruined by a celebrity. But can AJ Styles actually manage to overcome Logan Paul? Well, even though AJ is ready to fight, Logan clearly isn't, as he tries to run away and dodge the Phenomenal One, although this turns out to be his plan, as once he gets into the ring, he manages to take down Styles with a vicious boot. But even with that, Logan can't hold control over the match for too long, as Styles quickly fights back with a series of strikes, and to follow suit, he decks Paul with a PLE kick, which almost sends him to a different dimension. Although as Styles looks for a phenomenal forearm, Paul manages to move out of harm's way, as he then looks for one lucky punch, but Styles counters that, and with Paul stranded in the middle of the ring with the Phenomenal One, AJ decides to pull out one of his best shots, as he manages to connect the Styles clash. But to add insult to injury, Styles waits and waits until he finally connects a phenomenal forearm before going into the cover and picking up the win. Everyone is elated at this. No one wanted to see Logan Paul pick up the win, and on this night, he most certainly didn't. But can Zelina Vega repeat Pretty Deadly's feat early in the night and become a new champion? Well, to do that, she has to overcome the longest reigning and greatest Women's United States champion of all time, Chelsea Green. And thanks to Mishin and B-Fab disposing of the secret Hervis of Alba Fire and Piper Niven, the match is a pure one-on-one affair. Yet the match is anything but pure, which doesn't make things much easier for Zelina Vega, as Chelsea's able to weasel away throughout the contest. And that is what allows Chelsea to wear down Zelina more and more. But she just can't seem to connect the unprettier, nor can she keep Zelina down for the free. And due to the fact that she isn't able to put the nail in the coffin of the match, her challenger starts to gain back control. And from here, it's elementary. As of a series of offense culminating in a code red, Zelina Vega is able to win her first singles title in WWE. It's yet another wholesome moment on the grandest stage. But who will hold the Intercontinental Championship by the end of the night? Will it be Braun Breaker? Will it be Penta? Will it be Dominic Mysterio? Or will it be Finn Balor? Well, the match is on, and of course, the Judgment Day work together, and due to their constant numbers advantage, they manage to control a majority of the contest. But the other members of the match don't take the beating lying down, as they give it the roll, which leads to Penta being able to take Dominic Mysterio out on the outside. But just as fast, after smashing Braun with a steel chair, Finn Balor nails a bloody Sunday on the concrete floor on the man with zero fear. Penta is out, and it's Balor's opportunity to strike, as he nails a shotgun dropkick on a Braun Breaker before going to the top rope and nailing a coup de grace. Yet he can't capitalise, as Dominic Mysterio sends Balor to the outside before stealing the pin and the win. Balor is furious, although as he's buried the new champ, we see Dom Dom finally turn on the Prince as he nails a nutshot onto Balor before celebrating his victory with his fellow Judgment Day members. The Prince has been exiled. But can Lyra Valkyria and Bayley exile a Judgment Day, and more in particular, dethrone Women's Tag Team Champions Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez? Well, even though the babyfaces are determined, the heels' experience together as a tag team is what overwhelms them throughout. But that determination pushes the Women's Intercontinental Champion and the role model to fight back, as it's even looking like they could topple the Judgment Day. Yet as this looks possible, with Raquel Rodriguez distracting the referee, Roxanne Perez decides to reignite her hatred for Bayley as she goes after the role model once again as she nails a pop rocks onto the concrete floor. The role model is out, and due to the numbers game heavily against the Bird Lady, even though she tries her best, it's just not enough to dethrone the Judgment Day, as in the end, Liv Morgan manages to plant in oblivion to pick up the win and retain for her team. But they aren't satisfied with just the win, as Liv and Raquel continue beating down the Women's Intercontinental Champion. She needs help, and help does indeed arrive. Becky Lynch is back in WWE, and she's here to handle business as she goes straight after Raquel Rodriguez, and more in particular Liv Morgan, as she manages to run both of them off. Then we see a hell of a tantalizing confrontation between the Bird Lady and the Irish Lass Kicker, although Big Time Bex decides to break the ice as she unbelievably nails a manhandle slam on the Women's Intercontinental Champion. She's seemingly coming after all the gold, aside from the United States Championship, as that is left to Jacob Fatu to attempt to overthrow, dethrone and conquer LA Knight. But defeating the megastar is no easy task. He didn't become a two-time United States champion for nothing. Though this is Jacob Fatu, he's an entirely different beast. He's an entirely different animal to anyone else in the company. And this is evident when Knight manages to connect the BFT for only a 1 count. The champ is shook, yet he knows he needs more to keep Fatu down, so he looks for another blunt force trauma, although Jacob catches him, spins him around, then plants him down with a vicious DDT. But Knight too won't stay down without a fight, although he's getting completely overwhelmed by the bigger and stronger challenger, and he just can't handle it, as in the end, he gets nailed by not one, but 2 humongous moonsaults, which keep him down for the free. We have a new champion! Jacob Fatu has captured his first title in WWE, and Tawatonga is congratulating him on the ramp, while Solo Sikoa is nowhere to be seen. Although before we get to the finale of WrestleMania 41, it's time to see who will walk out of Vegas as WWE Tag Team Champions. Will it be the New Day, or will it be the War Raiders? Well, with both teams' undeniable chemistry, the match is even throughout. When New Day has the speed, War Raiders bring the strength. When New Day bring the agility, War Raiders bring their own, and then some. They're so evenly matched, but what turns out to be the key difference maker is mentality. As with the War Raiders' professionalism, comes the New Day's Weasley strategies, which includes cheating. As with Xavier Woods distracting the referee just like the previous match, Kofi Kingston grabs a chair and smashes it into both Eric and Ivar. It's a disgraceful act by the once pure New Day, and with both members of the former Viking experience laid out, the New Day pick up the pieces. As with the midnight hour, we see new tag team champions. For the 13th time, New Day hold tag gold. But now it's time for the main event of the evening, as it's time for a god to take on a titan. It's time for the future to take on the past. It's time for Cody Rhodes to take on John Cena. But before the match can even begin, we see another appearance from the final boss as he comes out to stand by the side of John Cena. The odds are well and truly stacked against Cody Rhodes, but just like John Cena once did, he never gives up as he fights through whatever this new corporation has in store for him, although the numbers game starts to take its toll on the American Nightmare, which includes when Solo Sikoa comes out of nowhere and spikes Cody Rhodes. He still isn't done with the champ after all this time, and just like at WrestleMania 40, The Rock forces the referee to not call for a DQ. Although before Solo can do any more damage, Jacob Fatu comes out to start to argue with his Timu tribal chief. Friction is growing, the new bloodline is seemingly on the way out, until Solo decides to put a nail in the coffin with another Samoan spike, but that doesn't keep Jacob Fatu down, so the final boss gets involved even more, as he then nails a rock bottom on the United States champion, with him then heading into the ring, and with this alongside the final boss's political power, Cena is able to grab a chair Valkyria and beating it in the roads over and over and over again with no DQ in sight. It's looking hopeless for the champ, but before The Rock can lay a hand on the American Nightmare, Roman Reigns comes out to attempt to even the odds. Although as he looks to even enter the ring and potentially go after The Rock, he gets stopped by something or someone rather all too familiar. Seth Rollins has aligned with the final boss, and he signifies his turn by nailing a stomp onto his former ally. And now Cody is all alone, almost knocked out once again. Although The Rock, Cena and Rollins get interrupted by someone the final boss has a lot of history with. Stone Cold is here, and he's got stunners for everyone. As if him raising hell and leaving, the match resumes to a fair one-on-one contest. Or so you think, as Cena disgustingly nails a low blow on the American Nightmare, with the referee still afraid to call for the DQ. And this act of desperation is what ultimately allows for him to nail an AA on the roads. But that doesn't do the trick. Cena is horrified, although his veteran instinct kicks in, as he immediately follows up the near fall with an STFU. Cody has nowhere to go, but he refuses to tap. He won't give up on his dream, yet his fever dream turns into a nightmare. As with the submission getting tighter and tighter, Cody Rhodes passes out. John Cena has won number 17. He is now the kingpin of WWE. Who the hell can stop him? Well, we're just gonna have to wait and see. We're at NXT Standard Deliver, and we kick off the show with a countdown, and more in particular, it's time for the humongous Fatal 4-Way Elimination Tag Team match, with the winners challenging Lyra Valkyria and Bayley, or Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez for the Women's Tag Team titles on the NXT after WrestleMania 41. And the match is full-blown mayhem. There's wrestlers going at it all over the arena. You have Cora Jade and Jakara Jackson doing battle on the ramp. You have Roxanne Perez and Lash and trading modes on the stage. And with the endless carnage, leaves JC Jade and Gigi Dolan brawling at ringside, with Tatum Paxley and Fallon Henley doing their best to eliminate the other in the ring. Although a well-timed assist from Gigi, Tatum nails a psycho trap to shockingly eliminate Fatal Influence first. And they are not happy about it, as they beat down Chemical X following their loss. Though Metaphor and Roxanne Perez alongside Cora Jade can't take advantage, as they're so focused on one another that Tatum Gigi gets some much needed rest, even if it's temporary. And indeed it is, as with Lash Legend being disposed of, Roxy's able to nail a prop box to eliminate Metaphor. We're down to 2 teams, yet a difference maker arrives in the form of Shotzi. We haven't seen her in months, and she shows why she has the nickname Blackheart. Shotzi has betrayed her Chemical X teammates, but why? Well, no one knows. But what everyone does know is that Roxanne Perez takes advantage of the situation, and with a crossface applied, Tatum Paxley passes out. The Frenemies have won. They have their shot at winning main roster gold. Yet to do that, they have to get through what could be the champions. But after one shock could enter another, as up next is the 6-woman ladder match to crown the new NXT Women's North American Champion after Stephanie Vaquer relinquished the title. And of course, just like the previous match, this one is utter madness. Each woman or beyond desperate to become a champion, yet only one can do it. So who the hell will it be? Well, one thing's for certain, it won't be Izzy Dame, as she gets completely and utterly brutalized by every single woman in the match. And what keeps her out of the rest of the match is a thunderous dive through a ladder courtesy of Kalani Jordan. But very quickly, the numbers dwindle further, as 5 standing women turn to 4, as Lullavice gets nailed by a humongous F5 onto a ladder by Zarya. She's done, and as soon as this happens, Sol Ruka is able to nail a picture-perfect Soul Snatcher onto Kalani Jordan on top of a ladder as well. And now we're down to 3 women who are now cold. Who can win? Can Zarya win her first championship in WWE? Can Sol Ruka avenge her loss in the inaugural Women's North American Championship ladder match? Or can Thea Hale complete her comeback tour in style? Well, of course, the tag team up on the Lone Wolf, as they manage to send Thea out on the ring before they both begin to climb the ladder. And neither of them are budging. They both want the title, although because of their stubbornness, neither of them get it, as Thea Hale manages to get back into the fight and knock the ladder over, which sends Sol and Zarya crashing and burning, and now she's the only one left. The crowd are on their feet. Thea is as energized as ever, and with her setting up the ladder and climbing to her destiny, Thea Hale unhooks the NXT Women's North American Championship. It's arguably the biggest win of her career. She is now champion, and someone who she's quite fond of watches on from a distance. Nevertheless, the wholesome moments have ended, as now it's time for war. It's time for bloodshed. It's time for the D'Angelo family to take on Dark State. And whilst war has casualties, you wouldn't expect it from your own family, as before the match can even begin, Channing stacks Lorenzo completely decimates Tony D'Angelo with a vicious low blow before going after Luca Crucifino. It's an unbelievable and downright disgusting betrayal, and whilst he has the opportunity to go after Dark State, he chooses not to, as he leaves his former family behind, and Dark State just merely pick up the pieces, as if the hounds just preying on the weak, as in the end, after a completely lopsided affair, Dark State put the D'Angelo family down. And it's no surprise after what just happened, there's so many questions unanswered. But up next, can Ethan Page make Ricky Saints a transitional champion? Well, he's doing his damned best to do so, as he completely lays into him in the corner, but Ricky won't take the beating lying down, as both men go back and forth throughout the contest. Yet Ethan is so desperate to call himself NXT North American Champion that after taking down Ricky, he goes to the outside and brings in a steel chair into the match. Although this completely backfires on him, as when he goes into the ring, he gets wiped out by a humongous spear, and after following this up with a Dominator, we hear the phrase, "and still." Ricky Saints has retained. The revolution is now, and no one can seemingly stop Ricky's ascension to godhood. Yet speaking of godhood, many consider Fraxium to be the greatest tag team currently active in the wrestling world, and they're looking to prove that yet again by defeating none other than Hank and Tank, who just barely by the skin of their teeth got into the match. But can they pull off yet another miracle and win tag team gold? Well, whilst they have the strength advantage, that means next to nothing to Fraxium, whose speed seemingly rivals Sonic. But that speed can have consequences, which we see when Axiom inadvertently knocks Nathan Frazier off the apron, and Tank takes advantage as he almost manages to roll up Axiom for the free. Yet that doesn't happen, as Axiom escapes before nailing a golden ratio on a Tank. But what he doesn't realise is that Hank is a legal participant, as he manages to roll up Axiom just like his tag team partner did, which this time keeps him down for the free. It's arguably the upset of the century. The golden children of tag team wrestling have been beaten by a comedy duo, and it's all because of one accidental miscommunication. It's happened before, but will it happen again? Well, before we find out, it's time to see who will leave Vegas as NXT Women's Champion. But who will it be? Will it be Jada Parker? Will it be Jordynne Grace? Will it be Julia? Or will it be the champ Stephanie Vaquer? Well, the match is on, and it's a tense affair. It's as if four tireless titans are doing battle, yet no matter how much stamina each participant has, they can only tolerate so much damage. And this is perfectly personified when the champion is taken out of the match by being put through the announcer's table with a beautiful moonsault courtesy of Julia. Yet she isn't done there, as she grabs a chair before nailing it over and over and over again into Jordynne Grace. This new attitude from the beautiful madness is clearly working for her, as now all that's standing between her and victory is Jada Parker, And while she tries her best, Jada just can't quite manage to handle this new ruthless side of the former NXT Women's Champion. As with a glorious driver on a well-placed chair, along with a picture-perfect Kamigoye knee strike, Julia reclaims her prize. She is now a two-time NXT Women's Champion, but to climb the mountain, is it worth being all alone at the top? Well, before we find out, as Trick Williams is heading out for his NXT Championship main event, he gets stopped by someone he knows all too well. Trick, I know everything, and I'm so disappointed in you, because if you go through with your plan with them, quite frankly, you'll be no better than Carmelo Hayes. So, please, be the man who won the NXT title twice as the underdog. Be the man who beat Carmelo Hayes in the main event of last year's Stand and Deliver. Be the man who beat me. Please, Trick. It's a hell of an ominous plea by the still injured Ilya Dragunov. But will them words of wisdom fall on deaf ears, as it's now time for the NXT Championship main event between Trick Williams, Javon Evans and the ruler Obafemi. And Javon is looking to prove himself straight away as he bounces all over the place, and this culminates with him nailing a humongous dive onto Trick Williams. But as he looks for one on Obafemi, the Conqueror unbelievably manages to catch Javon before planting him back first onto the announcer's table. His back must be broken in half, yet Oba doesn't care as he looks for a powerbomb onto the hardest spot in the ring, although Javon gets out of it. But before he can do anything else, Trick hurls Javon into the barricade while sending Oba into the steel steps. And this stuns the big man, as Trick is able to get the ruler back into the ring as he attempts to finish the match with a trick shot of all the champ counters. Then it's Oba who looks for his finishing blow, but Trick is similarly able to counter that. And even though he can barely stand, Javon attempts to reinsert himself into the match, whilst the two titans slug it out of one another. And with this attempt, he manages to nail a picture-perfect cutter, which wipes out Trick Williams. But that was all the gas he had left in the tank, as he quickly gets taken down by Obafemi, who then powerbombs the young OG to the outside. Javon is done, and so is Trick, as he gets nailed by a powerbomb. Although as the referee's count gets to a 2, that's when Dark State interferes, as they completely wipe out Obafemi. All the while, they throw Javon's near-lifeless corpse back into the ring, but he starts to stir, and he watches on in horror at the destruction this new faction have caused onto the ruler, although his thoughts get cut off with a gnarly nut shot delivered by none other than Trick Williams. No one can believe it, and as soon as this happens, Dark State just leave the near-lifeless champion behind, whilst Trick nails a trick shot on the young OG to pick up the win at his third NXT title. Who the hell can stop Trick? Who the hell can stop Dark State? Are they working together? Have we all just been fooled? Well, we're just gonna have to wait and see. We're at Backlash and we kick off the show in style with a WWE Men's Intercontinental Championship match between Penta and Dominic Mysterio. And of course, he's not alone, as the rest of Judgment Day are at ringside. Though before the match can even begin, the referee ejects all members of Judgment Day. They're all furious, but they have to abide by what he says, as they all make their way to the back. So now, the match is officially underway, and it's all things Penta in the early going. He's absolutely dominating the Intercontinental Champion, although all it takes is one moment to bring Dom Dom back into the match, as with him on the outside, he's quickly able to hurl the challenger into the ring post. And now, the title match shifts completely in the champ's favour, as it's now him who's in control. But no matter what he does, Dom just can't seem to keep the man with zero fear down for a 3 count. And with this, he's growing more and more desperate to pick up the win. Yet as he looks for potentially the killing blow, Penta is able to counter as he now fights back. But as he looks for a super kick, Dominic moves, which leads to the referee getting knocked out. And as quick as the flash, Finn Balor comes out of nowhere, though he stops, and he hesitates on what to do. Although eventually, he makes his choice, as he nails a shotgun dropkick onto Penta before fading into the darkness, which allows for Dominic to nail another frog splash onto the challenger to pick up the win and retain the Intercontinental Championship. Dom Dom's reign continues, yet even in victory, A dark cloud hangs over the big time win. But regardless, what's next? Well, Becky Lynch is looking to wrest the Women's Intercontinental Championship away from the inaugural champ Lyra Valkyria. But who will stand tall? Well, unlike the opener, this starts off rather technical, with both women trying to one-up each other in this department. But Becky's experience is proving to overwhelm Lyra, although she won't stay down without a good fight, which is proven when both women decide to just duel. Although Becky once again overwhelms her in this department too, and with this, she attempts a manhandle slam, although this gets blocked, so Lyra looks for her finishing move too, but this too gets blocked all the same. So the match rages on, with every move of Lyra's having an immediate response by Big Time Bex, which doesn't change in the closing stages of the match, as Becky wrenches Lyra's arm with the disarmer with no remorse in sight. Yet the Bird Lady won't give up, so she pushes Becky off of her before layering into her with seemingly every strike under the sun. And Big Time Bex does get eventually dropped to the outside, although Lyra can't connect the subsequent dive, as Becky moves out of harm's way before throwing her back into the ring as she once again goes back to the arm. But Lyra still won't quit, as she counters before nailing a big exploder suplex. But she isn't done with her, so she drags the lifeless corpse to her feet as she attempts one more Nightwing, though as she picks her up, Becky's legs completely wipe out the referee. Yet she fights out of the finishing move, as Becky then looks for a manhandle slam, but just like Becky just did, Lyra fights out of that. Although before she could do anything else to the challenger, someone pulls Becky Lynch out of the ring. And of course, the cause of this is the woman who the man took out back at WrestleMania 41. Bayley is back in WWE, and she makes an immediate statement as she nails a rose plant on the outside before turning her attention to the ring and more specifically, Lyra Valkyria. They could have been tag team champions if it wasn't for Becky Lynch. Maybe in another lifetime. As Bayley also attacks Lyra. But why? Well, after a rose plant, Bayley then decides to debut a new finisher, as she nails a butterfly lung blower before leaving the corpses behind. There's so many questions unanswered. And finally, with the referee back up, Becky Lynch starts to stir. Lyra is still out cold, and the man takes full advantage of this as she locks in another armbar. And with nowhere left to go, with no more fight left, Lyra Valkyria passes out. Becky Lynch has won, and it's all thanks to the woman she took out back at WrestleMania. And no one knows why the role model took out both women, and we're gonna have to wait and see, as the closing shot is Becky Lynch holding Women's Intercontinental Championship over a lifeless Lyra Valkyria. And the lifelessness will more than likely continue by the end of the big meaty fatal 4-way match between Damian Priest, LA Knight, Drew McIntyre, and Jacob Fatu, who will walk out of Backlash as the United States Champion. Well, naturally, the match itself is utter carnage. There's bodies flying, crashing, burning, seemingly anywhere and everywhere. Drew even nails a big leg drop off the top rope onto Damian Priest, which gets him a close 2 count. But that's not all, as he applies a crossface, which forces Jacob Fatu to break up the submission. Although later on in the match, Fatu manages to counter Knight and back body drop him on top of McIntyre. But Priest is still standing, as he even grabs a kendo stick, which doesn't end well for him, as Fatu manages to take him down. Although Priest gets his lick back by nailing a self-evident chokeslam, but by the time he can go into the cover, Drew is able to break up the pin. All 4 men are desperate to become champion, but only one can. And after this fast-paced mayhem, we find out that it won't be Damian Priest, as he gets nailed by a BFT onto the concrete floor. Although before Knight can take advantage of this, Jacob Fatu comes out of nowhere and hurls Knight into seemingly anything and everything. And once he puts him back into the ring, Solo Sikoa asks to deliver the final blow on Knight. He wants to put the nail in the coffin of the Megastar's run, and Jacob reluctantly agrees. Although as Solo is about to nail a spike, Knight moves, which leads to Jacob Batu being inadvertently clocked by the move. He's stunned, and after taking out Solo, Knight connects another blow at force trauma, but he can't capitalize as Drew comes out of nowhere and blasts LA Knight with a Claymore kick to pick up the win and, more importantly, the United States Championship. And this means that Drew is now officially a Grand Slam champion, and it's all thanks to Solo Sikoa. Yet Drew doesn't care. He doesn't care what anyone else thinks. Although everybody knows Jacob Batu is nowhere near done with that title, nor is he okay with Solo Sikoa. But before the main event, Pat McAfee is looking for vengeance against Gunter, and he instantly sprints at the ring general, although he gets flattened by a humongous chop. Then he looks for a powerbomb, but Pat manages to escape the finishing blow with a few well-timed shots, as the end almost manages to roll him up for the free. Yet the key word here is almost, as Gunter kicks out and flattens Pat with a humongous clothesline which sends him out of the ring. And from here, the former world champion sends the commentator onto the hardest part of the ring back first. And to add insult to injury, Gunter powerbombs Pat onto the barricade. His spine must be broken in half, and he just gets absolutely decimated from here. It's getting uncomfortable to watch. Gunter even hits an avalanche half Nelson suplex, but he doesn't go into the cover, as he instead goes for a splash. Yet Pat manages to move. There's hope, as he even connects a Code Red, which almost gets him the biggest win of his career. Although that was seemingly all the gas he had left in the tank, as Gunter nails a vicious lariat before connecting a powerbomb and instantaneously locking in a rear naked choke. And just like that, Gunter has won. But the win isn't enough for him, as he looks for another powerbomb. But before he can hit it, he gets interrupted by what he once called his favourite wrestler. Goldberg is here, and he confronts the man who insulted him all the way back at Bad Blood, and Gunter decides to break the ice with a chop, which gets immediately responded to by a spear. But he can't quite manage to hit the jackhammer, as Gunter manages to escape and nail a chop block alongside a powerbomb. And with that, Gunter completely and utterly stands tall. Although now, it's time for the main event of the evening, and it's time for one more match, not just for the show, but between two titans going at it one last time, as it's time for John Cena versus Randy Orton. And the match starts off with a ton of energy, as John Cena attempts an AA out of nowhere, which gets blocked, with Randy retaliating by looking for an RKO, which also doesn't work. And naturally, from here, there's a lengthy feeling out process between the two titans. Yet from here, it's time for Vintage Cena, as he nails 3 out of his 5 moves of doom. But as he looks for the 5-knuckle shuffle, Orton gets his leg up before sending the champ to the outside. And the Viper gives chase, as he then dives on the Big Match John before sending him into the barricade. Although he can't hold control for long, as Cena is able to launch Orton into the steel steps before attempting to get a count-out win. But that doesn't work, so Cena continues to work over the challenger. That is, until he gets an idea, as he decides to go to the top rope and dive on Orton, although the Apex Predator manages to catch him and plant him down with a powerbomb. And now, it's Vintage Randy Orton offense time, as with 2 clotheslines and a scoop slam, we all know what comes next, as Randy nails a spike DDT. And there's only one more ingredient left for this Viper Pie, the RKO. But he can't connect it, as Cena blocks it before nailing an AA. Yet somehow, someway, Orton finds a way to kick out at 2. Cena can't believe it. He thought he had the match won, so he looks for another, but this turns out to be a grave mistake, as Orton manages to turn it into an RKO out of nowhere. Yet he isn't done, as he goes into the corner. He wants the punt, and eventually he looks for it, although Cena manages to dodge the veil blow before connecting another AA. But he wants to add an exclamation point to his victory, as he locks in a STFU. Randy has nowhere to go, but he refuses to quit. He won't give up. so Cena forces him to, as he instantly is able to transition into another AA to pick up the win and retain the WWE Championship. Randy Orton was so close, yet so far, as in the end, the show closes with Big Match John winning another big match. Who the hell can stop him? Well, we're just gonna have to wait and see. We're at NXT Battleground and we kick off the show in style with the NXT Women's North American Championship match between the challenger Kalani Jordan and the double champion Sol Ruka. And the match kicks off in the most expected way possible, as Sol instantly looks for a springboard, but Kalani manages to flawlessly roll out a dodge before she's able to nail a springboard of her own, which gets immediately transitioned into a cartwheel kick to the face. But she gets distracted trash-talking Zarya, which allows Sol to recover and nail a big float-over arm drag before sending her out of the ring. And Sol isn't far behind, as she quickly nails a picture-perfect suicide dive. Though she doesn't take advantage, as she actually says to Zarya to not get involved and unfairly aid her. But this allows Kalani to nail a reverse sling blade onto the concrete floor. And to get back into the ring, Kalani decides to show off by connecting a rope-assisted flatliner. Though the one-of-a-kind moonsault isn't able to hurt Sol, as she manages to grab the challenger, yet she can't do anything either, as this gets countered with Kalani paying tribute to her angle with an angle slam. Yet this first pinfall isn't enough, so she looks for a simple splash, though nobody's home, as this allows Sol to nail a super kick and hooked German suplex combination, though this too only grants Sol 2/3 of a possible victory. So Sol looks to snatch Kalani's soul, but she once again moves before taking the champ down with a simple double axe handle. Though whatever Kalani goes for next gets evaded with a well-timed shot by Sol. Yet the roll out of dodge works again for a drop kick, as Kalani nails a flippy elbow. And now, it's all things Kalani Jordan, as she nails an impaler DDT, which gets quickly followed up by a standing swanton bomb. And the onslaught only continues, as Sol gets squashed into the corner by a splash. Then she goes high risk, as she attempts a top rope swanton bomb, though Sol is able to move before nearly decapitating Kalani with a super kick to the back of the head, which is followed up by a fireman's carry powerbomb, though Kalani sticks in the fight. So Sol decides to put the challenger on the top rope, though she can't find anything up there, as Kalani is able to counter, which puts her perfectly in line for a springboard 450. Yet the champ moves and takes her down. Then she decides to upstage the inaugural Women's North American Champion, as she connects a 450 lariat. Though this only seems to light a fire under Kalani, as after kicking out, she counters a kick, spins her around, then nails a super kick of her own before following this up with a poison rana. But Sol somehow kips up from this, although she gets put straight back down with another. And this greatly worries Zarya, who actually goes on the apron and starts to trash talk Kalani Jordan. Although she pauses, she doesn't know what to do, until she eventually decides to jump back down. Yet the distraction was all Sol needed, as she nails a German suplex before very quickly scolding Zarya before turning her attention back to Kalani, as she looks for the Sol Snatcher, although she's able to grab her and invert her, but Sol fights out of it. Then both counter super kicks before Sol attempts another fireman's carry powerbomb, though this time Kalani has it scouted, as she takes her down, descending to the heavens, then crashing down to reality for 5-star frog splash. But that isn't enough, so she goes for the one-of-a-kind moonsault again, though this time, Sol unbelievably has this scouted, as with the speed of a god, she descends and connects a Sol Snatcher out of nowhere. And with that, Sol retains. But would this have been the case if Zarya didn't get involved? Well, before we find out, it's time to find out the state of the men's North American title picture. Who will rise and who will fall? Well, the match is on, and Ricky demands for Javon to bring it, which he of course does, as he nails a Superman punch before nailing back-to-back standing elbow drops. And to complete this combination, Javon forces Ricky up and takes him right back down with a Fisherman Buster, which gets hooked into the cover, though this doesn't do the job. But as he goes under his legs, he gets caught with a super kick, which turns the tide to battle, as Ricky starts to methodically work over the young OG with a kick to the gut and a knee to the arm. But the challenger fights back with a knee of his own, while as he goes for his twisting kick, Ricky manages to get out of dodge before connecting with a neck breaker and subsequent elbow drops of his own. Then Ricky goes back to the arm and hand, with stomp after stomp raining down on the challenger. Though Evans is able to catch his boot before spinning him around as he looks for his cutter, but Ricky once again manages to get out of harm's way. And then Ricky throws Giovanni into the corner before nearly concussing him with a forearm as he crumbles to the mat and in the perfect position for a double axe handle. But that's not enough for the champ, as Ricky then washes Giovanni's face into the mat alongside nearly a fourth elbow drop. Thus, Ricky goes for a neck breaker, although this backfires horribly as Giovanni is able to overpower the champ and connect a rude awakening. Then it's comeback season as Giovanni nails 2 clotheslines before catching Ricky's leg again and sweeping him out. And it's time to get bouncy as Giovanni looks for an elbow off the top rope, although no one's home, as Ricky then hits a tilt-a-world backbreaker. But he wants the finishing blow, though Giovanni slips out of it as he attempts to roll up the champion for his first title in the company. Yet Ricky reverses the pressure as he attempts to steal the win, but Giovanni is able to reverse his reversal into another pinning predicament, which gets counted again into a 4th roller back-to-back as Evans breaks the cycle and hurls out of the cover. And Ricky then charges at Giovanni, who meets him with a super kick before connecting his big spinning kick in quick succession. But the former Starks plays possum as he takes out Giovanni's leg before attempting a Buster Neaton, which gets countered into a Hurricanrana, and this allows for the Young OG to attempt a cutter, but Ricky pushes him away and nails a spear. Is Giovanni done? Well, no. He kicks out at 2, so Ricky looks for a kick, which gets caught, although he learns from his mistakes and nails it into Giri to the Young OG. Then he grabs his arm, although Giovanni manages to get out of whatever Ricky was planning and nails a cutter. But he wants one more. He wants it springboard style. Yet before he can hit it, Sean Legacy grabs his foot. He wants vengeance for his loss on Tuesday. And Giovanni is furious as he just dives onto Sean before going back into the ring, though he gets met by another spear. And with a followed up Rochambeau, Ricky goes into the cover, but Giovanni has life. And with him face to face with the champ, he just slaps him, which gets a very volatile reaction by Ricky, who nails a Buster Neaton alongside another Rochambeau to pick up the win and retain the NXT North American Championship. And it was all because of Sean Legacy. And just like the opener, the main question is, would the result be any different had the match been a clean affair? Although this time, our answers are subsided by a certain man's ego, as Ethan Page assaults the champion after a successful title defense. And with a twist of fate in Ego's edge, Ethan Page ultimately stands tall. But who will stand tall in the highly personal inter-family war? Well, before Tony D'Angelo can even get into the ring, he gets jumped by his opponent Channing Stacks Lorenzo with a sledgehammer as he repeatedly beats it into the Don's back, until eventually he relents. He drops the weapon and heads into the ring, and he just goads Tony, and even though he can barely stand, he crawls his way into the ring and demands for the match to begin. So with that, the match is officially underway, and Stacks is all over the Don as he does an uppercut and even a cannonball into the corner before just stomping him, telling him to put up a fight, which he does as he attempts to roll up the former underboss, which gets him a 2 and gets him put straight back down. And Stacks decides to just go for the kill as he manages to nail the Stacks knee drop, but he doesn't go into the cover as he nails another and another. And with a 4th, Stacks mercifully ends the match. Yet he doesn't relent on the punishment as he nails Tony with brass knuckles after the bell. The underboss has now assumed the role of the Don, although everybody knows that Tony isn't done with Stacks just quite yet. But up next, can Miles Bourne pull off the upset of a lifetime and topple Obafemi for the NXT Championship? Well, the match is on and it starts out with a fierce grapple, yet Oba overpowers Miles, and even though this is the case, they lock up again. And this time, the champ just drives him down. He even taunts at Miles to bring it, and he taunts right back, so Oba hurls him into the corner, yet he does fight back, though as he attempts to dive, the ruler moves and proceeds to dropkick Randy Orton Jr. But he once again fights back with a well-timed knee, although he gets chucked in the air for his troubles. And Oba quickly follows this up by nailing a big running power slam, which only graces him a 1 count. So the Conqueror then just hurls Miles nearly across the whole damn ring before he actually does, along with nailing a devastating clothesline which forces Miles to the outside. But Oba gives chase, as after nailing a European uppercut, he then nails a brutal powerbomb onto the apron along with swinging him into it. Miles is done. No quarter catch crew look horrified, yet the champ doesn't care as he chucks Miles back into the ring and goes into the cover. But somehow, Miles kicks out, and Oba is quite surprised at this as he continues beating down the challenger. Although Miles is able to counter a strike and nail an overnight suplex, but due to his back pain, he can't bridge the cover, which allows Oba to kick out at 1. So Miles then goes high risk, though this high risk fails, as Oba clobbers him in the gut before taking him back down. And the NXT champion zones in on the back of Bourne as he takes a page out of Sheamus' book by nailing a trifecta of Irish curse backbreakers, and he connects an exploder suplex to follow suit. But the suplexes don't stop as he nails a back suplex as well, yet Miles still won't give up, so Oba just goes for the kill, though Bourne is able to escape as he even manages to connect a ripcord flatliner, but only a 2 count, so he looks for one more, which he can't connect, as the Conqueror counters and nails a fall from grace. Is Miles done? No, he manages to kick out at the last possible millisecond. Everyone is stunned, and this translates to Obafemi as Miles drags his body to his feet, and as one last stand, just like Javon did earlier in the night, he smacks Oba in the face, which gets him another fall from grace. And with that, Obafemi has retained the NXT Championship, but it was a hell of a showing by Miles, as once the dust settles and Oba leaves a no-quarter catch crew behind, Miles crawls back to his feet and stands broken in the middle of the ring with Charlie Dempsey, who unbelievably turns on his stablemate by nailing him with brass knuckles just like the former underboss did to LaDon. No one can believe it, including Tavion Heights and Ren Sinclair, as they both decide to not make any rash decisions and leave. All the while, Charlie Dempsey leaves Miles out cold. And someone else will more likely be out cold at the end of the TNA World Heavyweight Championship match between the challenger Trick Williams and the champion Joe Hendry. And things get off to a hot start as both men just duel straight away, though they both stagger as Hendry manages to send the challenger to the outside before going to the top rope and nailing a big time dive onto the NXT superstar. But Indeed changes things drastically as Trick is able to send Joe into the steel steps, and he just taunts at the fallen foe before sending him into the ring as he hits him with knees to the back until he sends the big man into the corner and lays into him with punches until he falls. But Trick's onslaught is seemingly never ending, as after removing his boot from Joe's chest, he looks to end the match early with a trick shot. Yet Joe unbelievably manages to catch him with an early standing ovation, though Trick manages to kick out a 2. The match was nearly over in the snap of a finger, yet Joe continues to stay on the attack as he nails 2 forearms, following this up with a shot to the gut and a knee to the face. Then Joe goes for the kill as he looks for a chokeslam, though Trick is able to counter before attempting the discus big boot, yet this too gets countered with Joe taking him down with a simple punch to the skull. So the natural evolution of this is a suplex, although Trick manages to escape and nail a chop block, which gives him enough of an open window to connect a bookend. And Booker T will be ashamed as he can only get a 2 count. But Trick won't stop as he rubs salt in the wound with a suplex before nailing an uppercut and a punch just like Joe's, which crumbles the champ. And now the challenger gets cocky, which costs him, as Joe nails a kick before attempting Obafemi's fall from grace, which gets countered with a trio of punches. And naturally, the punches continue to rain from both men, who duel once again. And once again, they both stagger, though this time, Trick quickly manages to nail a discus big boot, but Joe survives. Trick is beside himself with rage, and this allows Joe to quickly roll him up, though this too only gets him a 2. And he then proceeds to miss a strike, which allows Trick to nail the slam dunk, but Joe still won't stay down for the 3, so Trick puts Joe on the top rope, although he can't quite manage to connect a subsequent suplex as the TNA superstar is able to fight back and hurl Trick away. And this gives Joe a second wind as he manages to connect a gorilla press alongside a gut-wrench suplex in quick succession. It's all things Joe now, it seems, as he manages to nail the Scott Hall special. But with the follow-away slam, the referee gets taken out. The champ can't believe it, though before he knows it, Trick attempts to cheat with a chair, which thankfully gets blocked as he nails a second standing ovation. But the referee is still out. Joe's own power has screwed himself over, and as he looks down at the referee begging for him to get up, Trick nails a nut shot. The TNA champion has fallen, and with this, Trick manages to nail the trick shot. And finally, the referee is up and counts the pin until a 2. Hendry lives, but not for much longer, as after one last act of defiance, he gets hit with one more trick shot to be put down for good. It's a monumental win for Trick Williams. He is now the TNA World Heavyweight Champion, and he is the first superstar to win an opposing company's title during this partnership. It's one hell of an accomplishment from Trick Williams, and a certain Carmelo Hayes would agree with that. Although now, it's time for the main event of the evening, as it's time for the Juggernaut to take on La Primera, or in simpler terms, it's time for Jordynne Grace to take on Stephanie Vaquer. And the match starts off with some pure graps, as each woman attempts to outmaneuver the other, though it's Jordynne's strength that manages to give her the edge in this department, as after hurling Vaquer overhead, she attempts a gut-wrench powerbomb, though the champion is able to get out of it, and she runs off the ropes, although she gets caught by a huge spinebuster, which doesn't get the job done just yet. So Jordynne goes for another powerbomb, yet once again La Primera escapes it and nails a headbutt in response. But that's all she can hit, as when she looks for a side slam, Jordynne nails a knee to the temple, and even though she swings and misses, the follow-up lariat doesn't. Though Vaquer is able to give her a seat with a knee before sending her out of the ring. And from here, the champ nails the challenger with a huge dive. Then she attempts a German suplex, which gets blocked as Grace is able to connect a beautiful overhead suplex in response. And after sending her into the ring, she then nails just a simple suplex. Though she nails another, yet as she goes for a third variation, Vaquer manages to counter along with nailing a chop block. But Grace gets back up, so she shuts that down with a stiff forearm and super kick, and after a boot wash to the face, Vaquer ends this combination with a leg drop. Yet this doesn't get the job done, so she quickly goes to the top rope, though whatever she was planning at stopped in her tracks, as Grace joins her at the top before connecting an overhead belly-to-belly suplex. Though that doesn't do the trick, so Grace decides to attempt to end the match early. Though before she can nail the pump handle half Nelson driver, Stephanie beautifully transitions into a roll-up, which almost gets the job done. And this upsets the Juggernaut, as she immediately pounces Vaquer over the top rope. La Primera's back might be broken in half, and after being thrown back into the ring, Grace finally manages to connect the gut-wrench powerbomb, but that only gets her a 2. She's growing frustrated, and Vaquer just won't stay down, so she decides to target the back with kicks before paying homage to Goldberg and nailing a jackhammer, yet that just can't do the job either. And with her frustration, grows an opportunity for Vaquer, as she nails a desperate knee just like several of the previous matches, alongside an eat defeat which can only grace her a 2 count. But you can't pick her up for the subsequent SVB, which allows for Jordynne to reassert control. And after taking her out of one corner, she puts Vaquer in another, as she takes her down and nails a Vader bomb, which once again doesn't do the trick. So she goes to the third corner and nails a dangerous looking powerbomb onto the bottom rope. And to complete all 4 corners, Jordynne hurls her into it before nailing a final cut. Yeah, that doesn't satisfy her, as she puts Vaquer back on the top rope, although she can't connect a big move, as the champ fights back, as she even connects a big crossbody to get back into the match. And after a quick second face wash, she then calls for the crowd, and Booker T, as she then nails the Devil's Kiss over and over, which nearly gives Booker a heart attack. But regardless, Jordynne is in the prime position for the corkscrew moonsault, so Stephanie goes for it, yet the challenger manages to catch her mid-move and plant her down with a Samoan drop. And to rub salt in the wound, the Juggernaut 2 descends from the heavens, but as she crashes down, Stephanie 2 manages to catch her, but she can't hold her. The pain in the back is too much, as she falls soon after when she gets spiked on her head by a Kudo driver. Surely the match is done? Well, apparently not. Vaquer has gas left in the tank. Grace is beside herself, and Vaquer is somehow able to get up, and she asks the Juggernaut to bring it, as both women begin to slug it out of one another. And eventually they both stagger like Trick and Joe, but Stephanie manages to nail a pump handle half Nelson drive out of nowhere. Jordan's own move! Yet this doesn't keep the challenger down. So Valkyria drags her to her feet as she looks for her SVB, but Grace is able to counter, although Stephanie counters her counter before attempting a back suplex, yet she can't pull it off. And as quick as the flash, Jordan spikes Stephanie on her head again, this time from a muscle buster. And to put the nail in the coffin, she connects the Grace driver, which finally and mercifully keeps Valkyria down for the free. We have a new champion. Jordan Grace is now the queen of NXT. Who the hell can stop her? What the hell is next for Stephanie Valkyria? Well, we're just gonna have to wait and see. We're at Worlds Collide and we kick off the show in style with some 6-man tag team action. Can Berto get along with his teammates as a representative of Legado del Fantasma, and to a grander extent SmackDown, as they take on Dr. Wagner Jr., Psycho Clown and Pagano. And the match starts off hot with Santos Escobar and Dr. Wagner Jr. as Santos attempts to strike, although he misses and gets dropped for his troubles. Wagner tells him to bring it, which he doesn't, as he tags out to Angel, who fares much better against the Luchador, as he nails a sling blade and quickly follows through with a drop kick. But his follow-up kick to the ankle gets avoided, as Wagner looks for a DDT, yet he can't connect it, as Angel escapes his grasp with 3 shots to the gut, before hitting a blitz to Hurricanrana. And a Codebreaker alongside a Spinebuster follows suit. But Wagner kicks out and bolts to tag in Pagano, who is a beast unleashed as he decimates Angel with any strike he can think of. As after dropping the elbow, he connects a brutal striking combination which takes down the man formerly known as Angel Garter. But from here, Pagano decides to do some tag team offense with Dr. Wagner Jr. as he hurls Angel headfirst into Wagner's boots. And after the 2 back-to-back part suplexes, part Falcon Arrows, he attempts a third with a fancy roll, yet Angel slips out of it and nearly decapitates him with a dropkick to the back of the neck. Then it's time for some more double team action, as Angel surprisingly tags Santos back in and not Berto, with the two connecting with an assisted diving crossbody. And with a leg drop, Legado del Fantasma are firmly in control of the match, even though Berto still can't get into the match, and he's forced to aimlessly watch on, as Angel attempts the potential finishing blow, though Wagner gets back into the fight, as he counters with a clothesline before tagging in Psycho Clown, and he is just as advertised, as he knocks Santos and Berto down to the outside, before nailing a tilt-a-whirl DDT. Then he just lights him up with elbows. Even Pagano joins in with a little shot, before he nails another elbow, along with a floating head scissors. Though Santos and Umberto both want the tag, and if a counter by Angel, he does get the opportunity. Though Santos demands for Angel to tag him in, Berto is getting increasingly frustrated, and he decides to just walk out. Berto is done with Legado del Fantasma, and Santos tries chasing after him, yet he gets a super kick for his troubles. And the Clown gives chase to the legal man, as he picks him up and throws him into the ring, and immediately drop kicks him back down, before teaming with Pagano to Irish Whip and subsequently back body drops Santos. And after a follow-up elbow, he looks for a slam, which gets countered into a big-time DDT, before tagging in Angel. But Santos has had enough, as he attempts to walk out of the match just like Berto did, and Angel isn't having it, as he demands for Santos to get back into the ring and fight, which he denies. He wants no part of the match any longer. So Angel responds in kind, as he nails another super kick before going back into the Lion's Den. Though now, he's at a 3-on-1 disadvantage, but he doesn't care. He wants to fight, and he brings it. He manages to take down all 3 men, as he even manages to nail a wing clipper, yet the Psycho Clown breaks up the pin. And eventually, the numbers game catches up to him, as with an end of days from Pagano, a Psycho Destroyer from Psycho Clown, and a diving moonsault from Dr. Wagner Jr., the AAA team pick up the win. Legado del Fantasma has crumbled, and the trio of Dr. Wagner Jr., Psycho Clown, and Pagano have seemingly only just begun their journeys as one. Although up next, it's time for a fatal 4-way. as Javon Evans, Laredo Kid, and Ray Phoenix all are desperate to wrestle the NXT North American Championship away from All Ego Ethan Page. Who'll stand tall? Well, the match is on, and Ethan Page instantly rolls to the outside. He wants no part of the three bouncy men, so all three men do what they know best, and that's fly. As Javon looks for a flippy kick onto Laredo, avoid moves, and bicycle kicks Phoenix before connecting a head scissors onto the NXT star. Though he doesn't slow down, as he hits a diving shooting star press onto Phoenix on the outside. But then Ethan Page slowly makes his way into the ring and attempts to pin Javon Evans, yet he kicks out. So Page immediately scurries away back to the outside. Although before Evans can go after him, Laredo Kid reinserts himself into the fight with a fancy arm drag, which gets followed up by a brutal knee. But Page drags Javon out of the ring and proceeds to throw him into the barricade. Yet Laredo Kid once again dives to the outside, and with all three men getting up, it's Ray Phoenix's turn to fly, as he nails an unbelievable corkscrew, taking out everyone. So Phoenix then sends Page into the ring and looks to dive off the top rope, though Page catches him, but he just manages to escape this grasp with a few elbows to the skull. As he then goes through the ropes, only this time he connects a big clothesline and sprawls into the cover, although Page is able to get his left shoulder up at 2. So Phoenix stays on the attack as he nails a knee to the skull and a poison rana, though before he can take advantage, Laredo hits him in the back and springboards with a drop kick. But Javon is also back up as he hits him with a forearm and connects a Canadian Destroyer. Laredo is out, yet Ethan Page manages to break up the pin in the nick of time, and Page looks for a kick, although Javon has it scouted as he sweeps his leg out and elbow drops him for good measure. Then Javon looks to get bouncy, although Ray kicks him down to the mat before he too descends to the heavens, but Page brings him back down to reality. But he soon joins him as he gets wiped out by a big DDT, yet Phoenix is back up and springboard crossbodies Evans nearly across the whole damn ring, and he then looks for a spinning back kick, although Javon flawlessly flips away before attempting the same DDT. But this time, Phoenix gets out of it and finally connects the kick. Although before he can go into the cover, Laredo gets back into the match with a springboard twisting uppercut, and he then looks for the Saito suplex, although Phoenix backflips out of it, yet he gets shut down by a trio of devastating kicks. Before Laredo looks for a crossbody, but Phoenix moves and looks for the clothesline again, which is met this time by Laredo's own. Yet he isn't done, as he sends the SmackDown star to the outside before diving onto him once again. And whilst this is going on, Ethan hurls Evans into the barricade alongside stomping his head before setting him into the ring and looking for a DDT. But once again, it gets blocked with a trio of punches before Evans connects with a certain RKO. He even goes into the cover, but Laredo breaks up the pin. So they start trading blows as Page crawls up the turnbuckle until Laredo Kid decides to dropkick All Egos back. And Javon decides to let bygones be bygones as he too dropkicks Page. Though the alliance was only temporary as Laredo attempts to steal the win with a roll-up, but Evans reverses the pressure, though the AAA Cruiserweight Champion powers out of it. But Phoenix is back as he double axe handles both men, although Evans quickly takes him down by the leg. Yet Laredo then takes him out to the outside, which is very quickly followed up by a second poison rana. Though 2 isn't enough, as Laredo just manages to kick out. So Phoenix looks for a double foot stomp, but Kid moves and nails a picture-perfect hurricanrana. And finally, he connects the Saito suplex. But Ethan Page gets back into the match and throws Laredo out and attempts to steal the pin. Though thankfully, Phoenix kicks out. So he looks for a kick, but Phoenix catches him, although Page grabs him and slams him back down. Yet once again, Laredo brings up the pin, as he then connects the Spanish Fly, though Javon flies from the sky to break up the pin. But he took himself out in the process, which allows Laredo to hoist him up, though Javon gets out of it and plants him down with a super kick. And this is followed up by a 5-star frog splash. Yet now it's Ethan Page who breaks up the pin, and he then sends Javon to the outside and follows him, beating down his former rival. And this leaves the two luchadores to do battle. And it's so incredibly even, it could go either way between both men. But one well-timed super kick to the back of the head paves way for Phoenix to nail a Michinoku driver. Yet Page ruins his chances of becoming an NXT champion as he nails an Ego's Edge onto Phoenix, who drags his lifeless corpse to the outside. All the while, Javon Evans nails an OG cutter out of nowhere onto the champion to make Ethan Page the now former NXT North American champion. It's a huge moment for the young OG. He's captured his first title in WWE. It's a hell of a feel-good moment. But how do we follow this? Well, after the chaotic four-way comes another six-man tag team match, as the LWO look to take the W against the team of Octagon Jr., Aerostar, and Mr. Iguana. And the match starts with Dragon Lee and Octagon Jr., and Lee starts off hot, as Octagon gets sent to the outside from a Hurricanrana, with Dragon Lee soon following him. And after a standing shooting star press, he then throws him into the ring and hits a stiff forearm alongside looking for a second standing shooting star press, but Octagon gets his knees up this time, and he then impressively connects a rotating powerbomb, with Lee desperately going to the outside, and this time Junior follows him with the dive. And after a diving knee, he throws him into the ring and looks for a Hurricanrana. Yet Dragon Lee manages to throw him off with a European uppercut. Then with a gory looking super kick, Lee throws Junior into the corner and he tags in Cruz del Toro, with the two nailing dual super kicks. Yet with his last gas, Octagon tags in Iguana, and he's all over Toro, as with a clubbing blow to his chest, he looks for a pump handle slam, though Cruz del Toro gets out of it. Yet a subsequent dropkick is also countered, as he gets dropped by a vicious clothesline. But he misses another clubbing blow, which gives Toro enough time to make the tag to Joaquin Wilde, and he gets taken down with a hip toss straight away, which gets followed with a knee. And then he tags back in Octagon Jr., with the Mister assisting the Junior in a diving shoulder tackle. Then it's his turn to hit the standing shooting star press, although the subsequent knee is nowhere to be found, as he gets dropped by a super kick. And then he hits the snapmare driver before going into the cover, yet Aerostar breaks up the pin, which allows for Octagon to push Wilde away before chopping him down. And after some gruesome arm work, he tags in Aerostar, with the two nailing a snapmare neckbreaker kick combination. And Star just lights him up with kicks, alongside a standing swanton bomb. And he then picks him up and drops him as quick as he did. But the next move is far more impressive, as he connects a standing Spanish fly before hooking the leg. Yet Wilde still has fight left in him, so Aero puts this to the test, as he looks for a DDT, but Wilde escapes this as he runs off the ropes, though he's met with a tilt-a-whirl backbreaker. Then he tags back in Octagon Jr., who he assists in nailing a punch to the gut, which is then transitioned into a ripcord knee strike, though Toro breaks up the pin, and with this, the punishment continues. Although the man who is thrown at Wilde, he still keeps on kicking. So Aerostar is brought back into the match, as he hits a knee to Wilde's gut, as with Octagon's help, they nail a simple yet effective double suplex. And after Wilde rolls to the outside, we get arguably the most horrific spot of the night. Wilde should be dead, and Aerostar isn't, as he puts Wilde into the ring and connects a humongous splash. But he's not done, although he has to be, as Wilde counters as he connects a snapmare driver before tagging in Dragon Lee. And he instantly floats over Aerostar and looks for a powerbomb, yet the AAA star gets out of it, or so you think, as Lee does connect the powerbomb. But then, Mr. Iguana trips Lee up, and this costs him everything, as Aerostar connects an inverted DDT alongside a moonsault and standing Shiranai, and the rest of the LWO don't break up the pin. As with that, the AAA crew pick up the sudden win. Dragon Lee was beaten just like that. No one can believe how decisive and sudden the victory was. And once the dust settles, that even includes their leader. Rey Mysterio is here, and he's actually in some quite mysterious and moody clothing, very unlike Rey, and we see why. Rey Mysterio has just turned on his own student. He's just turned to the dark side. And Cruz del Toro, along with Joaquin Wilde, join him, walking away from the down Dragon Lee. He's been outcasted. The LWO are now bad guys. But why? Well, before we find out, it's time for some more tag team action. As the Lola Vice teams with the now former NXT Women's Champion Stephanie Vaquer to take on Dalise and Chick Tormenta. And the match begins with Lola and Dalise. And Dalise instantly nearly knocks out Lola with a headbutt. And she demands for her to bring it, which she eventually does, as she lights up her opponent with kicks culminating in one roundhouse style. But Dalise gets straight back up and actually blocks a kick, yet as she goes for a powerbomb, Lola blocks this all the same, with her even sending her to the outside alongside taking out Tormenta. And the referee forcefully gives Dalise breathing room, which indirectly costs Lola, as she gets taken out by Dalise's own roundhouse kick. Then she goes for a German suplex, but Lola dodges this, yet she can't hit anything of her own, as she gets blasted right back down. Though with a well-timed kick, Lola gets back into the fight, and even manages to tag in Stephanie Vaquer, with them hitting a double hip toss and double kick to follow suit. Then it's Devil's Kiss time, which of course gets a huge crowd pop, and after this, she looks for a sidewalk slam, yet with one well-timed knee, Dalise gets back on top with just a simple takedown. Then she gets the tag, with her and Tormenta nailing Vaquer with a double shoulder tackle. And Chick looks to follow this with a DDT, but Vaquer fights back. Although as she grabs Tormenta, she connects a vicious forearm and punch to take down La Primera. And after plentiful knees in the corner, which look like they could kill, she slowly and methodically works over Vaquer's leg with her screaming in agony. And this torment doesn't stop, as with a clubbing blow to her back and a knee right to her nose, she tags back in Dalise, as the two work together to put Stephanie on the top rope, before joining her up there and delivering a bone-chilling double back suplex. And naturally, the cover is made, although Vaquer kicks out. So Dalise attempts to finish the job with a bridging Northern Light suplex, yet La Primera kicks out all the same. Lola Vice is desperate for the tag, though she's gonna have to wait, as Dalise knees Vaquer's head nearly through the damn ring, before she out of sheer instinct rolls to the apron, which gets her hung on the ropes for her troubles, with her dropping to the concrete floor. Though the punishment isn't relenting, as Dalise constantly whips Vaquer into the barricade before sending her back into the ring. And with an attack to the back alongside a double axe handle to the same area, she looks for a choke bomb, but Stephanie Vaquer gets out of it, and with a stiff forearm and clothesline, Lola Vice finally gets back into the match, and she's a one-woman wrecking crew. Although after a big kick to Dalise's back, Stephanie Vaquer is tagged back into the match, as she's able to nail the corkscrew moonsault. Yet she isn't done, as after tagging back in Lola, she takes out Chick to the outside of the ring and follows it up with an SVB. All the while, Lola forces Dalise up with her own foot and connects the spinning back fist. The dynamic NXT duo have won, and they are celebrating this. No heel turn in sight. And to put the icing on the cake, Stephanie Vaquer officially passes the torch of being the face of the NXT Women's Division to Lola Vice. As now, Stephanie Vaquer can become a full-blown Raw superstar. As now, it's Lola Vice's time. But right now, it's now time for the main event of the evening, as it's time for El Hijo del Vikingo to take on what many believe to be El Grande Americano, Chad Gable, for the AAA Mega Championship. And of course, he didn't come alone, as American Made all cheer their hero on, with Gable and Vikingo locking up. Although naturally, the leader of American Made is easily able to overpower him in this department, even giving him a cheap shot after the referee separates them. So they lock up again, and once again, Gable dominates in this department. He outclasses him in every way you could think of regarding technical wrestling. Although Vikingo still puts up a good fight, even out wrestling him at one point, yet Gable instantly retaliates with a few elbows, which is all he can manage, as he gets put straight back down face first. But as he mounts Gable, he turns the momentum on his side, yet as he grabs his leg, Vikingo too fights back. Though as he runs at El Grande Americano, he manages to snap off a brutal looking dragon suplex, which can only grant him a 2 count. And with the power of a god, Gable deadlifts Vikingo up and plants him not once, but twice. Then Chad goes for a nails a tiger suplex, which yet again only gets Gable a 2 count. So the natural evolution of this is to look for a knee, although Vikingo moves out of harm's way and connects a spinning kick. And after rapid fire kicks which bounces Gable's head like a bouncy castle, Vikingo nails a simple loose first press. And his next move is also quite simple, as he nails a Kamigoye before going into the cover. But Gable kicks out at 2, so he looks for another spinning kick, which this time gets blocked by Gable, who then gives Vikingo a cartwheel kick for his troubles. Then Vikingo drags himself to his feet in the corner, before being put right back down with a drop kick. And the technical wrestling then resumes, as he even manages to lock in a crossface, but Vikingo escapes it before taking him down with a dropkick to the knees. Then he looks for a DDT, though he can't connect it, as Gable escapes before running off the ropes, yet he once again gets planted into the canvas, but once again, Gable kicks out. Though the kicks continue, but not for long, as Gable takes him down. Although as he looks to grapple Vikingo, he avoids this with 3 kicks to the leg, which is followed up by a pop-up meteor, but Gable stays in the match. And Gable smartly rolls to the apron, but this gets him a sunset flip powerbomb onto the concrete floor. Yet before he can capitalize, he gets distracted by Ivy Nile, which allows for Gable to nail an arm drag before following this up with a belly-to-belly suplex. And once he sends Vikingo into the ring, he spikes his head with a Fisherman Buster, as he even hooks the cover. But that doesn't do the trick, so he looks to end the match with an ankle lock, although Vikingo is able to quickly scurry out of the hold. And with everything he has left, he lifts Gable up ahead and blasts him with a knockout forearm. But Gable is able to grab the ropes, so Vikingo decides to go high risk, which doesn't give him a reward, as Gable gets up there and meets him, though he can't connect the subsequent suplex, as he pushes him off and flawlessly transitions into a springboard Phoenix Splash. But Chad manages to kick out just in the nick of time. Vikingo can't believe it, though he stays on the offensive, as he looks for 630 senton, but no one's home. And Gable takes full advantage of this, as he nails a German suplex, but he keeps a tight grip before nailing another. And another, and another. Though after the 5th German suplex in quick succession, Vikingo reverses the momentum and attempts a pin, but Gable reverses his reversal into another pin, which gets counted into another similar pin until this cycle finally gets broken, with Gable pushing Vikingo off. Though before he can do any more damage, Julius Creed pulls his leg. It's unbelievable. Chad Gable is able to get back on top, all thanks to American Made. But whilst this is going on, Penta comes for some vengeance, even if he's in the Money in the Bank ladder match in less than 24 hours. As he takes out Julius Creed, all the while, Rey Fenix comes out of nowhere and drags Brutus out of the arena. And after Maxine Dupree takes out Ivy Nile, there's no more numbers game. The matchup is now a pure one-on-one affair, but Gable is still on top, as he manages to cinch in the ankle lock. Yet Vikingo won't give up, as he manages to fight out of it once again, before kicking him in the knee and spiking him on the head of a Hurricanrana. And to finish Gable off, Vikingo descends from the heavens with a 630 senton to pick up the huge win. What a way to end the show! Triple A's new main face proves why he is the man who runs the show. We're at Money in the Bank and we kick off the show with, of course, a ladder match as Seth Rollins, Solo Sikoa, Penta, Andrade and LA Knight all are desperate to win the briefcase, though El Grande Americano is nowhere to be seen. And eventually, Adam Pearce comes out and says, "So, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but El Grande Americano, he isn't even in the building tonight. Don't fret though, ladies and gentlemen, I found a worthy replacement. And that's official." Karrion Kross is here, and he's filling in for El Grande Americano. And whilst he's making his entrance, we hear from commentary that Chad Gable is currently at hospital after his grueling war with Vikingo earlier in the day, which of course holds no relevance to this case. So with that, the match is on. And as soon as it begins, Knight clotheslines Sikoa out of the ring and follows suit with a diving one as well. And once he picks him up, he then hurls him into the ladder. But the megastar isn't done just yet, as after dragging Solo up, he sends him into the steel steps, and to complete the trifecta, he then sends the Timu Tribal Chief into the barricade. Yet he wants to use the barricade for more damage, as Knight back suplexes Sikoa into it. Although as this was happening, Andrade managed to kick Rollins out of the ring as he attempted to dive, but the leader of the Vision managed to catch him and plant him with a powerbomb. Though El Idolo is able to push him back and connect to Hurricanrana, but it's now Seth's turn to push back, as after a knee, he then sends Andrade back first into the barricade. Then he grabs a ladder, then just yeets it into Andrade with it falling on top of him, which left Penta and Karrion Kross to trade strikes in the ring. Though the killer manages to overwhelm the man with zero fear, as after a vicious clothesline, he then just tosses him to the outside, turning around to see Seth Rollins and LA Knight in the ring with him, and he demands for them to both bring it, which they decide to do, as Knight and Rollins team up on the killer, even doing a double suplex. But the alliance was only temporary, as he starts to beat down the Visionary, and with him sending Rollins into the corner, he boots Seth to Kingdom Come. Yet before he could do anything more, Kross comes out of nowhere and nails an angle slam onto the megastar, before turning his attention to Rollins. And he even looks for a roundhouse kick, but Rollins dodges it, before connecting a pedigree. And as this is all happening, Andrade, Solo Sikoa, and Penta are brawling at ringside. But Solo is able to get on top of the Luchadors, as he even manages to connect a spinning Uranagi onto Andrade. Though Penta is back up, yet Solo looks for a spike, however he gets out of it and connects a super kick. Then he goes into the ring and starts to go at it with Seth Rollins, and they trade counters back and forth with no one seemingly having the advantage. That is, until Penta nails a kick to the gut and connects the Mexican Destroyer. Although as soon as this happens, Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed head towards the ring. They want to ensure Seth's victory, but JC Mateo jumps Bronson with the two big men brawling all the way to the back. Yet it isn't Jacob Fatu who confronts Braun Breaker, as CM Punk emerges from the crowd and starts to go at it with Braun, and with no numbers game in sight for the match, it can resume as normal. Though this distraction allows for Seth Rollins to nail a disgusting but legal nut shot. Penta has crumbled, yet he isn't done, as he grabs the ladder from the outside of the ring, puts it into the ring, and stomps Penta headfirst on top of it. He's completely done! But LA Knight isn't, as he drags Seth out of the ring, although he once again pushes back and once again nails a low blow, this time onto a megastar. Then after discarding him away, Andrade attempts to grab him, though this fails, as after being powerbombed up the barricade, Seth goes and sets up a ladder between the hardest part of the ring and the barricade. And to take out El Idolo, he unbelievably powerbombs Andrade through the ladder. He's done as well, and there's no one left to overthrow Rollins, as he sets up the ladder and climbs to his destiny. Though his future turns out to be right in front of him. Roman Reigns is back, and he's here to screw Seth Rollins out of his own vision, as after being dragged off of the ladder, the OTC nails a spear onto the Visionary before hurling him out of the ring and dragging him out of the arena. Rollins' chances at winning are gone, but Karrion Kross's isn't, as he climbs to unhook the briefcase, yet before he can, he's met by Solo Sikoa. It's a very tense situation. It's either man's game, but who will it be? Who will knock the other off? Well, after a lengthy scuffle, Solo connects a headbutt and then pushes Kross off. Though there's still one man not completely down and out, as LA Knight knocks over the ladder and quickly nails a BFT onto Solo on top of the ladder to follow suit. And with still no Jacob Fatu in sight, LA Knight descends to the heavens and retrieves his prize. LA Knight is now Mr. Money in the Bank. Finally, after all the hardship, he has the opportunity of a lifetime. Although up next, it's time for a rematch, as it's time for Becky Lynch to get one more shot at Lyra Valkyria's Women's Intercontinental title. And the match starts off in the most predictable way possible, as they instantly start to trade punches like there's no tomorrow. But eventually, Lyra overwhelms Becky, as she lights her up with a flurry of different strikes until she clotheslines Big Time Bex out of the ring. And she isn't too far behind, as she crash lands on top of Becky. Though as the champ gets her up, the challenger desperately hurls her into the announcer's table. But Lyra responds with a quick elbow, alongside smashing her headfirst into the commentary desk. Yet Becky pushes Lyra back, as she's able to nail a crucifix onto the concrete floor. And after sending her into the barricade, she just waits for her to get up, and once she does, Becky puts her back down with a diving forearm. But she isn't done on the outside just yet, as she manhandle slams Lyra back first onto the barricade. Lyra's back might be broken in half, so Becky of course tries to take full advantage of this, as after putting the champ in the ring, she locks in a submission hold targeting the back. Though Lyra is able to get out of it, and fires back with another combination of strikes, and once she's finished, she runs off the ropes, yet she gets tossed right back down. Then Becky looks for her two signature leg drops, but the second one isn't able to land, as Lyra hurricanranas out of the ring before lining her up and connecting a usual dropkick to the outside. And with a whip into the barricade, Lyra decides to Russian leg sweep Becky into the barricade in the exact same spot that was just done to her. And now that both women are back into the ring, Lyra looks for a Nightwing, though her back gives out momentarily, which allows for Becky to take her back down. And after a kick to the damaged back, she just powers the Bird Lady up and powerbombs her back down. And she goes into the cover, though that doesn't do it. So she just hurls Lyra into the corner, yet she fights back. Though not for long, as Becky just brutally clotheslines her back down. And with a snap to the neck, an insulting taunt, she nails a kick to the gut, and after some delaying, she just plants Lyra down right on her neck. But she kicks out. So she attempts to grab her, yet Lyra dodges with a trio of kicks to the leg, following suit alongside a spinning kick to the skull. Though it's now Becky's turn to kick out, and she just drags herself into the corner, which is met with an attempted crossbody, although Becky gets her knees up, but the trio of kicks once again stops Becky in her tracks. Yet Lyra can't hit a second spinning heel kick, and she gets taken down by another stiff clothesline. Then she goes high risk. She's looking for a high reward, but she gets nothing, as Lyra is able to catch her, although with 3 elbows, Big Time Bex escapes her grasp as she connects a pump handle suplex. But as she looks for a potential second suplex, Lyra is able to claw her way out of it as she looks for a German suplex, but Becky slips out of it and once again tries the suplex. But once again, Lyra gets out of it from behind and this time connects the German suplex, which gets immediately transitioned into a Fisherman Buster with it being hooked into the cover, but this doesn't finish the match. So it's now her turn to go high risk, but as she goes for a frog splash, Becky manages to catch her with a manhandle slam out of nowhere. But like their previous matches, one isn't able to do the trick, and this makes Becky snap, as after an explosive suplex in the corner and across the ring, she goes to pick her up, although Lyra is able to quickly put her on the shoulders and connects the Nightwing, but Becky doesn't give up, she just manages to kick out, so Lyra goes for one more, but Becky slips out and connects the second manhandle slam of the match. Yet just like at Backlash, the Bird Lady survives. The challenger is stunned, but she goes right back on the attack as she locks in a disarmer. Though as quick as a flash, Lyra gets out of it and strikes her in the face, yet the subsequent slap can't connect as the two go back and forth until the man clobbers the champ in the face, which stuns her long enough for her to be hit with a third manhandle slam. Though with the willpower of a Green Lantern, Lyra Valkyria kicks out at 2, so Becky looks for a fourth, although someone trips her up, which turns out to be none other than the returning Bayley. She's back, and she's back for vengeance, as this distraction allows for Lyra to roll up Becky, though she kicks out. But with Bayley in her corner, Lyra is able to stagger Becky with a slap and nail one more Nightwing to pick up the win and retain the Women's Intercontinental Championship. Lyra has defeated Becky for the third straight time, though before she can get a fourth title shot at the champ, she has to now go through the role model. Though now, 6 women have the chance to win an Ion Guaranteed World title, as Roxanne Perez, Alexa Bliss, Naomi, Rhea Ripley, Stephanie Vaquer, and Julia all are wanting to seize their opportunity. But Stephanie Vaquer launches herself at Julia before she can even get to the ring, and this sets the tone for the rest of the match, with more dangerous and dangerous spots occurring. But they're all only human, they can only tolerate so much abuse, so who will stand tall? Well, after an exhilarating contest, we see Julia and Roxanne Perez on the ladder, and Julia is completely overwhelming the Prodigy, and she even knocks her off the ladder. But when one falls, another comes to take her place, as Stephanie Vaquer climbs to her former best friend, and the two women just trade. That is until Julia does something maddening. La Primera and the Beautiful Madness are out! And as this has occurred, Alexa Bliss and Rhea Ripley are both desperate to take advantage of this, as they both try to claw their way into the ring, although eventually Rhea snaps and nails a riptide onto the concrete floor. Bliss is out of contention, but Naomi isn't, as she attempts to steal the briefcase, though Mommy pushes the ladder in the nick of time, and Naomi is flailing in the air trying to unhook the briefcase, so Rhea takes drastic measures for drastic rewards, as she spears Naomi Edge style. No one is left standing, or so you think, as Roxy quickly grabs the ladder, climbs up and becomes Prodigy in the Bank. It's a huge moment for Perez. The sky is well and truly the limit for her. But now, it's time for the main event of the evening, as it's time for the former tag team champions Cody Rhodes and World Heavyweight Champion Jey Uso to take on Logan Paul and the WWE Undisputed Champion John Cena. And the match starts off with former rivals renewing a past flame, Cody Rhodes and Logan Paul. And the two start off with a grapple, which is stopped with the American Nightmare getting on top with a punching combination culminating in a tribute to his father, Dusty Rhodes. Then he hurls the Maverick into the corner before tagging in Jey Uso, and as an insult to John Cena, they connect a double shoulder tackle. And this makes him furious, which actually distracts Jay, who taunts at Big Match John, and this allows for Logan to take full advantage by connecting a neck breaker before tagging him in. And John is ruthless, as he nails a double axe handle, alongside a punch to the skull and a kick in quick succession. Then after a kick to the back, he looks for a power slam, although Jay manages to counter with a DDT. But before he can take advantage, Logan Paul chop blocks the world champion, with Cena nailing a big elbow drop. Cody is desperate for the tag, but John continues isolating Jay, with him hitting a big power move and a deadlift gut-wrench suplex before tagging back in Logan Paul as they connect an assisted shot to the arm, which is quickly followed up by a German suplex. And after a knee to the back of the temple, Logan attempts to get Jay up, though he gets a huge burst of energy, nailing a kick onto Paul before taking Cena down on the outside and connecting him with a suicide dive. Though before he can tag back in Cody Rhodes, he gets stopped in his tracks by a big boot. And Paul just soaks in the booze as he kicks Jay in the head twice before following this up with just a splash, which doesn't get the job done. So he decides to bring Cena back into the match, with Paul assisting Cena in hitting Jay in the gut, which is followed up by a shot to the back and a clothesline to follow suit. And after an elbow to the leg, he sends Jay into a non-taggable corner before layering into him with punches until he falls, which is followed up by another knee to the temple on Jey Uso. And this busts him open, and Cena relishes in this, as he even attempts an AA, but Jay gets out of it with 3 well-timed elbows before nailing another kick, though he can't make the tag, as Logan Paul pulls Cody off the apron and sends him into the steel steps. And this allows Jay to get overwhelmed again, which leads to him being planted by a Michinoku driver, but he lives. He fights on, and this fight gives him a little bit of adrenaline, as he pushes Cena onto his back, and after disposing of Logan Paul, Cody Rhodes finally gets the tag. And he's staring galaxies through Cena before they start slugging it out. But Cody overwhelms the former leader of the C Nation, as he even manages to connect a Cody Cutter, but Logan breaks up the pin. And Cody doesn't take this news well, as after setting him to the outside, he dives onto Logan Paul with reckless abandon. Though before he can get back into the ring, he hears some familiar music. The main event ruiner has arrived. The groans and boos can be heard throughout different dimensions, though them boos soon turn to cheers, as Randy Orton comes out of nowhere and RKO's Travis Scott, but he then backs up. He's looking for the punt, yet Nick Aldis interferes, which of course gets him another RKO for his troubles. Randy Orton is back, and he has just ensured the main event is a fair fight, as the match rages on, with Cody and John continuing to slug it out in the ring, and Jay and Logan doing battle on the outside. And in the ring, after a long worn out battle, Cody manages to get on top of John. And whilst this is happening, Jay manages to overwhelm Logan Paul and send him into the barricade. But Jay wants to ensure the Maverick won't play a part in the match any longer, as after glancing at Cody Rhodes, he nails an Uso splash on the outside, taking him and Paul out. We're down to 2, and after a knee by Cena, the brawling only intensifies, though Cody gets on top all the same. But as he looks for a kick, Cena catches him, turns him around, and with all the energy he has left, he nails an AA and crawls into the cover. But Cody won't let Cena ruin wrestling that easily, as he kicks out at the last second. Cena can't believe it, so he goes for one more, although Cody counters into a crossroads. But John Cena somehow, someway finds a way to kick out. And Cody is actually surprised as Cena starts to get up, with the 2 icons exhausted. Cody demands for John to bring it, and he attempts to go low. He doesn't care about the win anymore. But it doesn't work, as Cody is able to counter before nailing one more crossroads. Yet he wants to make a statement as he locks in a figure 4 leg lock. Cena has nowhere to go. And for the first time in over 21 years, John Cena taps out. We're at Night of Champions and we kick off the show in style with the King of the Ring finals between the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes and the Apex Predator Randy Orton. This is one hell of a dream match and it starts off boiling hot as Randy immediately looks for an RKO, but Cody counters as he looks for a crossroads, yet Randy counters all the same. And after Cody gets up, there's a fierce standoff, which gets cut off when Cody nails not 1, not 2, but 5 strikes in quick succession, and after showboating a little, he nails a bionic elbow. And he then tries to get the quick win, though Orton powers out, so he looks for a punch, yet it gets countered as the Viper floors it with a huge clothesline. But Cody gets back into the match with a knee, which is followed up by a kick to the gut and throat thrust. Yet he isn't done, as after layering into Orton with a lethal striking combo, he sends him out of the ring. And once he gets up, Rhodes looks for a dive, although it gets impressively caught with Orton slamming Cody's back onto the announcer's table. And after doing so one more time, he picks him up and sends him back into the ring before connecting a belly-to-belly suplex as he goes into the cover, though Cody jolts out at 1. So Orton takes him back to the outside and back suplexes him on the barricade. Then he just waits for Cody to get back into the ring, and as he does, the American Nightmare gets caught with a draping DDT. And from here, Orton looks to end the match early, but as he looks for the RKO, Cody picks him up and just puts him back down with a shoulder block and elbow to the skull. Then the American Nightmare looks for a pedigree, although Randy is able to fight out of it and back body drop him before lining up for another RKO. Yet once again, Cody is able to pick him up, only this time he just sends the Apex Predator into the turnbuckle, busting him open. But he's just relentless as he picks Orton up and looks for a crossroads, yet Orton evades with his RKO once again being dodged as Cody finally does indeed nail the crossroads, and he sprawls into the cover, desperate to be king, although his royalty has to wait as Orton kicks out. Cody can't believe it, yet he calls up the dazed Viper as he looks for a disaster kick, which turns into a disaster for Cody Rhodes as Randy Orton nails an RKO out of nowhere before going into the cover. Can he amend last year's failure? Well, not quite yet, as Cody kicks out at the last possible second. And this makes the Viper desperate as he looks for an avalanche RKO, yet Cody gets out of it, and after another kick and throat thrust, he looks for a bulldog, although Randy just hurls him away like nothing. Then he just pounds Cody over and over, raining punches into him until he draws blood. Now they're even, blood for blood. But Randy gets dark thoughts and he listens to the voices as he backs up into the corner and looks for the punch. Yet Cody is able to move out of harm's way and desperately connect to Cody Cutter. And he gets even more desperate, which we see when he hits a brutal band move. Surely Orton is done! Well, you think incorrectly, as he kicks out. He's so desperate to become king, and this thought gets amplified when he attempts to stand, and as one last act of defiance, he looks for the RKO one more time, which is countered one more time, with Cody then rolling him up crucifix style to beat Randy Orton. It's the exact same loss for Orton 2 years in a row. He's absolutely furious. And whilst Cody celebrates on the ramp and walks away, Randy loses his mind and RKO's the referee. And Nick Aldis instantly comes out to try and defuse the Viper, though he gets another RKO for his troubles. Randy is completely snapped as he walks away from the lifeless general manager. And someone will more likely be lifeless at the end of the street fight between Raquel Rodriguez and Rhea Ripley, as things start off with a lot of brutality, with Rhea immediately sending Raquel to the outside before diving on her with reckless abandon. Then she hurls Raquel anywhere and everywhere. Steel steps, barricades, ring posts, you name it, Mommy throws her into it, and she then goes to grab a chair, although Raquel forces it off her with brute force, which is followed up by being thrown into the steel steps and being rammed back first into a barricade. Then she picks up the chair and brings it into the ring before setting it up in the corner. But as she goes back outside, Rhea grabs her and just whips her into the barricade once again. Although Raquel then trips her up, and for the last time of the match, she uses the barricade to good use. Yet Mommy pushes right back and boots her down. Then she goes to pick her up for a possible powerbomb, but Raquel counters and back body drops her on the concrete floor. And from here, she grabs the steel steps and just headshots the former Women's World Champion. And after just hurling the steel on the corpse, she redecorates the announcer's table. Although Rhea fights back, and with all the strength she can muster, she suplexes Raquel off the table to the floor. And with a follow-up elbow drop, she locks in a prism trap on the outside, even though Raquel is able to get out of it before slamming Rhea down. Then she plants Mommy's face into the announcer's table, and with a takedown, she slowly drags Rhea to her feet before sending her into the ring and following suit. And with Rhea dazed, Raquel takes full advantage of this and connects a gory slam. And she desperately goes into the cover, although Mommy kicks out at 2. So Rodriguez looks for a Tejana bomb, yet Ripley is able to escape with a few well-timed strikes and sends her opponent into a steel chair. And she of course goes into the cover, but this doesn't get the job done, although this gives Rhea an idea, as she goes to the outside and grabs a table. However, as she puts it and herself back into the ring, she gets big booted for her troubles. Then Raquel of course sets up the table, as she puts Rhea in the corner and on the top rope looking for a big suplex. Though Rhea fights back and is able to turn it around in a riptide position and plants her through the table with it. But then Roxanne Perez pulls Rhea Ripley out of the ring. It's unbelievable, she even beats the hell out of her, which includes locking in a crossface until she believes the damage is done, as she then goes to grab a kendo stick, but she took too long, as Rhea is back up and headbutts the Prodigy before connecting a riptide on the ramp. Then she runs into the ring, although she gets met by a breathtaking clothesline, which is followed up by a Tejana bomb. Has Rhea just been screwed over? Well, not quite yet, as she kicks out at 2. So Raquel gets desperate as she grabs the steel chair and swings it relentlessly into Mommy. She won't stop, as it even gets to the point where the chair actually breaks on her. So she goes back into the cover once again, although once again, Rhea Ripley lives. Raquel can't believe it, so she goes nuclear, and not only does she grab a table and sets it up, but she sets it on fire. Although as this happens, Rhea desperately unhooks the turnbuckle pad, and as Raquel runs at her, she gets crushed by her own power. And this gives Mommy an opening as she looks to use the flaming table to her advantage, although Raquel fights back, and with one more big boot, she picks her up and unbelievably powerbombs Mommy through the flames. And no one is surprised that Rhea Ripley is done. Mommy has lost and has proven yet again that she isn't always on top, as on this night, Raquel Rodriguez proves why she deserves to be one half of the Women's Tag Team Champions. And even though the next match has no gold on the line, it is the crutch of this fight, with Cross believing Sammy is hopeless regarding capturing a world title. But will he be proven right? Well, the match is on, and Sammy immediately looks for a haluva kick, although Cross evades as he attempts to apply a cross jacket, but Sammy quickly counters all the same. Then the killer demands for the underdog to bring it, which he does in abundance, as he sends Cross out of the ring and looks for his signature DDT. Although Cross is able to beautifully catch him and plant him face first onto the concrete floor. And after sending him into the ring, the killer looks to put Zayn away early, yet he kicks out. So Karrion tries to grab him, though Sammy fights back. However, as he runs off the ropes, Karrion Kross unbelievably grabs him and belly to bellies him from the ring to the floor. He's in a world of pain, and Kross attempts to get the count out win from this. But Sammy is resilient as he claws his way back to the ring at the last possible second. And this gets him a stiff forearm, clothesline and boot all in quick succession. Then he mounts the underdog and starts to beat the unholy hell out of him. And with this comes buckets of blood from Sammy's skull, which pours on the mat. But Kross demands for Zayn to get up, and somehow the bloodied star obliges. As after he does, he demands for Kross to bring it. And he does just that. But Zayn ducks and nails back-to-back clotheslines, which is followed up by his pop-up dropkick. Sami Zayn won't give up without a fight, although this fire gets snuffed out by Kross, who counters a Blue Thunder Bomb into a choke. And with this, he then connects a Doomsday Saito suplex. But one isn't enough for him, as he connects another. And with a third, Kross mercifully attempts to end the match, though Sammy, with the willpower of a Green Lantern, kicks out at one. Everyone is stunned, but this came from deep within, as he's still out cold. So Kross just goes into the corner and just taunts at him. Although eventually, he goes to grab him, which is met with a stunning kick as Sammy begins to fire up and fire on all cylinders with everything he has left. And with the killer stranded in the corner, he's met with a haluva kick to the face. Can Sammy do the impossible and defy the odds? Well, maybe not on this night, as Kross kicks out. So Sammy looks for one more, although Karrion is able to nail an overhead suplex before it could hit. But that's not all, as Kross nails another overhead suplex variation alongside a pump handle variation. Yet Sammy still won't quit. So after being taken down once more, Kross goes to the outside and grabs a steel chair. And with Scarlett distracting the referee, Kross puts the chair at Sammy's feet. He wants him to use it. He wants to be proven right. And it almost looks like Sammy is considering it, though eventually he concedes and throws the weapon away, which costs him everything, as he gets nailed by a crosshammer immediately after this. And then the killer drags the lifeless corpse into the center of the ring, and after playing with his food, he applies the cross jacket. Sami Zayn has nowhere to go, and even though he tries his best, it's not good enough, as Karrion Kross makes him pass out. It's the biggest win of his career. The killer has just completely decimated the underdog, and all the while, his wife was beside him every step of the way. It's one hell of a statement made on the biggest stage possible, as with Karrion Kross leaving, the WWE logo in the center of the ring remains empty, covered in blood. And things could have been possibly different had Sami Zayn given in. But regardless of that, everyone wants to know one thing. What the hell is next for Karrion Kross? Well, before we find out, it's time to find out a queen. But who will it be? Will it be Jade Cargill or will it be Asuka? Well, the match is on, and Asuka looks for a strike, which gets blocked, although the Empress of Tomorrow uses her superior agility to dodge Jade and light her up with kicks alongside a flurry of attacks, culminating in Jade going on her knees and getting kicked over and over again, including a shot to the head. And she continues to use her legs to good use, kicking Jade in the back and then just wrenching the arm. Although after a kick to the head and a double axe handle, the Storm pushes back and unbelievably yeets Asuka all the way out of the ring. Asuka might be broken in half, yet her fight is undeniable as she claws her way back into the ring and demands for Jade to bring it. And she does, by nearly decapitating the Empress with a clothesline before deadlifting her overhead and eventually planting her back down, military press style. But Asuka knees her back and gives her a similar clothesline. Then she locks in a triangle choke. Jade's desperately tried to escape, though she has nowhere to go, so she even tries to power out of it. Though Asuka is relentless, she keeps the hold in, yet after a second powerbomb, Jade escapes her grasp. But she's too dazed, and because of this, Asuka is able to connect a kick and running hip attack. Is Jade done? Well, not quite yet, as she kicks out. So Asuka goes back to working on the arm, which nicely transitions into her booting Jade into the canvas like it's going out of business. Then she nails a kicking combination, and after this, she hits Jade with more strikes. Even when she's bounced into the corner, the kicks and punches continue to pour down, which even includes the Empress combination, culminating in a spinning kick with her naturally going into the cover. And this gets her a 1, a 2, but not a 3 count. Jade Cargill survives, and she decides that she wants to thrive, as she counters a kick and floors Asuka with a bicycle version. And she then quickly goes for Jaded, though Asuka quickly escapes before kicking every limb of her body. And just to add insult to injury, she just taunts at a fallen foe. But this fires the Storm up as she fights back and nails a clubbing forearm, and on top of this connects not 1, not 2, but 3 Rainmaker-esque clotheslines. Though Asuka is able to kick her back down before locking in the newly christened Asuka Lock. Yet she can't get the arm fully contorted, allowing for Cargill to escape. And this stun gives her a chance to nail a devastating choke slam, which would put down any lesser being. But Asuka is not that, as she kicks out. And after choking out the Empress in the corner, she German suplexes her back into the exact same spot. And after another one nearly across the whole damn ring, she looks to grab the Empress, though she's able to push back one last time, and after taking her down with an elbow, she reapplies the new and improved Asuka Lock in the center of the ring. And she gets the arm fully contorted this time. Jade Cargill quite literally has nowhere to go, but she refuses to give up. She's desperate to head to SummerSlam, though the submission continues to become more and more violent and grotesque. And in the end, after a mighty fight worthy of godhood, Jade Cargill can't continue as she passes out. Asuka has won. She's now queen, and she now is set on a collision course against the Women's World Champion, Io Sky. But before then, it's time for Bloodline Warfare, as Solo Sikoa looks to topple Jacob Fatu for his United States Championship. Though before the match can even begin, we see Jimmy Uso and JC Mateo brawling on the ramp. The match is going to be a fair 1-on-1, so Solo attempts to jump Fatu, though he had this scouted as he starts to annihilate Solo. Though the Timu Tribal Chief fights back and even actually connects a Samoan Spike. Is the match done just like that? Well, Fatu kicks out at 1, so he nails another. And after picking him back up, he grabs Fatu by the throat again and nails a third. But once again, the champ kicks out at 1, so Solo goes berserk and nails spike after spike until he believes the damage is done and goes into the cover. Although with the resiliency of a warrior, Jacob Fatu kicks out at 2. And then Jacob unbelievably gets up. Solo is beside himself as the champ sends him out of the ring, and subsequently he dives onto him. Then he starts to redecorate the announcer's table, but Solo comes out of nowhere and nails another spike. Then he gets an idea as he puts Jacob on the announcer's table and does something all too familiar with Fatu as he dives onto him with both men crashing and burning. Both warriors are out and they can't even make it to the count of 10. The result is a double count out, yet eventually Solo emerges from the wreckage and limps away, even though Fatu isn't that far behind. But now, it's time for the main event of the evening, as it's time to run back a classic one more time. CM Punk versus John Cena. Who will stand tall? Well, we start things off with a lockup, although Cena manages to push back. But even though he has the chance to, he doesn't cheap shot the straight edge savior. And he responds to this in kind by grabbing Cena from the back, who in turn takes him down by the neck and transitions to the arm, which gets him a few elbows to the skull for his troubles. CM Punk even tells John Cena to bring it, which he of course does, as he swings and misses before being lit up by a fiery combo of strikes from Punk, ending in him attempting a GDS, though Cena slips out. Yet Punk gets back on top, even managing to send Big Match John out of the ring. And as soon as he gets up, he's met by a big suicide dive. But Cena kicks back before slamming Punk into the barricade back first, then face first. And once he sends him into the steel steps, Cena throws Punk back into the ring as he attempts to finish the match. Though as he picks him up, Punk looks for a GTS out of nowhere, yet Cena escapes with a trio of elbows to the side of the head, which is returned immediately after Cena looked for the AA. And with this, the two men just trade strikes. That is until Cena looks for a gut-wrench suplex, which Punk slips out, even though his follow-up attack is met with a dropkick. But he pushes back, even running off the ropes, which gets him a back body drop and an elbow to the temple for his troubles. Yet Big Match John's next move is nowhere to be found, as Punk reverses into a cover, though Cena reverses the pressure into one of his own, with Punk jolting out of the cover. But because Cena got up first, he's able to take Punk back down with a monkey flip, and this leads to the straight edge savior desperately going to the apron, which actually works for him, as he's able to stun John and go to the top rope. Yet he was too slow, as Cena joins him up there as he looks for a big suplex, though the best in the world fights valiantly and even pushes Cena off, and subsequently he's able to connect a huge elbow drop. Yet Cena kicks out, so Punk signals for the go to sleep, which the champ slips out of once again, although when Cena looks for the AA, the challenger uses the 3 elbows to good use once more, and finally, Punk connects the go to sleep. Is Cena's dreams of ruining wrestling over? Well, not quite yet, as he grabs the ropes. Everyone hates this, including Punk, as he then looks for his knee in the corner, which is nowhere to be found. As Cena is able to move and then connect the attitude adjustment, but the straight edge savior kicks out, so Cena doesn't let up, as he immediately locks in an STFU. Will Punk tap or give up? Well, he does neither, as he claws his way out of the hold, and once both men get to their feet, Punk instantly takes Cena back down and applies the Icon of Ice. Now it's Cena's turn to possibly tap, though just like his moniker, he never gives up, as he fights out of the submission, and then he runs and hits a shoulder tackle. Then another, and after a spinning back suplex, I think we all know what comes next, as he nails the 5-knuckle shuffle. Only one more move of doom to go, and he actually connects it, though 2 can't quite do the trick. Punk survives. Cena can't believe it. But before he can figure out his next move, we hear some familiar music. Logan Paul is here. Everyone hates this just as much as the rope break, including John Cena, who goes out to confront him. He wants to definitely prove that he is the best, the GOAT of all GOATs, though Paul pushes back, which eventually drives Big Match John to nail an AA on the Maverick. Then he goes back into the ring and is met with a standing savior who hoists him up and connects a second GTS. But somehow, someway, Cena finds a way to kick out a 2. Punk is in disbelief, though eventually he goes for one more. Yet as he has Cena on his shoulders, the referee inadvertently gets taken out. And after Cena fights out the GTS attempt, none other than Seth Rollins comes out of nowhere and hands John Cena the win on a silver platter as he nails a stomp onto Punk before exiting the ring. But Cena doesn't want this. He wants a fair fight, so he actually waits until both the referee and Punk are able to continue, which gets quite a peculiar response from Seth Rollins. Oh, you've made this so much more fun now, John. What the hell is Seth alluding to? Well, before we find out, he leaves, with the match resuming as a one-on-one contest. And once both men are ready, they start to duel. They're going at it with everything they have left in the tank, but Punk seemingly has more gas, as after overwhelming Cena, he sends him into the corner and connects the knee, before climbing to the top rope, bringing Big Match John up with him. And from here, we see the first ever WWE Pepsi Plunge. Yet even then, CM Punk isn't done, as he rolls through and connects one final GTS. As with that, CM Punk has ended John Cena's 17th WWE Championship reign. It's one hell of a moment, which gets snuffed out immediately by a Braun Breaker spear. But as Bronson Reed looks for a tsunami, John Cena comes out of nowhere and connects an AA, and he has one for Braun Breaker too. Seth Rollins' plan has failed. John Cena is no longer a tyrant, and one man is looking to end the tyranny of another. Roman Reigns is back, and he connects a breathtaking spear onto Seth Rollins. And with Cena officially acknowledging Punk as the champion, he leaves. No longer a villain, letting CM Punk have his moment in the sun. We're at Evolution 2 and we kick off the show in arguably the best way possible.
I'm on my own, against the wall.
Bianca Belair's back, and even though she isn't here to wrestle, she is here to deliver some groundbreaking news. As after soaking in the warm welcome, on behalf of WWE, she announces the return of the Mae Young Classic. As she says that the winner will be crowned at Survivor Series, with their reward being the number 30 spot in the Women's Royal Rumble, and if the winner fails to become the Royal Rumble winner, they will get a guaranteed mid-card title shot of their choice, which brings out none other than the returning Kiana James. And she's complaining that rather than the former assistant general manager making the announcement, it was an injured wrestler. But then, Bianca Belair drops another bombshell, and that is that the first round match is right now, and Kiana James is in the opener. But who the hell is her opponent? Well, it's none other than a legend coming home. Paige is back in WWE, and she's in the tournament, but can she advance? Well, the match is on, and Kiana instantly hides on the outside. She wasn't prepared for this, yet Paige was. as she grabs her, and after hurling her opponent into the steel steps, she sends her into the ring and starts pounding Kiana with punches over and over again. Then she connects a swinging leg hook slam, aka the page turner, which is quickly followed up by a rampage, and to finish Kiana James off, she locks in a PTO, with the rookie nearly immediately tapping out. Paige advances in the tournament, but can she go all the way to the finals and hell, even win the Royal Rumble? Well, before you find out, it's time for the NXT Women's Championship match. As with Fallon Henley and Jasmine Nix preparing for the Battle Royal later in the night, the Pure 101 match is on, and Jacy Jayne demands for Jordynne Grace to bring it, which she does, as she nearly launches the champ to the outside, although she hangs on for dear life as she attempts to descend from the heavens. However, the Juggernaut catches her, but the Toxic Attraction fights out of it with 3 shots to the skull before looking for a kick. Yet Grace counters and drops her with a DDT. And after smashing her head into the ground, the challenger launches the champ into the air back down to reality. And from here, she hurls Jacy into the corner and connects a breathtaking chop and a quick-fire German suplex. Though as she goes for another, Jacy reverses and attempts to steal the win early, but this doesn't work, so the champion nails 2 back-to-back super kicks alongside a clothesline before connecting back-to-back standing sentons. And after slowly working over the Juggernaut in the corner with a choke with her foot, along with some vicious stomps, she just face washes the challenger before chucking her out of the ring like trash. And she follows, though Grace fights back with her knee as she hurls Jacy into the barricade and smacks her down. She even puts her gut first onto the barricade as well, and after putting her into the ring, Grace now ascends to the heavens, though she crashes and burns, with Jacy even nailing a bicycle kick as she scurries into the cover. However, Jordynne Grace kicks out, so she takes a page out of Charlotte Flair's book and nails a natural selection. But once again, the Juggernaut survives, and her follow-up side effect is nowhere to be found, as Grace fights back, and after throwing her around like a sack of crap, she picks her up and connects none other than a muscle buster. Samoa Joe would be proud, although he wouldn't like the fact that Jacy Jayne kicks out, so she looks for a Grace driver, though Jacy Jayne counters and looks for a knockout shot, which gets countered again, and after one more counter from the NXT Women's Champion, she nails the discus elbow, the move that won her the championship, but it's not the move that will help her retain on this night. She's stunned, but Jacy stays on task as she looks for a super kick which misses, though Jordynne's own attack backfires with the super kick connecting, which gets a big boot for retaliation from the Juggernaut. And she then rolls to the outside, which gives Grace an idea, as she dives off the top rope to the concrete floor. And after smashing her onto the barricade once again, she keeps her grasp and launches Jacy Jayne to the ring post ribs first. Then she sends her into the ring and grabs and deadlifts her up with a picture-perfect bridging German suplex. Is the champ done just like that? Well, not quite yet, as she survives, though she's not thriving, which can be seen when Grace deadlifts suplex Jayne off the top rope. But she's not done, as she connects a powerbomb, and to finish off this trifecta, she picks her up, yet Jacy fights back with a trio of elbows, which is quickly followed up by a discus kick. Jacy is desperate for the win, but she can't get it quite yet, as Jordynne Grace once again kicks out, with Jayne's frustrations growing. So she looks for a middle rope senton, which gets her a vicious clothesline for her troubles. And after another, she decides her next best course of action is to sweep the legs. And with a Viper Bomb, she goes into the cover, yet just like before, and more likely just like the next time, she kicks out. So Jordynne Grace goes for the Grace Driver, though a roll-up is all she can get, yet she manages to draw out the cover, which gets her a discus forearm before being pulled back up and being nailed with another. And with that, JC Jane has retained. She's conquered the Juggernaut. She has proven herself as the Titan of the NXT Women's Division. Although up next, it's time for Jade Cargill to try and attempt to close this chapter of her WWE career against Naomi. But can she win? Well, the match is on, and Naomi immediately connects a rear view, a move she used to win in the past, but that doesn't help tonight as Jade kicks out, so she immediately transitions into a submission, yet Jade fights out of it and takes down her former best friend, and from here, Jade dominates as she hits huge power moves over and over again, though Naomi sticks in the fight even though she isn't thriving. But this all changes rather quickly at the climax of this match, as Naomi goes to grab a chair as she smacks it relentlessly into the storm. But she isn't satisfied as she then grabs a table and sets it up. Cargill is helpless to the assault as she gets put through it. She's done, and Naomi knows it as she throws her into the ring, and with not one split-legged moonsault, but with two, Naomi wins. She stands tall, and she builds momentum ahead of her eventual cash-in. But can Becky Lynch retain a Women's Intercontinental Championship against Bayley and Lyra Valkyria? Well, the match is on, and Lyra immediately connects a spinning heel kick onto Bayley. She wants Becky all to herself, and she gets it even if it's temporary, as she makes the best of her opportunity by clobbering the man with a plethora of strikes over and over again, which culminates in Lyra sending Becky out of the ring before building momentum and double foot stomping the man before going back into the ring and doing the same for Bayley. Although she goes for a third on the Big Time Bex, she manages to catch the Bird Lady and plant her onto the hardest part of the ring. But before she can take advantage, Bayley comes out of nowhere and sends her into the steel steps before whipping the former champ into a barricade. Yet as she goes back to assaulting Becky, she counters and Scorpion Death drops her on the concrete floor. And with a slam onto the hardest part of the ring, she then goes for a suplex, although the role model manages to escape and even connects a chop block, and this allows for a Bayley to belly to be dropped early in the match. And after smashing Lyra's skull into the barricade and taking her down, Bayley then sends Lyra into the ring and ascends to the heavens. However, the Burn Lady gets up quicker than expected, which leads to Lyra impressively catching her, although Bayley counters as she looks for a rose plant, which is nowhere to be found, as both women trade counters on top of counters like there's no tomorrow. That is until Becky takes down both women, and with Bayley on the outside, the man dives onto the role model. But she's not done, as she manhandle slams her opponent onto the barricade. Bayley is out of contention, at least for now, as the man goes to fight the Bird Lady, which includes her locking it into Sama. However, the Bird Lady fights out of it, although she gets put straight back down. Yet Lyra quickly attempts to roll Becky up, but this only gets her a 2 count, so she continues on, as after a brief back and forth, the Bird Lady catches the man's leg and twists it into a German suplex, and she nails another, although before she goes for a third, she notices Bayley, as the two decide to team up on Big Time Bex, with them connecting a double suplex. But as they go for another, Becky is able to smash their skulls together before taking them both down again, this time with a pair of stiff forearms. And with Lyra rolling on the outside, Becky decides to lock in a fancy armbar onto Bayley. Yet she won't tap as she fights out of the hold with punches that even hurt herself. But then Lyra comes out of nowhere and dives onto both horsewomen, wiping them both out. And Lyra looks for a nightwing onto Becky. However, she escapes it with 3 elbows, and with 2 punches, she then nails a manhandle slam. Yet Bayley breaks up the pin at the last possible moment. And this makes the man irate as she lays into the role model with strikes. But Bayley catches Becky with an exploder suplex in the corner. And with this comes an opportunity as she nails a rose plant on Becky Lynch. Yet Lyra then surprise attacks the role model with a roll-up. Though with the inadvertent assault from Bayley breaking up the pin, the slower count gives the hug a life. Yet this life gets snuffed out with a gory fisherman buster. Lyra thinks the match is done, and it would be had Becky Lynch not broken up the pin. And the aggression from Becky translates to Lyra as she pummels the man, even sending her out of the ring. Yet Bayley attempts to capitalize on this distraction, which ultimately fails as Lyra fights back, and with a Nightwing, she looks to end the match. But then Becky Lynch tries to steal the pin as she sends Lyra out of the ring and hooks Bayley's leg, though she kicks out. Becky Lynch is in disbelief, and this disbelief causes her to be distracted long enough for Lyra to not only get up, but to suplex Becky onto the concrete floor as well. However, as soon as this happens, Bayley gets up and goes to the top rope, and with every bit of energy she has left, nails an elbow drop to the outside, as she then throws Becky to the ring, and from here, she decides to debut a new finishing move, as she hoists her up and connects a butterfly lung blower. And this new move of hers works to perfection, as the role model is now the new Women's Intercontinental Champion. Becky Lynch has already been dethroned. Bayley is now the champ who runs the camp, although Lyra never got pinned, so many can assume that Lyra Valkyria will still be gunning for that championship. The championship she never lost clean. But who will win the Evolution Battle Royal? Well, after a plethora of eliminations, we reach the final 4, as we're down to 1 woman per brand. Stephanie Vaquer for Raw, Nia Jax for SmackDown, Blake Monroe for NXT, and Zayda Steele for Evolve. Who will punch their ticket to Clash in Paris? Well, it won't be Nia Jax, as after a vast amount of effort, La Primera and the Glamour, with all the power they can muster, dumps out the irresistible force. Then we get a hell of a stare down, which turns into a hell of a brawl. Neither woman has the advantage. That is until Zayda Steele comes out of nowhere and attempts to eliminate Blake Monroe, before then attempting to do the same with Stephanie Vaquer. But neither works out, which she doesn't realise until it's too late, as both women beat the holy hell out of the Evolve star, and this includes a double suplex before Blake nails a knee lift alongside a phantom driver, before allowing Vaquer to nail an eat defeat at SVP, and to put the bow on Zayda Steele's time on Evolution. Both Blake and Stephanie eliminate the rookie. We're down to 2. Who will go to Clash in Paris? Well, the former Mariah May immediately hits a hip toss knee strike before looking for another phantom driver. However, Vaquer gets out of it, and then she connects one more SVP. But she wants to put on a show as she goes to the top rope and nails a picture-perfect, beautiful corkscrew moonsault. And from here, Vaquer superkicks Monroe out of the match. La Primera has won. She's punched her ticket to France. She's going to clash in Paris. She's got a World Championship opportunity. But who the hell will the champion be by then? Well, a similar question can be asked about the Women's Tag Team Championships. Who will still hold her by the end of the night? While the match is on and it's pure chaos. There's bodies everywhere. Although in the anarchy, Bliss tries to steal the win, which of course doesn't work. So she decides to grab a kendo stick. However, Nikki takes it off her before delivering a kick and a roundhouse one, although Sol Ruka then German suplexes her in response. And up on the ramp, we see Roxanne Perez and Brie Bella do battle, as they trade reversals and strikes continuously until Brie decides to send Roxanne into the barricade. Though the Prodigy fights back, as with a shot to the gut, it's now Perez's turn to send Brie into the barricade. But as she goes for a kick, Brie mode activates, as the leader of the Brie movement crucifixes the rookie. However, she fights back, as the two end up trading countered elbow strikes, before Roxy then just DDTs Brie onto the concrete floor. And whilst anarchy rages on around them, Roxanne Perez continues to pummel the legend with punches and an eventual slap. But she still isn't done, as Roxy unbelievably powerbombs her onto the concrete floor as well. And after a back handspring senton, Brie Bella is taken out of the match with a pop rocks. And after all this, we see Raquel Rodriguez hurl Alexa Bliss into the fans, with her following suit, as she drags her further into the crowd until Bliss fights out of her grasp. But Raquel then just sends her opposition into a storage box. Although Bliss flips out of Rodriguez's next move, yet a clothesline is all she can get from this, though she slips out of a move again and dives off a storage box. So she then grabs a baseball bat, yet Raquel regains control as she smashes it into Bliss over and over again until eventually the champ concedes and drops the weapon, only for her to nail a gory slam onto a standing steel chair. Alexa Bliss is out, and after a Tejada bomb, she well and truly is, as she's wiped out of the match just like Brie. And so is Charlotte Flair, as Zarya F5s the Queen onto the concrete floor. She's done as well, and then we see Raquel Rodriguez drag Nikki Bella to the outside as she powerbombs Nikki onto the barricade. All the while, Roxanne Perez locks in a crossface on Sol Ruka. She has nowhere to go, but Zarya is able to break up the pin, although she can't do much more, as Raquel Rodriguez grabs her, with the two beasts subsequently brawling. And this gives Perez an opening as she goes to the outside, looks under the ring, and grabs a steel chair. However, as she goes into the ring, Zarya moves. Raquel's been hit, and with both women now in the same exact corner, Zarya does something iconic as she lifts the Judgment Day up all by her lonesome, and with the strength of a god, she F5s both women. And with Sol getting back into the ring as Zarya holds Roxy in place, the Soul Snatcher is able to connect, which well and truly snatches the soul of the Prodigy. Zaruka have won, and it's all because of Roxy's own mistake. But regardless of that, Zarya has won her first championship in WWE. Sol Ruka is now a triple champion, and Zaruka are on top of the world. But who will be on top of the world at the end of the WWE Women's Championship match between Trish Stratus and Tiffany Stratton? While the match is on, and both competitors stare holes through one another, although eventually they go towards the center of the ring, refusing to let the other out of their gaze. That is until Trish nails a chick kick out of nowhere, and she quickly follows this up with some satisfaction as she scurries into the cover. Is the match over just like that? Well, not quite yet, as Tiffy kicks out. So Trishy looks for another satisfaction, although the champ manages to send the challenger out of the ring. And once she gets up, she's met by a full head of Tiffy steam. And after sending Stratus into the barricade, Stratton nails a big diving forearm, but Trish fights back with a well-timed knee before sending Tiffany into the barricade along with the steel steps. And with a double axe handle, she sends the champion into the ring as she naturally joins her. And from here, she nails a DDT and arrogantly goes into the cover. She thinks that'll do it, yet she's proven wrong. So she stays on top of Tiffy with a trio of stomps to the gut and chest. And with a Northern Light suplex, she once again tries to put the champ away. Yet once again, Tiffany Stratton survives. So Trish Stratus continues to methodically work over the champion, as she even nails a kick to the stomach and back. Then she throws Tiffy into the corner and just strikes her down, before choking the life out of Stratton with her own goddamn boot. But as she looks for a gut-wrench suplex, Tiffy counters before nailing a dropkick to the back. And then she goes high, although the come down is quite rough, as Trishy moves and connects a big bicycle kick, knocking her out cold. Or so you think, as she once again kicks out at 2. So she then decides to go high risk as well, but Tiffany kicks up and meets her up there, as she even connects a huge avalanche suplex. Though by the time she can get into the cover, Trish recovers enough to kick out. So she looks for a powerbomb. However, the challenger escapes out of it with 3 punches, although she can't follow up on this, as she gets power slammed for another near fall. And then she does indeed connect the powerbomb, and with a big stomp to the gut, she rebounds off the ropes and connects another drop kick. Then Trish desperately crawls into the corner, though as she does, Tiffy nails a Sting-esque splash onto the legend. Yet Trish fights back with continuous elbows alongside a brutal chop. And it's now Tiffany's turn to crawl into the corner, as Trish hits a running forearm before going to the middle rope to connect the double axe handle. Then she goes for a stratosphere, although Tiffany is able to counter it, and subsequently she connects a splash. Yet Trish escapes Tiffany's next potential move, although the chick kick is countered all the same, with the champ nailing a float over Alabama Slam. And she of course goes into the cover, though Trishy kicks out. So the champ then nails a middle rope drop kick before looking for the prettiest moonsault ever. However, Trish is able to catch her mid-air with her planting the champ down, and subsequently she looks for a suplex, even though Tiffany slips out and neck breakers the legend. And she's not done, as she looks for a standing moonsault, yet no one's home, which is the same with Trish's chick kick, as Tiffany Stratton clobbers Trish Stratus with 3 stiff elbows back to back to back before planting her down as she looks for another PME, yet no one's home again, as Trish attempts to roll up Tiffy and steal the championship, but this doesn't work, so she puts Tiffany into the corner, hoisting her up to the top rope as she finally connects the stratosphere. Yet she wants one more move, as she looks for one more chick kick, although Tiffy ducks, and once she takes down the challenger, she connects a picture-perfect springboard swanton bomb. But it's now Tiffany who wants one more move, as after the prettiest moonsault ever finally hitting, Tiffy time reigns supreme. She has defeated Trish Stratus, and now she has Jade Cargill to look forward to, who comes out with a downed Naomi before throwing her aside and taunting at her future opponent. Although now, it's time for the main event of the evening! Can Rhea Ripley become Women's World Champion? Or will Io Sky retain? While the match is on, and the 2 stars lock up, although Barbie overpowers the Genius of the Sky, pushing her against the ropes, yet she releases the pressure before the referee's 5 count. So they lock up again, with Io grabbing Rhea's arm to work over it, hitting it in that area before Mami can reverse this to her own benefit, although Io is able to slam her shoulders into the mat as she then connects double knees to the gut and tries to get the early win, which of course doesn't work. As Rhea kicks back, though a subsequent headbutt is nowhere to be found as Io Hurricanranas are down, and after a kick to the back, she nails one drop style to the head, and Rhea very wisely rolls to the outside, although this puts her in the firing lines for a big suicide dive courtesy of the Genius of the Sky. But she's not done, as once the challenger gets up, she nails a breathtaking moonsault on the outside. And after quickly breaking up the count, she goes for a second. Only this time, Rhea Ripley is able to catch her and drive her into a barricade. Yet once isn't enough for her, as she does it again, and to switch it up, she hurls Io into the ring post ribs first. And after putting her into the ring, she looks for an electric chair, but Io counters into another Hurricanrana. Although she Irish whips Mami, she gets caught with a blood-curling super kick. And with a huge choke bomb, she sends Io into the corner and big boots her back down. And after a knee, she does another choke bomb, this time throwing her into the turnbuckle. But the subsequent German suplex gets countered into a surprise roll-up, which can only get her a 2 count. Though she then runs off the ropes, which just like in the previous match, results in some brutality. However, Io Sky kicks back before rolling through and nailing a double foot stomp. Then she taunts to the crowd, which allows Rhea to blast Io with a headbutt out of thin air, and Mami decides to go to the top, yet just like the previous match again, her opposition kicks up, meets her up there, and plants her back down onto the mat. Only this time, this gets countered as Rhea powerbombs Io from the top, and after dragging her up, she kicks her in the gut and actually nails the riptide, the move that's put so many other women down. Yet Io is not like the others, as she kicks out. So Rhea goes for another, but Io uppercuts her way out of the situation. Although her double foot stomp is nowhere to be found, as she gets big booted back down. And it's now Io's turn to go to the outside and of course, get dived on. But as Rhea looks for a second, Io Sky unbelievably manages to catch her and plant her onto the apron. And from here, she redecorates the announcer's table. But this turns into a mistake, as Rhea picks her up and connects an electric chair facebuster onto the desk. And after breaking up the count again, she looks to put Io through the table. Yet she counters, and with a kick to the gut, she DDTs Mami onto it, and Io follows this through with a big dive off of it. Although as she looks for another, Rhea catches and powerbombs Io onto the announcer's table. And once she sends her into the ring, she locks in a submission. She wants to make Io Sky tap, though she refuses to oblige, as with all of her might, she gets out of the hold, only to be tossed into the sky again for her troubles after a striking combination. Then Rhea just powers her around with big power moves left, right and centre, yet Io continues to fight no matter what gets thrown at her, as she even counters another headbutt as she delivers a bloodying kick. And after ensuring she stays in the corner, Io does a big run back and forth to nail the double knees onto a now lifeless Mami. This is her chance, and she takes it as she goes to the top rope and nails the moonsault. This is how she won the Women's World Championship, but it's not how she retains it, as Rhea kicks out before actually crawling to her feet, and Io actually loves this as she demands the fight. And Rhea attempts to deliver, although her kick gets caught with Io spinning her around and hammering into her with everything she can think of. But nothing can seemingly keep her down, so after a stiff forearm can't do the job, Io just asks Rhea for some back, which now gets delivered in abundance, as Io gets lit up with a bunch of different strikes culminating in another big boot. And from here, she digs deep into a bag of tricks by connecting a frog splash, one Dominic Mysterio would be ashamed of, as Io Sky kicks out. Rhea is in disbelief, so she goes big, the biggest she can, as she looks for the Avalanche Riptide. Yet just like when Io was crowned, it gets turned into a beautiful Hurricanrana. And this gets followed through the exact same as well, with the second moonsault landing. Yet once again, Mommy lives. Io doesn't know what to do, so she just goes for one more. But no one's home, as this allows Rhea to connect a second Riptide. But just like before, Io Sky kicks out. So Rhea gets an idea as she looks over at the table, as after throwing Io out of the ring, she splashes her before looking to put her through the announcer's table. Yet Io fights back and delivers a knockout kick. And it's then Io who gets a sinister idea as she puts Rhea onto the table, going into the ring, climbing to the top rope and moonsaulting Rhea through the bloody table. And after eventually putting her into the ring, she follows this up with a jaw-dropping Avalanche Spanish Fly. But somehow, someway, Rhea Bloody Ripley finds a way to kick out at 2. And as one last stand, after she gets up, it's now her who demands for Io to bring it. And the champion does just that, as she nails a double foot stomp to the chest before ascending to the heavens one final time as she nails a moon stomp as she goes into the cover, and finally, this war ends. Io Sky stays undefeated against Rhea Ripley, and the show ends with Io Sky ultimately standing tall. We're at the Great American Bash and we kick off the show in style with some tag team wrestling, as Blake Monroe teams with Jordynne Grace in an attempt to take down Fatal Influence before Jacy Jayne's NXT Women's title match against the Juggernaut 24 hours later. But we have to focus on the now, as Jacy instantly tags out of Fallon. She wants none of the glamour, though Headley wants all of Monroe, as she demands for her to bring it, which she does with a slap to the face. The brawl is on, and both women trade shots like there's no tomorrow. But with a drop kick, Fallon quickly scurries to the outside. And whilst Jacy Jayne distracts the glamour, Fallon recuperates, and this gives her enough time to slide into the ring and nail her with her sling blade onto her opponent. Jordynne is furious, but there's nothing she can do to stop Fatal Influence from taking control of the match, as the champ attempts to work over Blake's leg, which ultimately fails, as Blake pushes back and nails a big boot before tagging in the Juggernaut with the two nailing stereo drop kicks onto the champ. And after some further headbanging, she puts Jade into the corner, and with a clothesline, Jordynne runs at the down champ, which goes horribly wrong, as Jacy's able to escape the blow and connect a bicycle kick of her own. And of course, she tags out to Fallon Henley immediately after this, with her even nailing a pump handle suplex, and subsequently she sprawls into the cover. However, before the referee can even get to a 2 count, Blake Monroe breaks up the pin. And this makes Fallon furious, which gets her a slap for her troubles, alongside a big lariat from the Juggernaut. But Henley slips out of Grace's next attack and takes out her leg, which she then focuses in on. She's relentless on the assault, although she takes a break from this to tag in Jacy Jayne, as they both are able to connect a double back body drop onto the Juggernaut. Blake Monroe is desperate for the tag, although she can't get it quite yet, as the onslaught on Grace's leg continues. And after all this, Jacy even locks in a half Boston Crab. Grace has nowhere to go. Will she tap? Well, not yet, as she fights out of it, even though she gets dropped by a neck breaker straight after this. Then Jacy looks to finish the match off with a discus forearm, although Grace fights back with pure fury, as she even connects a big lariat. But she can't make the tag, as Fallon pulls the glamour off the apron and chucks her into the steel steps. And whilst this is happening, Jacy is able to connect a beautiful springboard neck breaker before going to the top rope and gracefully landing a senton, subsequently going into the cover, even though Jordynne jolts out of the pinning attempt. So the punishment only continues as the champ nails a big Uranagi and standing senton in quick succession before tagging back in Fallon Henley, with the two this time connecting a double hip toss followed up by double kicks. And then Fallon hits the damaged knee, following this up with a DDT. But Grace once again tries to fight back, though once again this fails. That is until she counters a powerbomb attempt, which leads to Blake Monroe getting back into the match. And she gets to fight the NXT Women's Champion, and she's completely overwhelming her with endless strikes, even including a roundhouse kick before taunting away. And after taking out Fallon Henley with a beautiful sunset flip powerbomb to the outside, she then dodges a discus big boot and nails a boot of her own on top of a hip toss knee strike. And with Jordan Grace nailing a pump handle half Nelson driver onto the outside, Blake Monroe decides to put an end to this scene as the former Mariah May nails a phantom driver to pick up the win for her team. It's an unbelievable sight. Blake Monroe has just pinned the NXT Women's Champion, but will she still be champion by the end of the weekend, as her next challenge could be staring at her right in the face? But up next, can Izzy Dame dethrone Sol Ruka for the NXT Women's North American Championship? Well, before the match can actually begin, Zarya decides to remove Tatum Paxley from the match as she picks her up and takes it to the back. And this makes Izzy furious, which Sol takes full advantage of, as she almost manages to roll up the challenger for the free. But Izzy kicks out, and back body drops her in response alongside double axe handling a skull. And after face planting the champ into the canvas, she looks for a splash, yet Sol moves out of harm's way and connects a big face buster, busting Izzy open. And with a super kick and German suplex combination, the champion attempts to score the early win. But this doesn't work, as after kicking out, Izzy dodges a springboard moonsault and clotheslines her down. And she then face washes Sol into the canvas and elbows her down. Though her big boot is nowhere to be found, as Sol looks for a springboard crossbody, which Izzy evades, as she then connects a chokeslam. And she of course tries to get the early win just like that as well, but Sol kicks out all the same. So Izzy then nails a splash, yet Sol kicks out again. So Izzy goes to pin Sol for a third time after a big Michinoku driver. However, once again, this doesn't work. And Sol subsequently kicks back, forearming Izzy down before finally connecting that moonsault, though the challenger survives. So she looks for a shoulder barge in the corner, which gets countered, though Sol is able to counter all the same, as with her forearm bringing Izzy down, she drop kicks her as well. And with a knee to the back, she goes for a humongous moonsault, which gets avoided again, as this allows for Izzy to connect a swinging side effect with her going into the cover. But just like before, Sol Ruka kicks out, and a subsequent sky high is countered, with Sol able to pick Izzy up and nail her with a fireman's carry powerbomb. She thinks it's over, and she thought wrong. So she goes for a Sol Snatcher, which gets beautifully countered into the sky high. Is she done? Do we have a new champ? Well, not quite yet, as Sol survives. And she actually thrives as she nails 3 forearms back to back to back before sending her out of the ring, and once she gets up, Izzy gets nailed with a big diving crossbody to the outside. And after a big moonsault as well, she throws her into the ring and calls her up before hitting a springboard 450 lariat. It's a hell of a move, but it's not good enough to get the win. So Sol does some more flippy shit, wowing the crowd until finally she connects a big drop kick. And after a big moonsault once again, Sol finally connects the Sol Snatcher, snatching the soul of Izzy Dame and crushing her chances at championship glory. She holds aloft both of her titles before being blasted by a kendo stick courtesy of Tatum Paxley. She's back, and she's back for vengeance for her fallen friend, as after shattering the weapon on Sol Ruka, she connects a Psycho Trap. the statement has been made, and perhaps she too wants to dethrone Saul. But where the hell was Zarya during this? Well, before we find out, it's time to find out who's going to leave NXT. Will it be Ricky Saints, or will it be Ethan Page? Well, the loser leaves NXT matches on, and both men instantaneously slug it out of one another. But Ricky gets on top, as he even sends Ethan to the outside. And once he gets up, he gets hit by a suicide dive. And after a Russian leg sweep into the barricade, All Ego is sent into the ring and thrown into the corner and subsequently chopped back down. And after not one, not two, but 3 elbow drops, the former Starks connects a neckbreaker variation before going into the cover. Yet this can't do the trick, as Ethan kicks out, and he subsequently kicks back, as All Ego takes the Revolutionary down by the arm and roundhouse kicks his skull. And with a boot wash, Ethan picks him up and looks for a big move. Yet Ricky evades this and attempts to steal the win with a roll-up, but this doesn't work. Then it's actually All Ego who goes for a cheap roll-up win, though this doesn't work as well, which then leads to a big boot. And from here, Ethan Page looks for a suplex, although Ricky Saints gets out of it, and even connects a chop block, which is quickly followed up by a tilt-a-whirl neckbreaker. Then Ethan drags himself up into the corner, which gains him a forearm for his troubles, alongside a knee drop from the middle rope. And after a classic nod to The Undertaker, Ricky ascends to the middle rope once more, and once Ethan Page gets up, he's met by a middle rope spear. Is All Ego banished from NXT just like that? Well, not yet, as he kicks out. And with another nod to Stephanie Vaquer, he goes for his finishing move. Yet Ethan catches his foot and nearly decapitates him with a clothesline. And to attempt to finish the Revolutionary off, the champion connects a picture-perfect snatch power slam. But a perfect move isn't enough, as Ricky kicks out at 2. And from here, Ethan Page snaps, as he nails an Ego's edge into the turnbuckle, which is followed up with 1 in the center of the ring. Surely that's it for Ricky Saints? Well, you think wrong, as he survives. So he goes for 1 more, which gets turned into a surprise roll-up from Ricky Saints, but he kicks out at 2, though as he gets up, he gets met by a second spear. Is this it? Well, no, it's not. Ethan Page kicks out, and once he eventually drags himself to his feet, Ethan Page demands for Ricky Saints to bring it, which he does in abundance, as the Revolutionary is able to nail a cliffhanger DDT onto All Ego. But one isn't enough for him, as he nails a second before going into the cover to pick up the win. Ricky Saints regains the NXT North American Championship. He has now missed a 2-time, and Ethan Page has lost everything, including his spot in NXT, as now he is banished from the kingdom that made him into the man he is today. But that doesn't matter to Ricky Saints, as now he can rule the North American title division with an iron fist, with arguably his biggest rival in WWE ousted from the brand, aside from perhaps CM Punk. Although before the main event, it's time for a contract signing, as Mike Santana awaits his fellow opposition for Slammiversary to come on out. Yet Trick Williams must have jumped Joe Hendry, as he brings out the lifeless carcass before throwing him aside and making his way towards the ring. This was never about a contract signing, it was about making a statement, as Trick and Mike start going back and forth like there's no tomorrow, until eventually Trick nails a despicable nut shot before connecting a trick shot. But there's a table right there, so Trick decides to use it, as he puts Mike Santana through it. The champ stands tall, but will this be the case for the main event? As now, it's time for the main event of the evening, as it's time for a big meaty contest. But will Yoshiki Inamura walk out of the Great American Bash as the man who dethroned the undethronable? While the match is on, and Obafemi immediately connects a fall from grace. Is the match done just like that? Well, not yet, as Inamura survives. So Oba looks for 1 more, yet Inamura fights back, with a trio of punches before nailing another, although Oba fights back, which Inamura doesn't take too kindly to. It's an incredibly even opening exchange, and after a trio of kicks, they then lock up. Neither man will yield, though Obafemi overpowers Inamura, with him even mocking the Noah Star, which gets him a flurry of strikes, taking the big man down. And from here, Inamura deadlifts the ruler up for not one gut-wrench suplex, but a second one as well. But two isn't enough for the challenger, as he nails another, and with a fourth, Inamura finally goes into the cover, even though the Conqueror jolts out of the pin. So Inamura stays on target by hitting a huge German suplex, only granting him a 1 count, with Oba getting up as both warriors demand for the other to bring it, which leads to Oba nailing not one, but 2 clotheslines before deadlifting the big man up and connecting a huge power slam. Yet Inamura kicks out, so the ruler deadlifts him once again, and once again he plants him down with a big power move. Although this just can't get the job done, and Inamura fights back, even nailing a shoulder block after some counters before punching the side of the champion's skull. But he isn't done, as he looks for a belly to belly, which gets countered, though Oba's own belly to belly gets countered all the same. And then Obafemi gets quite literally pounced, nearly out of the entire damn ring, and he of course goes into the cover. However, the champ is able to grab the ropes. Inamura thought the match was done, so he stays on the offensive and decides to keep on impressing as he nails a stalling suplex onto the champion. Hardly no one has ever manhandled Obafemi like this, and this port gets amplified when Inamura goes for and connects an elevated sidewalk slam, with him naturally going into the cover off this finishing blow. Yet Oba still survives, so Inamura goes for another possible finishing blow, although Oba counters and drops him down before layering it at him with elbows on top of elbows. And a release back suplex was the only way this could be organically followed. However, his fall from grace gets countered with a handful of punches before being dealt a handful of clotheslines, sending the big man into the corner where Inamura follows him too, connecting a flurry of strikes alongside attempting a powerbomb, which is nowhere to be found. And from here, Oba hurls Inamura into the corner and on the top rope before grabbing him by the throat and chokeslamming him to the depths of hell. Is that it? Well, Oba thinks so, which amplifies his disbelief when Inamura kicks out. And he can't believe when the Noah wrestler fights out of a fall from grace, with him decimating Obafemi with everything he has left. Though as he runs off the ropes, Inamura gets flung in the air and is subsequently caught and dropped with a thunderous second chokeslam. Yet the second just can't do the job. So Oba looks for a snake eyes, though Inamura slips out, and after a chop block, he connects a beautifully impressive sit-out crucifix powerbomb. Is Obafemi's reign over? Well, not quite yet, as he kicks out. So Inamura looks for one more big move, as he goes for the splash, although Oba moves out of harm's way at the last second, and with not one, but 2 more fall from graces, we see a similar sight to many NXT PLEs, as Obafemi has won. He has conquered once again, though there's one former NXT superstar who wants to conquer the kingdom he never got the full chance to. Kenta is back in WWE, and he's got his eyes fixated on the championship he never won. But can he achieve this feat? Well, we're just going to have to wait and see. We're at SummerSlam and we kick off night 1 with a queen.
A storm is coming.
Jade Cargill is here, and she's looking to win her first singles title in WWE. But can she overthrow Tiffany Stratton? Well, the match is on, and Jade immediately pounces Tiffy, who manages to cling onto the ropes for dear life, as she's able to ascend to the heavens, although a subsequent crossbody attempt is countered, as she gets planted down with a big scoop slam. and after a kick to the back, Cargill is impressively able to deadlift Stratton over her head, and eventually she just hurls her to the outside. The champ's back may be broken in half, though the Storm doesn't care as it continues to come, with her looking for a powerbomb, which gets blocked by a trio of punches, allowing for Tiffany to dive onto the Queen of the Ring winner with a blockbuster. But Jade refuses to stay down, so Tiffy gets a magnificent idea, building a full head of steam as she dives onto Jade. Only issue being is that the challenger manages to grab her and scoop slam her into the hardest part of the ring. And after powerbombing her into the barricade, Cargill throws Stratton back into the ring, and with a total of the crowd, she eventually follows. But this gives Tiffy enough time to recover as she looks for a float over Alabama Slam, which gets countered into another powerbomb. This time, last ride style, as Jade goes into the cover, thinking the match is done. But it's not just yet, as Tiffany kicks out. So for face wash into the canvas, Jade looks to inflict more damage as she connects a German suplex. And with not one but two more, she screams a famous phrase called Suplex City with a certain word on the end, as she goes for another suplex variant, which gets backflipped out of, although Tiffany's following strike is nowhere to be found, as she nearly gets speared out of her damn boots. Yet she still has them on, which is in part what allows for her to kick out a 2. So Jade stays on the offensive, as after an inverted scoop slam, she goes back to the suplexes, nailing 2 back-to-back Germans before she looks for a third. Although Tiffy blocks this time, and subsequently, she's able to connect the float over Alabama Slam with all the strength she has left in the tank. Even though this can only salvage her a 1 count. So she looks for the prettiest moonsault ever, although Cargill is too quick to get up as she meets her up there and connects a humongous elevated sidewalk slam. Then Jade looks to blast Tiffy with a huge pump kick, although she avoids it, then attempts to roll her up, which doesn't work. But as both women get up, Tiffany runs at Jade, which gets her a big pop-up side slam for her troubles. But this still doesn't keep Stratton down. So Jade goes berserk, nailing a trio of devastating powerbombs back to back to back. Then she looks for the finishing blow, which Tiffany counters before drop-kicking Jade down and quickly following this up with the prettiest moonsault ever. Only Nia Jax has ever kicked out with this move, and you can now add Jade Cargill to that list. Tiffy is stunned, so she goes for one more, although Cargill moves out of harm's way and snatches her up and plants her right back down with Jaded. As with that, we start SummerSlam weekend with a huge title change. Jade Cargill is now on top of the SmackDown Women's Mountain. She is now the WWE Women's Champion. It's a huge way to kick off the show, but how do we follow the opener? Well, it's finally time for AJ Styles to get his hands on Dominic Mysterio. But of course, Finn Balor and JD McDonough accompany him to the ring. But Dom actually tells them to go to the back. He wants to do this on his own, and his Judgment Day brethren allow for him to do so, walking away from the Intercontinental Championship match. But as Dom watches on, AJ Styles looks to immediately roll up the champion and steal the win early. Yet Dom kicks out, and once both men get up, it's now the champ's turn to try a roll-up win, which similarly doesn't work, as Styles kicks back and sends Dominic to the outside. Then he looks for something big, even though the Weasel gets out of dodge. But as he celebrates this, AJ Styles gives chase and enziguris him in the head. And with a front suplex into the barricade, alongside being swung into it, Styles puts him into the ring and looks for a phenomenal forearm. Although as Dom gets up, he realises the situation he's in and bails to the outside once again. But once again, Styles gives chase, and Dom doesn't realise until it's too late, as he's nailed with a phenomenal forearm to the outside. And after whipping him into the ring post and steel steps, he sends the bloodied Mysterio into the ring and follows, as the coward then begs off the phenomenal one. Though a subsequent cheap shot fails, as he gets a phenomenal blitz for his troubles, culminating in a lethal lariat. and with a vicious knee drop, Styles goes for another. Yet Dom moves out of harm's way and is quickly able to drop kick the TNA legend down, and he then just chokes Styles, and after letting go, he goes to grab him, which allows Styles to lead a bloody face, and once both men are up, he follows this up with a PLE kick. But it's now Dom who pushes back, as he then runs off the ropes and gets dropped by a German suplex, which seemingly only angers him as he connects a big neck breaker before going to the top rope. But AJ kicks up and meets him up there just like Jay did with Tiffany. And unlike that moment, this leads to only one warrior crashing and burning, as after a further knee drop onto Styles' knee, Dom laser focuses in on that area, though Styles yet again kicks back before forearming him down. But then Dom kicks back as he then stomps Styles' chest to Kingdom Come, and once he's done, he tries to pin Styles with his feet on the ropes, which the referee notices, leading to them getting into an argument, although Styles inadvertently clocks the referee. And this split-second opening allows for the champ to low blow the challenger. And as the referee crawls to his feet, Dominic flies like a bird with a frog splash. But the referee has a slow count, allowing for AJ Styles to kick out. Dom is beside himself with rage, so he calls Finn Balor and JD McDonough to come on out. Yet this falls on deaf ears, so Dom goes back into the ring and looks for a 619, which gets beautifully countered into a Styles clash. Is this it? Well, no, it's not. Everyone is in disbelief as Dom starts to rise, and with the two bloodied men face to face, Dom gets quickly dropped by one more Pele kick, as with a subsequent phenomenal forearm, we see a new Intercontinental Champion. AJ Styles has done it, he's gotten all that he wanted, and Dom is left with no title and no Judgment Day in sight. But what's next? Well, up next, it's time for Jelly Roll's WWE in-ring debut. And with some Apex backup, he and Randy Orton look to conquer Logan Paul and Drew McIntyre. But before the match can even officially begin, Drew McIntyre headbutts Logan Paul out of nowhere. It was all a ruse. He never actually befriended the Maverick, and he still hates Randy Orton as the Viper eats a Claymore kick. Then Jelly Roll tries to step up, though he gets smacked and Claymore down as well. The Scottish Warrior has torn this match apart, and the guest host of SummerSlam has a backup plan that tomorrow night the tag match will still take place with Logan Paul getting a new partner. And in the words of Adam Pearce, that's official. Cardi B lays down the law, but what about Drew McIntyre? Well, before we find out his motives, it's time for a full-fledged tag team match for the Women's Tag Team Championships. Can Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair become the champs, or will the Judgment Day retain? Well, the match is on, and Charlotte Flair immediately runs into a power slam courtesy of Raquel Rodriguez. Then she quickly tags in Roxanne Perez, with Raquel assisting Roxy with a huge shoulder tackle onto the Queen. But Charlotte knees back before nailing a spinning back elbow and subsequently tagging in Alexa Bliss, who just stomps the Prodigy with assistance from the ropes. And with a backbreaker and a face plant into the canvas, Alexa Bliss manages to nail a picture-perfect insult to injury before quickly tagging in Charlotte Flair, as she's then the one to connect double knees, and then tags back out to her partner. And Bliss goes into the cover, thinking that may be it, though this doesn't work. So Bliss does more double knees, this time onto the arm, which seemingly doesn't affect Perez, who fights back with the exact same arm before connecting a flippy facebuster onto Bliss as she tries to pick up the win. But the keyword is try, as she kicks out. So Roxy tags in Raquel, with Rodriguez nailing a barrage of strikes onto Bliss, culminating in a big lariat. And now, the biggest woman in the match works over the smallest woman in the match, including several elbows in the corner. Everyone is desperate for Bliss to make the tag, though she can't quite yet, as Raquel continues to work Alexa over. But as she looks for a follow-away slam, Bliss manages to turn it into a DDT. The Roxanne Perez yoinks Charlotte Flair off the apron and pounds her with punches over and over again. All the while, Raquel gets back on top with a big power move. Then, she manages to hit the follow-away slam. And from here, she tags in the Prodigy with the two connecting a double back body drop. And from here, Roxy just punches Bliss like she did to Flair, ending with a slap to the face. And after a kick to the back, she starts to work on Bliss's leg. And once she's eventually done, she roundhouse kicks her skull. Though this doesn't do the trick, so she nails a DDT. But Bliss kicks out all the same. So after working over in the corner, she tags back in the muscle of the group. As if a shot to the gut, Raquel runs and delivers a brutal clothesline to the back. And with another to the front, she goes for a powerbomb. But Bliss fights back with a trio of punches, though her following shot gets blocked as she gets drop kicked back down. And finally, Charlotte is in the match, and she takes out the Judgment Day with merely one quick swoop of attacks. She even spears Roxanne Perez on the outside, though as she gets back into the ring, Raquel looks for a sidewalk slam. Yet Charlotte is able to knee Rodriguez and takes her down with a tackle. And then Flair looks to lock in the figure eight, although before she can fully get it in, Roxanne Perez breaks up the submission. However, this gets the attention of Alexa Bliss, who DDTs Roxanne on the concrete floor. But as this is happening, Raquel is able to nail her to Hana Bomb, though Charlotte sticks in the fight, so she goes for one more, yet Charlotte is able to counter with a black body drop, although this only leads to a kick to her face and a big boot to her nose. But this doesn't do the job, so Raquel has to rely on the loopy Roxanne, who just barely got up, and this decision costs her everything. As after both women get taken out by Charlotte Flair, the Queen nails a natural selection onto Roxy, and after quickly tacking in Alexa Bliss, she then connects a Twisted Bliss to pick up the huge win for her team. We have new tag team champions! Alexa Bliss and Charlotte Flair have proven that they can coexist, and maybe, just maybe, they are friends. Although one person who isn't friends with Roxanne Perez makes her presence known, as Liv Morgan comes out and confronts Roxanne Perez. The hometown girl is back, but she isn't able to compete, though that may just not be necessary. But what's next for Liv Morgan? Well, before we find out, it's time to find out who is the greater warrior, Aleister Black or Damian Priest. As the match is on, Black immediately nails a running knee strike on the Priest, though he won't stay down for long, so Black forearms the former El Campeon before lighting him up with a vicious striking combination which keeps Priest down temporarily. As after a double foot stomp and double axe handle combination, he kicks his back twice, and following this, he goes to grab him, yet Priest fights back with a trio of kicks, even though his fourth kick is nowhere to be found, as he gets one right back to him and to his skull. And with one to his gut, Black then goes into the corner and calls for Priest to get up, as he goes for a bicycle knee strike, which gets blocked as Damien is able to grab him and connect an elevated flatliner. But Priest's first move of the match isn't enough to get the job done, so he goes for a chokeslam, which gets swiftly blocked by an elbow, as this leads to a Black mass knocking Priest out cold. Then he just waits, and once Priest eventually crawls his way to his feet, he gets hit with one more Black mass. And finally, using his own foot, Black raises up the corpse and knocks him back down with a third. As just like that, this match is over. Aleister Black has won, and he has decimated Damian Priest to do it. It's his biggest win since his return, as the dominant Damian Priest just got effectively squashed by Aleister Black. How do we follow this? Well, it's time for the co-main event of the evening, as it's time for the World Heavyweight Championship clash between CM Punk and Gunter. Who will stand tall? While the match is on, and both men lock up, with the ring general proving that statement to be correct as he manhandles Punk in this department. But the Straight Saviour doesn't give up on a fight, even taking him down, though Gunter quickly takes back control. Yet Punk is able to get out of his grasp, though he can't quite escape a big scoop slam. But a subsequent knee is nowhere to be found, as Punk is able to launch an attack on the champion, which seemingly has no effect, as the ring general chops Punk in half. Then Gunter looks for an early powerbomb, although with a trio of punches, Punk escapes and runs at the champion, who looks for a German suplex, yet Punk escapes and looks for one of his own, which also fails, as the ring general is able to floor the Straight Saviour with a breathtaking lariat. And he goes into the cover, looking to cut the match short, which doesn't work, so he looks to squish his opposition, though Punk moves, and once he gets up, he connects a tilt-a-well neckbreaker, and after a kick to the back, he grabs Gunter, though he jawbreakers him back and grabs his wrist, receiving a swift forearm and an attempted chop, but this backfires horribly as Punk gets another chop delivered onto his plate. Then the challenger gets thrown into the corner and gets uppercutted down, yet this choke of his boot fails as he gets a kick to the back again, which only fires him up, elbowing Punk down. Then Gunter's knee finally connects, alongside him squishing Punk. Though the best in the world survives, but he's not thriving, as Gunter just continues to dominate, as after an impressive deadlift gut-wrench suplex, he just demands for Punk to bring it. And he attempts to with a slap, which gets him one right in his face, so he punches back along with firing Gunter's leg up with kicks, finishing it off with one to the gut, and with another, he looks to pick him up, which is something he can't seemingly do, with Gunter getting back on top. As after a Uranagi, he focuses in on Punk's hand, stamping it on it not once, not twice, but thrice, and it damn sure wasn't nice. Then he targets the leg, before switching things up once again, and stomping on and over Punk's gut. And with Punk flat on his arse, Gunter just boots him in the face. Then he looks for a powerbomb again, though once again, Punk gets out of it with a trio of punches, as he attempts the GDS, which equally gets blocked, and with a third chop crumbling the best in the world, he goes to the top rope looking for a splash, although Punk avoids this, and then he kicks Gunter down twice, before hitting a knee to the temple, before sending him into another corner to hit another knee, which is followed up by a clothesline. Then it's the Straight Saviour's turn to ascend to the heavens, as his elbow drop is actually able to connect, and he signals that it's time to go to sleep, though Gunter slips out of it, even though his next chop is nowhere to be found, as Punk looks for the GTS again, which Gunter tries to block, although this ultimately fails, as the GTS is able to land. Gunter is out, Punk thinks he's won, yet Gunter's will is unlike any normal man, as he survives. But for how much longer will this be the case? As he immediately transitions into an anaconda of ice, there's nowhere for the champion to go, so he's forced to fight out of it, with 3Ds right to the back, but his lariat gets dodged, as Punk lifts him up for one more GDS, yet them knees to the back allows for his back to give out, and Gunter takes full advantage of this, grabbing CM Punk and driving him down with a hellacious powerbomb, folding him up like a sandwich. Yet somehow, someway, Punk finds a way to kick out a 2. So Gunter then just applies a rear naked choke, and even though he tries his best, CM Punk just can't quite escape the ring general's grasp, as the Straight Saviour passes out. Gunter retains once again, CM Punk loses another world title match, and the ring general ultimately stands tall over the future Hall of Famer. But now, it's time for the main event of the evening, as it's time for the Women's World Championship Triple Threat match. Who will stand tall while the match is on, and Naomi immediately rolls to the outside. She wants none of Io Sky and Rhea Ripley, who stare holes with one another, until eventually they switch their attention to the champion, as they both go to the outside and take it in turns to send Naomi into the barricade. And after this, the champ is then hit with a double suplex onto a concrete floor and steel steps. And after another this time in the ring, we see that the double teaming isn't quite done, as Rhea holds Naomi as Io punches her gut, which is followed up by a roundhouse kick courtesy of Mami. Then Rhea headbutts Naomi, beautifully transitioning into some double knees by Io. Yet that's when Mami attempts to steal the win and finally pin the Genius of the Sky, which fails. And when both women get up, Rhea merely says that she did what she had to do, getting her a big uppercut for her troubles. Yet her next strike misses, even though she's able to counter her headbutt and flawlessly roll through with another double foot stomp. Then Mami rolls to the outside, giving Io an idea, as she dives onto her before going back into the ring and doing the exact same thing on Naomi. Though as she goes for a third on Rhea, she gets caught and is planted back first onto the hardest part of the ring. Then it's she who gets an idea, going into the ring and diving onto Naomi. Although as she attempts to do the same on Io Sky, the former Women's World Champion is just able to pick her up and powerbomb her down on the concrete floor. Yet as Io looks to capitalize, Naomi comes out of nowhere and hurls her into the steel steps before throwing Mami into the barricade and into the ring. But Io attempts to deny her entry into the ring, which doesn't work, as she gets sentoned, with Naomi finally able to get into the ring as she gets met by Rhea Ripley, who just power stabs her down. But Naomi kicks back, which only gets her a headbutt for her troubles. Then she tries to make her tap in the prism trap, yet as she gets the hold in, Io breaks it up and takes her down by the leg. And as they both get up, they both get taken out by a flying missile drop kick. And from here, Io just strikes the layers out of both of her opponents, which leads to them teaming on Io, ultimately leading to Rhea kicking the head off of both Naomi and Io Sky. Then she looks for a strike on Io, which lands on Naomi, allowing for Sky to take down Rhea before drop kicking the champion to the outside. And with both women on the outside, Io decides to join them by connecting a beautiful moonsault onto both women. And after pushing Rhea into the barricade, she sends Naomi into the ring and once again ascends to the heavens and crash lands onto Naomi with a big jumping DDT. Though she kicks out, so Io looks for something big, which gets ruined by Rhea, who knocks her off the apron and subsequently dives onto her with a clothesline. And once she gets on the apron, she now gets drop kicked next to her frenemy, as it's now Naomi's turn to fly, as after suicide diving onto both, she then hits a crazy springboard crossbody to follow suit. But Io Sky moved, as she hurls Naomi into the ring and quickly follows us up with a springboard drop kick. Then she goes for a moonsault, although now it's Naomi who gets out of dodge at the last second, allowing for her to lock in the Feel the Glow. Sky has nowhere to go, so she has to rely on Rhea Ripley, forcing Naomi off her as she now locks in the prism trap again. Now it's Naomi who has nowhere to go, even though she's able to flip out of it before connecting a jawbreaker with extra pizzazz. And after hitting another dive to the outside, this time onto just Io Sky, she goes back into the ring and looks for a split-legged moonsault onto Rhea, which she's able to scout, although Naomi elbows her back, creating some much needed separation, only for Rhea to jump up and German suplex her off the top rope. Then she goes to the top rope, although Io Sky comes out of nowhere and springboard Hurricanranas her way back into the match. Then she goes for a moonsault on Rhea, and it connects, though Rhea Bloody Ripley kicks out at 2. So Io goes back up for one more, yet she switches things up and moon stomps Mami. But before she can take advantage of this, she gets blasted in the back with a steel chair courtesy of Naomi. And after disposing of her, she connects the split-legged moonsault onto Rhea Ripley to steal the win. Naomi has done it, she's retained against all the odds, and she's punched her ticket to a showdown with Stephanie Vaquer at Clash in Paris. But it's not her who comes out after the fact.
I'm on my own against the wall.
Bianca Belair is here. She's here for her former best friend. Not to reunite, but to make a statement that she is back for good, as she whips Naomi, who screams in agony. Then she picks her up and KODs the champ. Bianca Belair is no longer injured, as the lasting shot of night one is with Bianca holding aloft Naomi's WWE Women's World Championship. How do we follow this up on night two? Well, we start off the show with a bang. Lyra Valkyria is here, and she's here to dethrone the Women's Intercontinental Champion Becky Lynch. But can she get the job done? Well, the match is on, and both women charge at one another before dueling like there's no tomorrow. But eventually, Lyra overwhelms Becky, staggering her long enough for her to attempt an early Nightwing. Yet the man slips out of it and manages to connect a manhandle slam. But the Bird Lady kicks out, so Big Time Bex goes to the outside and grabs a shovel. She wants to quite literally bury Lyra Valkyria. Yet the challenger is able to wrestle the weapon off her and smack her down with it. And after another smack to the face, she puts the shovel down, and then she hurls the champion to the outside, as of course she follows, using her own feet as a battering ram, which works wonders. And with a Russian leg sweep into the barricade, she sends Bex into the ring, although before following her, she goes under the ring and grabs a table, which gets set up almost immediately after this. But this gave Becky enough time to recuperate, as she spears Lyra through the table. Then she gets manhandle slammed onto the barricade as well, before Becky grabs another table as she puts it into the ring. And after being launched into the ring post and steel steps, Bex grabs a third table and sets it up on the ramp. Then she tries to put her through it, failing miserably as Lyra gets back on top, and after hurling Becky over the table, she is then the one who attempts to put Big Time Bex through it. Yet she counters with a beautiful uppercut. And from here, for the second time in the match, Lyra Valkyria is put through a table. But she wants to make it a trifecta as she puts Lyra into the ring and sets up the table once again on the outside. Yet as she goes into the ring, Karma comes and bites her in the arse, with her now being the one put through the table. And now that both women are back into the ring, Lyra smashes Becky with a table in the face before deadlifting her up and planting her with a gut-wrench powerbomb. Becky Lynch's reign could be over, though it can last a little longer, as she survives. So Lyra goes to the top rope, looking for a frog splash, yet all she can find is a second manhandle slam out of nowhere. But Lyra is seemingly immune to the move, as she is able to kick out again. So Becky calls for the Bird Lady to get up for just one more, although that is nowhere to be found, as Lyra counters and connects the Nightwing. Yet even her best shot isn't enough to put Becky Lynch down. So she grabs the shovel and just beats it into Becky until she gets an idea, dropping the weapon in favour of something all too familiar with this match, a table. As with its setup, she puts Becky onto the top rope and with all the energy she has left, connects an avalanche Nightwing through the table. And of course, that keeps Becky Lynch down for the 3. Lyra Valkyria has done it. She has vanquished the demon of Becky Lynch and has restored honour to the Women's Intercontinental Championship. And on top of that, she is the first ever 2-time Women's Midcard Champion in WWE. It's a huge moment for her, although the celebrations get cut short when Bayley comes out of nowhere and drops her with a rose plant. Then she grabs the title and just waits. And once Lyra crawls her way to her feet, she gets blasted with a title shot to the skull. Bayley has betrayed Lyra, and she has shown her true colours. The hatred burns brighter than ever, and Lyra Valkyria wants some vengeance. But how do we follow this? Well, it's time for a match that should have taken place on night 1, though due to Drew McIntyre's outburst, it wasn't to be. But who has Logan Paul chosen as his new partner? Well, it's none other than Carmelo Hayes. This is a big spot for him, as when the match begins, the Maverick immediately tags out to him. He wants none of Randy Orton, yet Melo wants all of the Viper, as he demands for him to bring it, which the legend of course does, pounding him with punches until he takes Melo to the outside and back suplexes him onto a barricade. Yet Logan Paul then distracts him long enough for Melo to get back on top, sending the Viper into the exact same barricade. And after putting him into the ring, he chucks him into the corner as Logan finally enters the match, with the two Irish ripping Orton, who hangs onto the ropes, before sending Melo out of the ring and subsequently battering Logan Paul. But as Melo looks to get back into the match, he gets met by the three most dangerous letters in sports entertainment. Yet the Maverick then attempts to roll him up, which fails, and as both men get up, Paul gets hit with a RKO as well. Then he tags in Jelly Roll, who not only chokeslams the YouTuber, but he also pulls out a moonsault out of nowhere as well, which keeps Logan down for the 3. Randy Orton and Jelly Roll pick up the quick win. It's a feel-good moment for the pair, and there's no Drew McIntyre in sight, as the celebrity and the future Hall of Famer stand tall. So what's next for Randy and Drew? Well, before we find out, it's time for some absolute carnage, as 12 men, 6 teams compete under TLC, 25 years after the first was done. Can they top that magic? Well, naturally, the match is utter chaos. There's bodies everywhere, but eventually, each man gets taken out of the match, which starts off late in the match with the champions, as every single member of the Wyatt Six aren't safe, as after Joe Gacy and Dexter Lewis are put through tables, so are Eric Rowan, Uncle Howdy, and even Candice LeRae puts Nikki Cross through one as well, ultimately leading to her and B-Fam brawling to the back. Now there's only 5 teams left standing, and DIY makes that 4, as after super kicking Chris Sabin, Johnny Gargano powerbombs Chris onto a ladder on the outside. And as soon as this happens, Tommaso Ciampa fairy tale endings Alex Shelley onto a ladder as well. Though now, Fraxium come to the aid of their friends, as Fraxium Spanish flying Johnny Gargano through one more table, Nathan Frazier, Phoenix smashes Tommaso Ciampa on the outside of the ring. But as this is happening, we see Rey Fenix and Andrade take out the Street Profits on the ramp. As now, only 2 teams are left standing, and it's looking like a dynamic duo, Phoenix and Andrade, may be able to win, though as they climb their ladders, Fraxium join them for one final duel. And it's looking like it could swing either way. They're both so incredibly even, but then Phoenix gives Andrade one final shot by taking himself and Axiom out of contention of the match. Now only 2 men are left, Andrade and Nathan Frazier, and Andrade manages to knock off Frazier, or so you think, as Seth Rollins Jr. beautifully springboards from being fallen back onto a ladder, as if Andrade being startled by this, he gets knocked down. And now that everyone else is down, Nathan Frazier reaches to his and Axiom's destiny. As with that, Fraxium are the new WWE Tag Team Champions. It's the biggest moment of both men's careers, and now they are the top dogs of arguably the best tag team division in the world. But before the next match, we see something unannounced. Julia is here, and she's pissed off, demanding respect after being left off SummerSlam and after barely getting any TV time as the champ, which brings out Zelina Vega, with the two engaging in a wild brawl that only stops when Julia manages to plant the former Women's United States Champion with a Northern Lights bomb on the concrete floor. And as she walks to the back, after a mic gets cut off, she gets confronted by a competitor in the next match, as Stephanie Vaquer stands face to face to her past rival. Though she lets her past, as Vaquer teams with Nikki Bella and none other than the returning Brie Bella to take on all 3 members of the Secret Service. And Stephanie Vaquer starts things off with Piper Niven. As the two lock up, though Piper breaks it off and looks for a headbutt, which gets blocked. As Vaquer looks for a super kick, which is caught by the special intelligence of Chelsea Green, yet Vaquer attempts to get out of her grasp, which ultimately fails, as Vaquer gets bulldozed by Niven. Although after an overnight suplex, La Primera kicks back and kicks Niven down as well. Then she goes to grab the ropes, giving Niven enough time to recover, as she's able to connect with an elbow and brutal clothesline. Then she hurls her into the corner, tagging in Chelsea Green, with her double axe handling La Primera, alongside attempting to take her down, finally succeeding with a knee. As she quickly tags out to Alba Fire, who tries to stop Stephanie from tagging into either of the Bellas, which fails only temporarily, as Alba just starts to scratch Stephanie while on her back, and once she gets off, she super kicks her down. But this doesn't keep her down for the free, as she kicks out. So Alba just boot washes Stephanie, showboating as she does it, and once she's done, she connects a front suplex before trying to grab her. Yet Vaquer knees back, although there's no follow-up, as Alba is able to take her down, forcing Stephanie's head down to the mat several times. And even if Vaquer attempts to fight back, the result is inevitable, as she gets forearmed down. Then she lights her up with a flurry of high kicks, before tagging in Chelsea Green, who just punches Stephanie in the stomach, before throwing her back into the corner, tagging in Piper Niven, with the two nailing a simple but effective double back suplex. But Vaquer survives, yet she's not thriving, as she gets powerbombed into the canvas before just driving her head into the exact same canvas. And with a headbutt to the back of the skull, Piper tags in Chelsea Green, with the two connecting another simple double team move. This time, it being a double clothesline, which to the behest of Green yields the same result. But as she attempts to grab Stephanie Vaquer, she fights back, even being able to drop Chelsea with a super kick. Yet before she can tag in one of the Bellas, she does none other than the Devil's Kiss, and once she's done, she goes for the tag. But Nikki and Brie Bella jump off the apron. They've just abandoned Stephanie as they just walk away from the match, leaving La Primera in a 3-on-1 handicap match situation, but she fights on regardless, even if the numbers game naturally overwhelms her. Yet she sticks in the fight no matter what gets thrown at her, although she's being dominated by the Secret Service. That is until Stephanie Vaquer is able to reverse a powerbomb with a trio of punches, as from here, it's all things La Primera, as after taking down all 3 women, she SVBs the leader of the Green Regime, Chelsea Green. Then she goes to the top rope, looking for a corkscrew moonsault, although all she can find is the Women's World Champion, who pushes her down whilst the referee was distracted. And with this comes opportunity, as Piper Niven tags herself back into the match, and Michinoku driver Stephanie Vaquer. Then Alba Fire gets tagged in, who ascends to the heavens and crash lands to earth on La Primera with a big swanton bomb. And to complete the trifecta, Chelsea Green stumbles into the match and connects the unpretty her onto the motionless opponent, picking up the pinfall win over the future contender to Naomi's Women's World Championship. It's a huge win for the Secret Service, yet they may have only won because of the Bella Twins' lack of involvement. But would this have been the case? Well, before we find out, it's time to find out who will say the words, "I'm a liar," in the I Quit match between Karrion Kross and Sami Zayn. As the match is on, and the killer immediately hurls the underdog to the outside with a belly-to-belly suplex, yet Zayn holds on for dear life, and he pushes Kross back as he ascends to the heavens and crossbodies the killer. Then Sammy sends him to the outside and soon follows, connecting a big DDT onto the concrete floor. But Sammy's only just started, as when Karrion gets up, he's met by a suicide dive, yet he won't stay down, so Sammy nails another dive onto him. And after hurling him into the barricade, Zayn looks for a moonsault off the barricade, which Cross avoids, before getting on top of his opponent and forearming him in the back of the head twice. And once he's done, he asks if Sammy wants to admit that he was a liar, which he of course refuses, so Cross just knees him back down, although Zayn kicks back, sending him into the barricade one more time. Then he just drags Cross up the ramp, and with him in position, he looks to suplex the killer onto the concrete floor. But he escapes his grasp, subsequently hurling him up the ramp, and from here, he just mauls at Sammy, grounding and pounding him until he relents, as beating him is not his task, as he asks again if Sammy wants to admit it, which he denies. So he just roundhouse kicks the underdog before throwing him into the ring and nailing a Doomsday Sayudo suplex. And then he applies the cross jacket, demanding for Zayn to give up, which he doesn't, though at the same time he can't escape the hold as he passes out. But that isn't an admission of guilt, so the match continues, with Cross retrieving the baseball bat. And now that the weapons are involved, it's all things Cross, as he just swings the bat into Zayn's gut over and over again. Yet no matter how many times that bat gets swung, Zayn just won't quit, and eventually he fights the bat off Cross before nailing back-to-back clotheslines alongside his pop-up dropkick. He's fighting with everything he has left, as he then turns his attention to the bat, picking it up and smashing it into Cross. But he doesn't stop, he just swings it endlessly at his rival. That is, until he realises what he's done, the damage he's caused, the people he's hurt. Maybe, just maybe, Karrion Cross was right. And once he gets to his feet, Sammy says the words, "I'm a liar." And naturally, Cross loves this. He's won, and he's showboating that he was right in front of Sammy's face. And eventually, Sammy just smacks him in the face with the bat before putting him in the corner and connecting a haluva kick. And with that, he walks away a changed man. He realises his flaws, but the question is, can he overcome them? Or will them demons be what ultimately creates a monster? Well, before we find out, it's time for the United States Championship Steel Cage match between Jacob Fatu and Solo Sikoa. But before the match can officially begin, we see backstage footage of a downed Tonga Loa, JC Mateo, and even Tala Tonga. There's going to be no shenanigans whatsoever, and Solo is terrified of this as he begs Jacob off, which of course doesn't work, as Jacob batters his own family, including a multitude of headbutts in the corner alongside a knee. And the headbutts continue to rain down on Solo, as once Jacob is done, he Irish whips the champ into the steel cage itself. Then Jacob picks him up powerbomb style, and once again uses the steel cage to his advantage, along with just powerbombing Solo back down to reality. And Fatu uses the steel again, with him just launching Sikoa into it. Then he does this again, though it's Solo's head that gets bounced off the steel. And after one more time using the steel to Jacob Fatu's advantage, he just nails a pop-up Samoan drop onto the champion. And he then sends Solo into the corner, taking him down as he looks for the running hip attack, and he finds it. Jacob is completely manhandling Solo, though as he goes for the double spring moonsault, the champ manages to evade it and quickly grabs Jacob by the throat to connect a Samoan spike. Yet Jacob Fatu kicks out, so Solo just tries to escape, and he nearly does, but Jacob is up and meets him at the top of the structure. It's a precarious position for both men to be in, and ultimately, it's Solo who falls, being pushed back into the ring. Though Jacob follows, as he splashes a man he used to love. As with that, we have a new United States champion. Jacob Fatu is now Mr. Two-Time. He has regained the title. But what's next? Well, before the Vision's tag team match, we see backstage Bron Breakker walking past Penta, along with Bronson Reed walking past LA Knight. Will they get involved in the match? Well, with all the stars making their entrance, this match is underway. And Bron Breakker immediately looks for a spear onto Jey Uso, who manages to counter it as he attempts one of his own, which gets blocked all the same. And after a quick cheap shot of Roman, Braun manhandles Jey across the ring, though he knees back, sending Braun out of the ring and quickly diving onto him, which gets met by a thunderous spear out of nowhere. Jey Uso has just been crushed, but Braun can't get the job done early as Jey kicks out. So Braun tags in Bronson, who just bulldozes his way through Jey like he was nothing. And after a back suplex, Reed looks for an early tsunami, although Jey is able to avoid it and is quickly able to tag in Roman Reigns. And he steps up to Big Bronson Reed as after a fierce stare down, the two begin to just fight. But it's incredibly even, each man has a counter for the other. Then both men stand stern, until Bron Breakker asks for the tag, which Reed obliges to, as we get a stare down for the ages, which gets interrupted by Paul Heyman, who allows for Braun to get the jump on Roman, and he feasts like a big dog, munching on his prey. He even connects a gorilla press slam, though Reigns survives, which merely means that the feast can continue, as Braun clobbers Roman in the back of the head twice before tagging out to Bronson Reed, who just crushes the OTC, which Paul Heyman absolutely loves. Though what he doesn't love is LA Knight coming out merely to send the Oracle to the back. He wants this to be a fair fight, as he subsequently leaves the four larger-than-life athletes to do battle. And Roman is still being dominated by Bronson, as the big man just continues manhandling the OTC. That is until he tags back in Bron Breakker, who just kicks Roman in the gut, which is quickly followed up by a simple scoop slam and an effective taunt. But this fires up Reigns, who kicks back and big boots Braun down, allowing for Jey Uso to get the tag. And he's completely overwhelming Braun. That is until Braun effortlessly counters Jey with a big slam. And after a $1 million punch right in the nose and an elbow to the forehead, he goes for a standing moonsault, which Jey escapes out of, although all this can get him is being slammed right back down. Then Braun decides to go and grab a steel chair placed by the Oracle. He just wants to hurt Jey, but that's when Penta comes out of nowhere and takes it off him, as he too, just like Knight, wants this match to be fair. Though he gets speared for this transgression, yet as Braun gets back into the ring, he gets met by a Jey Uso spear, and this gives Jey enough time to tag out to Roman Reigns, whilst Braun tags out to Bronson Reed. And it's now Roman who's able to get on top of Bronson, even managing to connect a very impressive Uranagi. Then he looks for the Superman punch, which lands, as he then lines up the big man for a spear, yet Bron Breakker comes out of nowhere and spears the big dog before quickly spearing Jey to the outside. This is Bronson Reed's opportunity, and he seizes it, ascending to the heavens and tsunamiing Roman Reigns before allowing Bron Breakker to hit one more spear for him to pick up the win in arguably the biggest win of his career. Both Bron Breakker and Bronson Reed look like $1 million, all at the expense of two former World Heavyweight Champions. But now, it's time for the ultimate main event of the evening, as it's time for Cody Rhodes to get one more chance at taking down John Cena. But can he get the job done? Or will Big Match John retain? While the match is on, and Cena immediately goes to the outside. Yeah, that was just so he could grab a kendo stick. And once he gets back into the ring, he demands for the American Nightmare to bring it. Which he doesn't, as he goes to the outside and grabs a sledgehammer before re-entering the ring. Now it's him who demands Cena to bring it, as both men go to the center of the ring and swing their weapons, with the sledgehammer beating the kendo stick. But Cody is a man of diversity, as he grabs Cena's weapon and smacks it in his face, making him gush blood. And Cody just relishes in it, beating the kendo stick into Cena until it eventually snaps. And with that, Cena rolls to the outside. Then Rhodes looks for a dive, although Cena is able to keep a hold of him and plant him through the announcer's table with an AA. And naturally, Cena attempts to get the pinfall win as soon as possible, though Cody Rhodes kicks out at 2. So Cena looks for another AA, yet Rhodes escapes his grasp before landing him up and connecting a crossroads, and he scurries into the cover, thinking that may be it. Though he thought wrong, as Cena survives. So after a quick kick to the nuts, he picks back up the sledgehammer, yet Cena is able to take back control and sends Cody out of the ring. Then he decides to go high risk, which gets him no reward, as Cody catches him and power bombs him on the remaining announcer's table. And after being held into the barricade, Cody decides to redecorate, and once he's done, he grabs the steel steps and smashes them into Cena's face and plants them on top of him. Then he just grabs him and puts him on the announcer's table before joining him, yet Cena blocks a punch, as he then suplexes Cody off the table to the concrete floor. And after hurling Cody into the ring post, Cena just powerbombs him onto the steel steps. Cody is out, so Cena strolls into the ring and grabs the sledgehammer before going back to the outside and hammering away at Cody Rhodes. Though eventually he stops, as he wants to AA Cody through the another announcer's table, but Cody fights out of it and he plants the leader of the C Nation with a big time pedigree. Then he puts Cena back onto the announcer's table and puts him through it with a big brain buster. And whilst he's out, Cody grabs the table, putting it into the ring and putting it into the corner. And once he throws Cena into the ring, he looks to put him through the table. Yet Cena counters and drops Rhodes before locking in an STFU. Cody has nowhere to go, but he won't give up on his dream. His American dream, as after fighting out the submission and crawling to his feet, he punches Cena over and over again until finally, after lots of teasing, he nails the bionic elbow. Then he manages to put Cena through the table, and from here, Rhodes grabs the chair and brings it into the ring. But he puts it down as he wants to Cody cutter Cena, yet this ends in catastrophe as Cody doesn't land the cutter and he lands on the chair, leading to the beginning of the 5 moves of doom, as after back-to-back shoulder tackles, he nails a spinning suplex. And I think you all know what comes next, as after a 5-knuckle shuffle, Cena AAs Rhodes on top of the chair. But Cody Rhodes somehow kicks out, and in Cena's desperation, he unhooks the turnbuckle pads before bloodying the American Nightmare up through stiff punches left, right and centre. And Cody crawls at the exact same corner that's exposed, although he's able to fight back and smash Cena's skull against the exposed metal. Then he connects not 1 crossroads, not 2 crossroads, but 3 crossroads, back to back to back on the steel chair. Yet this trinity just can't do the trick. Cody can't believe it, so he goes berserk, grabbing the steel chair and unleashing it on John Cena just like Stone Cold did to The Rock at WrestleMania 17. And once he's done, he goes into the cover, and just like that, just like at that show, the opponent stays down for the free. Cody Rhodes has done it. He has saved wrestling, and that's because he didn't hesitate, he didn't let up, he showed his vicious side, a side we may start to see more of in the near future. Though that's the future, we're in the present, and Cody Rhodes has just won the WWE Championship. But what's next for both men? Well, we're just gonna have to wait and see. We're at Heatwave, and it's time to find out a number one contender for JC Jane's NXT Women's Championship. But who will win? Will it be Lola Vice? Will it be Kalani Jordan? Or will it be Jada Parker? Well, the match is on, and it shows just how phenomenal all three women are. It showcases Lola Vice's MMA fighting style, it showcases Kalani Jordan's immense athleticism, and it shows Jada Parker's wittiness. But only one can stand tall, and it's anyone's game. All three women arguably deserve the chance, yet they continuously screw one another out of that opportunity. But it seemingly won't be Jada Parker, who gets hit with a one-kind moonsault. Although before Kalani can cover her, Lola Vice grabs her as she looks for a spinning back fist, which misses. And Kalani looks to steal the win with a roll-up, yet this fails. And as both women get up, Lola is able to actually nail the spinning back fist. But before she can capitalise, Jada attempts to attack Lola, though this last gasp fails, as Lola Vice nails another spinning back fist, this time onto Jada Parker, covering her to pick up the humongous win. She's punched her ticket to an NXT Championship match against JC Jane, but can she go one step further and actually dethrone the double champion? Well, before we find out, we see Tavion Heights walking backstage, about to go into his mixed tag team match, until we see him run into an old friend of his. Hey Tavion. Hey Miles, you good? Yeah man, just want to say good luck tonight. You got this. And I'm sure once you beat them idiots, you'll become the next NXT North American Champion. Miles Bourne gives words of encouragement to Tavion Heights, but can he actually beat Chelsea Green and Ethan Page? Well, before the match can officially begin, we see another old friend of Tavion's as Ren Sinclair forces Piper Niven into the back with some aid of a steel chair. All the while, Kendall Gray gets vengeance on Alba Fire as she brawls with her to the back. And now, the mixed tag team match is on, and Chelsea Green wants nothing to do with Tyra May Steele, so she tags out to Ethan Page, who actually attempts to hit Tyra, which fails, as he gets bulldozed by the LFG Season 1 winner. It doesn't matter what gender you are, all four want to fight. And a prime example of this is when Tyra gets hit with an Eagle's Edge courtesy of Ethan Page. But she sticks in the fight, even being able to tag out to Tavion Heights. Yet he doesn't fare much better, as due to the Canadian's cheap tactics, he gets isolated for a big portion of the match, even being assaulted by the leader of the Green regime, Chelsea Green. Although eventually, thanks to Ethan Page and a German suplex, Tavion Heights manages to make the tag back to Tyra. And with Chelsea also now in the match, Steele munches on Green, as after a trio of German suplexes, she takes out Ethan Page and tags back in Tavion Heights, who manages to pull off a shooting star press onto Chelsea Green to pick up the win for their team. But can Tavion continue this momentum and possibly even become NXT North American Champion? Well, before we find out, we see in the crowd none other than the Dudley Boys. Bubba and Devon are in the house, and so is the longest tenured general manager of all time, William Regal. And to round this out, we see Mick Foley in Mankind uniform. And the following match may involve some extreme moments, as this match involves Dark State, as they are going to try and dethrone Hank and Tank. But can they get the job done? Well, they're doing their damned best to do so, as they isolate Tank throughout a majority of the contest. However, one wrong move allows for Hank to get the tag, and he's on fire, bulldozing his way through Dion Lennox. Although during this, he inadvertently takes out the referee. But he doesn't slow down, as after nailing a full Nelson bomb, he and Tank manage to connect a world's strongest slam with some added weight to it. Yet as this happens, Osiris Griffin pulls Tank out of the ring and just dismantles him with a steel chair. All the while, Cutler James does the exact same thing to Hank. And with them getting out of the way, the rest of Dark State take full advantage of this, nailing a powerbomb and elbow drop combination. But Hank proves to be a bit of a tank as he manages to kick out. Saquon Sugars and Dion Lennox can't believe it, although Sugars signals for the death blow, which ends up being none other than an assisted spike pile driver. And with a band move hitting, this of course gets them the win. Dark State win their first ever pieces of gold. They are now the NXT Tag Team Champions. But what's next? Well, before the next match, we see none other than Jelly Roll in the crowd. But that's not all, as we see Chad Gable as well. Even though he's still injured, he wants to watch the action unfold. And lastly, we see Mick Foley, only this time dressed as Dude Love. But then, we see something unannounced, as Sol Ruka comes on out, and with her not being scheduled for the card, and with Zarya nowhere in sight, she decides to issue an open challenge for the NXT Women's North American Championship. And this gets answered by none other than Lyra Valkyria. Definitely the toughest challenge to Sol Ruka's reign yet, but she brings it regardless, trying to use her agility to topple the Bird Lady. And the inaugural Women's Intercontinental Champion fights back with pure striking intensity. This is unsurprisingly an absolute banger of a match, and it's looking like Lyra may take home some gold. However, as she goes for a Nightwing, Sol is able to get out of it, and then goes for a Soul Snatcher, which gets turned beautifully into a German suplex. Then Lyra goes for a Springboard Moonsault, yet Sol is quick enough to catch up to her and plant her with the Soul Snatcher. And just like that, by the skin of her teeth, Sol Ruka retains. But she isn't satisfied with just defending one title, as she wants to defend the Speed Championship as well, as she decides to issue another open challenge, with this one being answered by Lady Reed. And due to her previous match, Sol is being ultimately dominated, though she sticks in the fight no matter what gets thrown at her, but there's only so much abuse she can take. However, the clock is running down, as when Lady Reed hits her running knee lift, she can't cover it in time before the 5-minute timer expires. And this isn't good enough for Sol Ruka either, as she demands for this rule to be abolished, and Shawn Michaels comes out and actually agrees, restarting the match before officially dubbing the Speed Championship the brand new Women's Cruiserweight Championship. And he leaves with the match being back underway. And Lady Reed immediately tries rolling up Sol, which doesn't work. Yet as both women get up, Sol manages to quickly rebound and catch Reed with a second Soul Snatcher out of nowhere of the night. As with that, Sol retains both titles. It's one hell of a statement made by a certified future megastar. But will the Speed Championship get a new title design now that it's officially the Female Cruiserweight Championship? Well, before we find out, we panel the crowd to scout for famous people one last time, and we end up finding Stephen Amell, and on top of this, to round out the gimmick, Mick Foley dresses up as Cactus Jack. But there's one more person the camera focuses on, and his name is Salesman Pete, who asks you, the viewer, to subscribe to this YouTube channel to continue help supporting the man behind the camera, the man writing the scripts, me. But regardless, before the next match, we see JC Jane walk backstage, where she's cut off by Shawn Michaels, who says, I forgot to mention this, JC, but I've sent Fallon and Jasmine home because everyone is barred from ringside tonight. So, good luck, Double Champ. Shawn Michaels has dropped another bombshell. JC Jane must defend her Knockouts title by herself. But can she do this? Well, she's giving it her best shot, trying to weasel through the match at any given time, though she's forced to fight and defend her title like a normal warrior, as every time she tries to stoop to Weasley activities, it doesn't work. And this is best shown in the later stages of the match, as when Ash by Elegance nails a Michinoku driver and Swanton Bomb onto a former Knockouts champion, JC Jade elbows her and chucks her to the outside. She's trying to steal the win again, but Masha Slamovich won't allow for this, as she manages to kick out. With a super kick to both Masha and Ash, she cannonballs Ash into the corner and looks for a senton off the top. Although Masha is back up and meets her up there, as she manages to connect a huge suplex. Yet Ash gets back into the match with a slap to the face, as she then goes for a crossbody, although Masha catches her and just dumps her out of the ring, before quickly throwing her back into the squared circle, as she connects a diving headbutt. But as soon as this happens, JCJ manages to nail a discus forearm onto Masha Slamovich. At the show of dominance, JC Jade decides to pin both women at the exact same time. It's a humongous statement made by JC Jade. She is still a double champion just like Sol Ruka. And as they cut to ads, JC delivers a promo to the crowd, saying how she deserves this, all the while cleaning the blood off her skull. And once the cameras are back focusing in on the arena, we see Blake Monroe make her entrance, as she stands face to face with a double champion before walking to the ring. Is this a tease of things to come, as it's time for Blake Monroe to take on Jordynne Grace, and the former Mariah May actually runs away in the beginning, although after being busted open, something snaps inside of Blake Monroe, as she turns into a more vicious and ruthless opponent, as she too makes the Juggernaut bleed. But neither woman seem to care, all they want to do is hurt each other, with the violence just escalating more and more. Yet no matter what is thrown at them, neither woman will yield. But both are only human, they can only tolerate so much damage, and this can be seen at the climax of the match, when after a double foot stomp to the outside, Jordynne drags the near lifeless Blake towards the announcer's table, and it's looking like she's going to be put through it. However, the tables turn for the worst, as Blake Monroe phantom drivers the Juggernaut through the damn table. Yet somehow, someway, Jordynne Grace finds a way to kick out again, and she even rises above the ashes and slaps Blake in the face before taunting at her, which ends up leading to her being double underhook DDT'd courtesy of the former Mariah May. Blake Monroe wins. It's a hell of an impressive showing for her. She has just defeated possibly NXT's best, but where will she go from here? Well, before we find out, we see Javon Evans walk backstage ahead of his NXT Championship match, until he comes into contact with the TNA World Heavyweight Champion, Trick Williams, who says, "Good luck, kid. If I can't be the one to unseat Obafemi, better be you." Thanks, I guess? But as Javon leaves Trick behind, he sees Shawn Michaels, wishing him luck as well, until finally he comes into contact with Randy Orton, who gives words of encouragement to a man he has beaten in the past. But will them words of wisdom be enough to propel Javon to victory? As now, it's time for the main event of the evening, as it's time for Javon Evans to attempt to dethrone the undethronable, conquer the unconquerable, and unseat the ruler from his throne. Obafemi is ready to go to war. Javon Evans is ready to go to war. And with the title being put up in the air, this clash of future stars is on. And Javon Evans is continuously having to fight underneath, and on top of that evade the fall from grace, which he does manage throughout a majority of the match. And this just continues to rile up Oba after every single counter, which eventually leads to the two men just dueling. They're pouring everything they have left into each other, and as both men stagger, the ruler is able to quickly grab him and finally connects the fall from grace. Javon Evans couldn't avoid it any longer, yet he somehow is able to just kick out. So Oba tries for a release back suplex, although all he can find is a spinning kick to the face, which stuns him long enough for Javon to connect the OG Cutter. His finishing move is hit as well, but this doesn't do the trick all the same, as Oba slowly starts to rise up, realizing his days are numbered, which leads to Javon forcing Oba into the corner, putting him up the top rope, joining him up there, and Spanish flying the NXT champion. yet he is soon to no longer be, as if not one, but two more OG cutters, alongside a double spring tornado splash, he goes into the cover and picks up the win. But he can't even stand, not for a while anyways. The once he eventually can, after the war he just had, Javon Evans accepts his riches, he accepts his prize, as he is now the new NXT World Champion. We're at Clash in Paris and we kick off the show in style. It's time for the World Heavyweight Championship Fatal 4-Way match. CM Punk, LA Knight, Jey Uso and Seth Rollins, who will walk out of France as world champion. Well, the match is on, and all three good guys swarm the Visionary. The consequences of his actions have caught up to him, although surprisingly, CM Punk is the one to break up the alliance, which leads to everything breaking down between all four men. And with each pin attempt, Seth Rollins gets closer and closer to losing his title, although he's always able to break it up just in the nick of time. But this stops when Jey Uso manages to spear Seth Rollins on the outside of the ring, yet Jey can't capitalize on this as he gets taken out by CM Punk. Yet as Punk gets back into the ring, he gets folded in half by a BFT courtesy of LA Knight. But as he goes into the cover, Braun Breaker drags him out of the ring. The Megastar had the match won, and he's just being beaten down by Braun. That is until Penta comes out and fends him off. He's back to fighting against the Vision, though whilst Braun Breaker is occupied, Bronson Reed isn't. Or so you think, as Roman Reigns cuts him off, with them two brawling to the back. All the while, Seth Rollins looks to take full advantage of a down CM Punk, although he gets caught in a position to go to sleep, yet he manages to get under the apron as Jey Uso spears the straight edge savior down. Then Seth looks to springboard back into the ring, though he gets cut in half by a spear out of nowhere, as it's now Jey who ascends to the heavens. Yet as he looks for the Uso splash, we see Ilya Dragunov pop up on the apron. Jey is confused, and Ilya pushes him into a Seth Rollins pedigree. As whilst Ilya Dragunov watches on, the Architect plants the Yeet Man down to the depths of hell with a stomp. And just like that, Seth Rollins escapes Paris as World Heavyweight Champion. And it's all because of the Mad Dragon, the newest member of the Vision, Ilya Dragunov. But where do we go from here? Well, before the next match, we pan to the crowd as we see none other than the NXT champion Obafemi. But he isn't the only NXT member in the house, as we see another champion, the TNA World Heavyweight Champion, Trick Williams. And lastly, to round things off, we also see the father of NXT Silver and Black, the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. Although now, it's time for a banger, as it's time for a Donnybrook match between Sheamus and Rusev. And unsurprisingly, with the stipulation comes utter carnage. Chairs are bent, candlesticks are shattered, tables are broken in half. But neither brute will lie down. They keep on fighting and fighting and fighting with endless parades of violence. Though both men evade the other's finishing blows. Rusev keeps on ducking the bro kick, Sheamus keeps on fighting out the accolade, but eventually the Celtic Warrior gets trapped inside the submission move. He's got nowhere to go, yet he won't give up, and after a struggle of a lifetime, he gets out of it, and afterwards, even manages to hit the brogue. But Rusev rolls to the outside. Sheamus is heartbroken, though he keeps up on the offensive and decides to even grab a barbed wire baseball bat. And after smacking it into the Bulgarian's gut, he follows this up with a second and even third bro kick before finally going into the cover to pick up the big win. Sheamus puts his demons to bed, and now he can focus in on accomplishing his big final goal in WWE. become Grand Slam champion by winning the Intercontinental title. But can he achieve this feat by the end of the year? Well, before we find out, we see Bronson Reed and Roman Reigns brawling up the ramp. They never even stopped, and once the match is officially underway, the brawling merely continues. Although this transitions to the big power moves being traded left, right and centre as if they're going out of business. And whilst Bronson Reed dominates, this all changes with a well-timed Superman punch, as it's now all things Roman. The tribal chief is overwhelming the tribal thief. So here comes Ilya Dragunov once again, though his equalizer ends up being a man who just got traded to SmackDown. A man he has history with, Sami Zayn, as both men start a fight and they make their way towards the back. All the while, Roman Reigns is still on top as he goes for a spear, yet Bronson is able to quickly grab him and drop the OTC on his head. And he then goes to the top rope, and we all know what comes next. A tsunami. As with the most dangerous move in WWE connecting, Bronson Reed wins. He has retained his Shula Fala. It's the biggest win of his entire career. He has just conquered the tribal chief, and on top of that, stolen another pair of his shoes. He's seemingly unstoppable. And Becky Lynch agrees, as after walking away from Seth Rollins, she comes into contact with none other than Julia, who says, "You come on my show, steal my spotlight? I never forget that." It's an ominous warning from the Women's United States Champion, but the Women's Intercontinental Champion doesn't care, as she's ready to go to war against Nikki Bella. Yet Nikki doesn't come alone, as Kiana James brings out the lifeless corpse, and after discarding her, she makes way for the Women's United States Champion Julia. And with the match officially sanctioned by both general managers, the champion versus champion match is on. And Becky is now terrified of the beautiful madness, as she constantly tries to avoid her. But eventually, she has to face the music, which leads to her being absolutely annihilated by the Women's United States Champion. As with a Northern Lights bomb, she goes into the cover and picks up the impressive win. And on top of that, it's also her biggest win of her WWE career. And as she leaves the corpse behind, we see Adam Pearce on the ramp, who says, "Well, now you two are on an equal playing field, and Nikki, you're up. Becky, you're up, so let's still have the match." Becky Lynch is irate, and Nikki Bella is ready to fight. As with both women nowhere near 100%, the second match is on. And Becky tries to immediately end the match, which fails, as Nikki starts to pummel her all across the ring. Though as she goes for a Rack Attack 2.0, Becky gets out of it and locks her in a disarmer. Nikki has nowhere to go, but she fights out of it regardless, as she goes for another finishing blow. But once again, Becky fights out of it, yet she can't hit anything this time, as the Rack Attack 2.0 is actually able to connect. But Becky Lynch kicks out at 2, so she goes for a big dive, yet Nikki misses, as this allows for Becky Lynch to nail the manhandle slam and just barely retain the Women's Intercontinental Championship in a short fiery match. Would things have been different had both women been 100%? Well, no one knows, as Big Time Beck celebrates her title. All the while, Julia watches on from the ramp. Is this a tease of things to come? Well, before we find out, we look to the crowd and see none other than Salesman Pete telling you, the viewer, to subscribe once again. Although up next, we need to find out when number one contender to Cody Rhodes' WWE Championship between Drew McIntyre and Randy Orton. Who will be the American Nightmare's next challenger? Well, the match is on, and it just shows how much both men can't stand each other. They're just fighting with no care for their own safety, which we see when Randy Orton RKO's Drew McIntyre through the announcer's table. But due to his back, it takes extra long to get back into the ring and into the cover. And thanks to this, the Scottish Warrior is able to survive. So he eventually goes into the corner and lines him up for a punt. Yet Drew avoids this, and he manages to connect a Future Shock DDT. though the Viper still has some venom left in his veins. But he's still being battered by a Scottish psychopath, even though he doesn't back down. And this leads to him eventually being able to come back into the match with some signature Apex Predator offense. As with a draping DDT, he signals for the RKO. But Drew counters it, and he goes for a Claymore, though Orton manages to pick him up, yet his back fails him, which allows for the Claymore kick to finally connect. And with Drew collapsing on top of him, he wins. He's punched his ticket to a match with Cody Rhodes, which is officially made for WrestlePalooza, so long as Cody is medically cleared. And if he's not, well, we might just see a new WWE champion. But now, it's time for the main event of the evening, as it's time for Logan Paul to take on the greatest of all time, John Cena, who's going to walk out of Paris the winner. Well, the match is on, and it's all things Cena. Every time Paul tries to get back into the match, he gets shut down by the leader of the C Nation. Yet all it takes is one sidestep, which allows for the Maverick to gain back the reins of the match, which of course gets him heavy boos. And he soaks in it, he bathes in it, as he slowly and methodically works over the GOAT. Although with just one mistake, Cena manages to get back into the match with all of his classic offense. Shoulder block, spinning back suplex, and of course a 5-knuckle shuffle connect, all in quick succession. Only one more move of the 5 moves of doom remain, though as he goes for the attitude adjustment, Logan's leg inadvertently clocks the referee. But Cena doesn't realise, connecting the AA and going into the cover, until finally realising the mess he's in. And whilst he ponders his next move, the chessboard gets turned upside down, as Drew McIntyre claymores Big Match John before just swinging at him relentlessly. He needs help, and help does indeed arrive. AJ Styles is here, and he fends off Drew McIntyre with a phenomenal forearm before going face to face with the man who used to run the place. Brock Lesnar is back, and he's charging towards the ring. Styles tries to guard him, but he gets F5'd down, which only leaves John Cena all alone to fend for himself against the Beast. And he actually almost manages to AA him, yet Brock gets out of it before F5'ing him as well. And then he just leaves, thinking the damage is done, as with the referee now up, Logan Paul is able to go into the cover. And he doesn't pick up the win! Cena has a life, so the Maverick goes for the one lucky punch, which Cena is able to evade, as he hits not one attitude adjustment, but 2 in one go, before locking in the STF. And with nowhere for him to go, Logan Paul taps out. John Cena wins, he rises above, he proves his status as a GOAT, though his celebration doesn't last long, as he quickly goes and grabs a steel chair, as it looks like Brock Lesnar will attack again, but he doesn't, as he simply walks away. All the while, Cena makes some things official. Firstly, that at WrestlePalooza, he will take on and vanquish the Beast Brock Lesnar. And then, at Crown Jewel, whether he's Intercontinental Champion or not by then, he will also take on AJ Styles. It's 2 humongous announcements made at the end of Clash in Paris, as the show ends with a worn-out Styles and a worn-out Cena standing face to face. We're at Worlds Collide, and following a thrilling Lucha Showcase tag team match where the AAA team picked up the big win, it's then time to find out who will lead the building as AAA tag team champions. Will it be the New Day, or will it be the dynamic duo of Pagano and Psycho Clown? while the match is on, although all men stop when they hear some familiar music. Penta is here, and he's here with the body of the honorary member of the New Day, Grayson Waller, as after showing off the corpse, he leaves with it, and with Xavier Woods screaming at the members of Fear, Pagano attempts to steal the early win with a roll-up, though this fails, yet he's able to keep up on the offensive, as he tags in his partner, Psycho Clown, but after a double team move, Kofi Kingston distracts the Clown, and with this comes opportunity, as Xavier Woods takes the Psycho down. As now, the New Day isolate him, hitting a barrage of double team moves without seemingly not letting up, but no matter what they do, no matter what they throw at him, the Clown just won't stay down. And this makes them frustrated, which leads to them making a mistake, as with a stiff kick to Xavier's skull, the tags are officially made. And Pagano has a house on fire, diving everywhere like he's on a suicide mission. Although with the referee distracted by Kofi, he gets cut off by an illegal chair shot courtesy of Xavier Woods. Everyone hates this, yet as Xavier soaks in the booze, the chair gets taken off him by Big E. Xavier is absolutely furious as he gets hit in the gut by that exact chair before the referee can even notice. Is Big E clear to compete? Well, before we find out, Pagano looks for a strike on a surprised Kofi, which misses, as he manages to connect the Trouble in Paradise. Though this doesn't do the trick, as Psycho Clown breaks up the pin, and with this comes the beginning of the end of the New Day, as the next Trouble in Paradise misses, and with a tribute to Baron Corbin, the tag team champions retain their gold. They've conquered another WWE tag team, and perhaps another could be ready to take on the duo. But regardless of that, before the next match, as Roxanne Perez makes her way backstage, she gets cut off by a wrestling mother. Just remember, I didn't raise no wuss. You should be able to wrestle on your own, No. Oh, well, I guess she's in a rebellious phase then. The Judgment Day have the numbers advantage, but will that matter? As now, they are looking to end Lola Vice and Mr. Iguana perhaps once and for all. But can they do such a thing? Well, they're trying their damned best to do so, although the dynamic duo are able to bring their fight and then some. Yet due to Raquel Rodriguez being at ringside, Lola Vice is constantly getting distracted, which allows for a past rival Roxanne Perez to continually overwhelm the Latina. Although that all stops when AJ Lee comes on out. She wants Roxy to wrestle on her own, as she grabs a steel chair from underneath the ring and batters Raquel to the back. It's going to be another fair tag team match, and this spooks Finn Balor, who after being tagged in, brings out his Demonito to battle Ayeska. But both puppets manifest, and when the lights come back on, both are in physical form, as Ayeska and Demonito fight as well. And once they're no longer in eyesight, Mr. Iguana starts to overwhelm the prince, tagging in Lola Vice before taking Finn out to the outside and diving onto him as well. We're down to the woman, and Lola Vice is dealing strike after strike after strike on a Roxanne Perez. But one of these strikes inadvertently hits the referee, blindsiding him long enough for JCJ to slide into the ring and discus forearm a future No Mercy opponent. As after leaving the scene, Roxanne Perez picks up the pieces, hitting a pop rocks on Lola Vice to beat her just like she did at Heatwave. Judgment Day stand tall, Finn Balor and Roxanne Perez have picked up the momentum, and this doesn't sit right with AJ Lee, as Roxanne Perez only won because of help. Yet as she goes back to backstage, she gets sneak attacked by, of course, Becky Lynch. And with a follow-up manhandle slam, she leaves the corpse behind. But how many corpses will be left after the fatal 4-way Latin American Championship match? Well, the match is on, and with all four talents involved, it's no surprise it's a show stealer. The athleticism is off the charts, even All Ego Ethan Page takes part in high flying, though this doesn't last, as he attempts to slow down the pace of the match drastically, which the other three men don't take too kindly to. But after taking out Page, JD McDonough quickly clotheslines Dr. Wagner Jr. to the outside to allow him and Dragon Lee to continue their seemingly endless fights. Though no one in the crowd is complaining, as they even chant fight forever as the action escalates in the ring. although Lee is beginning to get on top of the World Tag Team Champion as he even connects an Operation Dragon. But as soon as this happens, Ethan Page gets back into the ring and chucks out the former North American Champion before trying to steal the win. Though this fails, as Dr. Wagner Jr. breaks up the pin, and this makes the current North American Champion furious as he attempts an Eagle's Edge, but this fails as he gets spun around and finished off with a Wagner driver. El Hijo de Dr. Wagner Jr. retains, and he showcases just how damn talented he is, that he is rising above 2 champions and 3 phenomenal athletes. Yet before we can get to the next match, we look at the crowd and see Salesman Pete shilling the subscription to this YouTube channel once more. But up next, it's time for a number one contendership match between Fabi Apache and Natalya. Who will win? Well, the match is on, and it's just a straightforward, good old grap session. It's a break from the constant high flying throughout the night, although Natalya's ruthless aggression, shown at Triple Mania, seemingly isn't here. And this equals to a very competitive back and forth match, though Apache is starting to overwhelm Natalya. She's on top of her, but this changes in an instant when blood is drawn. And this seemingly snaps something inside of Natalya as Natty Neidhart comes out to play, as she starts to just decimate Fabi Apache in any way you could think of, and she concludes this by locking in a sharpshooter. As with nowhere for her to go, Apache taps out. Natalya is the number one contender to the Reina de Reinas Championship, but when the title match happens, will we get all smiles Natalya, or will we get badass Natty Neidhart? Well, before the main event, we see Dominic Mysterio, who actually requests for the Judgment Day to stay in the back. He wants the match to be a fair fight. As now, it's time for the main event of the evening, as it's time for a champ to take on a champ. Intercontinental Champion Dominic Mysterio versus AAA Mega Champion El Hijo del Vikingo. Can Dominic become a double champion, or will Vikingo retain? While the match is on, and Dirty Dom actually isn't backing down from the champ. He's going bar for bar with him, and at a plethora of moments, actually overwhelms the AAA Mega Champion. But Vikingo doesn't give up without a fight, constantly evading 619 attempts and frog splash attempts all the same. All the while, his own 630 Centauns is nowhere to be found. It can go either way, so AJ Styles looks to make a difference, as after dispatching El Grande Americano, he makes his way towards the ring, but the referee is still up for now, as after he misses a few seconds from a crucial roll-up, Dominic accidentally clocks the referee, as Styles then enters the fray and looks for a phenomenal forearm onto Dirty Dom, only hitting El Hijo de Vikingo. And before you know it, Dominic throws him to the outside, ascends to the heavens, and finally hits the frog splash. And with the referee back up, he goes into the cover, though Vikingo survives. Yet he can't for much longer, as with a 619 and frog splash combination finally connecting, Dominic Mysterio picks up the win and picks up another title. Dom has 2 belts, and it's all thanks to AJ Styles. He's the new AAA Mega Champion, but where do we go from here? Well, we just have to wait and see. We're at WrestlePalooza, we kick off the show in style. The Usos are here, and Jimmy is in retro gear, turning back time to the good old days, unlike Jey Uso, who is in all black, as they want to try and take down Bron Breakker and Bronson Reed. But can they get the job done? Well, the match is on, and Jey immediately tags himself into the match, as he then goes at Bron, and he's lighting him up with strikes, though Bron fights back, turning the tides, only temporarily. Although the numbers game catches up to Jey rather quickly as he gets taken down. And he just starts to manhandle the Uso, as after dropping him twice, he big boots him down as well, even though Jey quickly manages to get back in the momentum of the match, quickly sending Bron to the outside, and of course, he follows up with a humongous dive. And on the opposite side of the ring, Jimmy Uso does the exact same thing to Big Bronson Reed. but Jay doesn't care, whipping Braun into the barricade and steel steps, and lastly into the barricade, this time back first. Then he sends Braun into the ring, though he gets distracted by Jimmy, which costs him, as when he gets back into the ring, he gets dropped by a neck-curling clothesline. And from here, the Tribal Thief gets to tag, leaping into the ring, getting ready to charge at Jey Uso, with the pair bulldozing through him. And after an elbow drop to his back, Bronson back suplexes Jey right into his neck, before elbow dropping his heart. Then the tag is made back to Braun, with Bronson hanging Jey onto the ropes, and Braun double axe handles the spine. And the manhandling only continues, although eventually Jey counters and fires full guns blazing at Braun, even taking him down with a float over DDT. Jimmy wants the tag, yet Jey ignores him, focusing in on the assault on the dog. And this goes horribly wrong, with his superkick missing as he gets pummeled with strikes and big power moves. But Jey keeps staying in the match, although he's being dominated by the Vision. He needs the tag, and when the opening arises, he finally takes it. Jimmy Uso is in the match, and he's like a beast unleashed, taking out anyone in sight. Samoa drops, super kicks, enziguris to both men. Braun tries to take back control, and this just doesn't work at all. Jimmy's on fire until his spear misses, as Braun then quickly grabs him and gut checks him. The fire has been put out, and once Bronson Reed is tagged in, the fire just gets doused in water courtesy of the King of Tsunamis. It's now Jey who wants the tag, but he can't get it quite yet, as Jimmy continues to struggle, although just like Jey did, he continues to survive. Yet with one counter, he manages to connect 2 super kicks. But then, before making the tag, we hear some familiar music. LA Knight is here, and this actually makes Jey Uso leave the match, and most importantly leaves Jimmy Uso behind, as whilst he stares whole through the megastar, Jimmy turns around into a spear from Braun Breaker. Then with Bronson Reed up, he goes to the top rope, and we all know what comes next, a tsunami. And with that, Braun Breaker and Bronson Reed win. The Vision stand tall, all the while Jey Uso and LA Knight start to brawl. Though backstage, before the next match, we see Io Sky and Asuka, where Io spills the news that Adam Pearce has barred everyone from ringside for the next match, and so Asuka leaves the building, taking Kairi Sane with her. But regardless, it's time to crown a new Women's World Champion. Though who will it be? Io Sky or Stephanie Vaquer? While the match is on, and the two lock up as La Primera pushes the Genius of the Sky back as the referee breaks up the 2 stars. So they lock up again, and this time Stephanie grabs Io's arm, yet in fantastical fashion, Io regains control of the lockup, now pressuring Vaquer's arm. And Vaquer doesn't take too kindly to this, getting back control and even taking down Io, still wrenching the arm of course. And the wrenching continues, that is until Io puts them back into the exact same position, merely reversed. And she brings her up just like Vaquer did, only she then instead wraps her around her head, which doesn't hold, as the arm is back to being the target, although Io then trips her up, ultimately winning the exchange. And both women want to go again, so they do, with Vaquer going behind, though she gets dropped and locked in a headlock. Yet La Primera is quickly able to wrap her legs around Io, and after wrenching her neck, she just kicks her face, making them 1-1 in the graps department, which Stephanie loves, challenging her to a 4th lockup. And of course, Io accepts, with Vaquer going behind once again, only this time, Io's counter is to go behind Stephanie. So La Primera has to take her down into a headlock, and Io responds to this by once again going back to the arm, leading to a similar situation seen earlier, which gets a different response, as she gets taken down and immediately devil's kissed. but then Io manages to roll out taking any more damage. They're both so damn equal, which we see when Io goes for a dropkick, getting beautifully countered into a powerbomb attempt, which also doesn't land. And once Io is released from her grasp, she goes for a strike, which gets blocked, although Vaque's kick gets caught, as Io takes it down and quickly locks in a half Boston Crab. Yet Stephanie instantaneously gets out of it, going for another super kick, which is then dodged, as Io then goes for her Karana, but Vaque keeps her up and places her onto the top rope. Yet she then jolts away towards Doom, backbreaking her and subsequently going into the cover. The all this can bring her is a 1 count, so she goes to grab her, yet Io kicks back before sending her to the outside of the ring, building a full head of steam and nailing a big time dive onto her. But she's of course not done, as she goes for and nails a picture perfect moonsault to the outside. Then she goes onto the apron and awaits Vaque to get up, and once she does, she goes for a diving hurricanrana, although she gets caught in a powerbomb position again, and this time is planted on the announcer's table. And after being thrown into the ring, Vaque tries another cover, which again doesn't work. So before Io gets up, she needs her to put her down. Then she goes for the one to the side of the temple, which is evaded, as Io Sky then impressively rolls through and double foot stomps her. Yet as she grabs her, Vaque is now the one to kick back, super kicking her to follow suit and trying another cover, which can only yield the same results. Though then Io manages to trip up Stephanie and dropkick her back down, and this gets followed up by a stiff Kamigoye. Io falling into the cover, which gets a better result than any of Vaque's covers, as she gets a 2 count. And La Primera just desperately crawls up into the corner as Io goes at her, though Stephanie gets her knees up and kicks Io down. And with nowhere for her to go, the Devil's Kiss is actually able to connect in full force. As once Stephanie is done, she then hits a neat defeat, which still does not defeat Io Sky. So she goes for a SVB, yet the Genius of the Sky fights and claws her way out of it, before finally hitting the uppercut. And with a neat little backhand front, she goes into the cover, once again, just getting a 2. So she stays on the offensive, as after a double axe handle, she hurls her into the corner, puts her on the top rope, joins her up there, and looks for a big hurricanrana, which once again misses, as Vaque looks for a leg drop, which also misses, as the Meteora courtesy of Io Sky wipes out both women. And with both women eventually finding their way back to their feet, Io just asks for Stephanie to bring it, which she does, hitting a fancy DDT, then going for a corkscrew moonsault, though no one's home, as after a furious bulldog, it's then Io who goes for a finishing dive, and Vaque is actually able to catch her mid-air and drop her with a backbreaker. And with a further face wash and leg drop, she goes into the cover, thinking that may be it. Oh, how wrong she would be as the match continues. She's growing desperate, which we see personified when she connects double knees into the corner before throwing her into the center of the squared circle, picking her up, kicking her in the gut, and dropping her with the original SVB. Surely the match is done? Well, it's not, as Io kicks out. Stephanie is shocked, so she goes for the Devil's Kiss, which gets blocked as she spinning kicks Stephanie Vaque's skull, and if the following uppercut didn't knock her out, the bullet train certainly would, or so you think, as Vaque is able to avoid the moonsault, and she looks to steal the title from Io with a roll-up. But just like before, and just like the next time, this doesn't work, as once both women get up, Io puts Stephanie back down with a big roundhouse kick. Then she puts a worn down Vaque into the corner on the top rope, joining her once again, only this time for a Spanish fly. And Io is desperate for this to be it, and when it isn't, it horrifies her to no end. So she goes for a double foot stomp, yet no one's home, as she gets punched and super kicked. And from here, Valkyria looks to finish off Sky as she drags her up and nails one more SVB. But this doesn't satisfy her as she ascends to the heavens and is actually able to connect the corkscrew moonsault the second go round. And with that, with no interference, no shenanigans, Stephanie Valkyria proves she is better than Io Sky. And on top of that, she is your new Women's World Champion. It's the biggest moment of Lapri Meta's career. But who the hell can stop her? Well, before we find out, in the crowd, we see Lyra Valkyria watching the action unfold. A potential future contender to Valkyria's title, alongside 3 members of Judgment Day, 2-belt Dominic Mysterio, Roxanne Perez, and Raquel Rodriguez, 2 of which also have eyes on Stephanie's prize. And lastly, to round out the crowd search, we see Rhea Ripley, who of course gets a monstrous pop. Although before we get to the next match, the cameras quickly catch Salesman Pete, telling you to subscribe to this channel. However, up next, it's time to find out who will walk out WWE Champion. Will it be Drew McIntyre or will it be Cody Rhodes? While the match is on, and both men just fight, their hatred for one another is on full display, and they're so even that it's until Cody is able to send Drew out of the ring, and once he gets up, he gets hit by a huge diving crossbody. And Cody Rhodes is only just getting started as he hurls Drew into the barricade, then smashes his head across it and chucks him into the steps. And from here, he redecorates the announcer's table. And to ensure he doesn't get counted out, he goes into the ring, climbs to the top rope, and dives onto the Scottish Warrior. Then he drags the body towards their fate and puts him up there, before of course joining him. However, as he grabs him, Drew counters, being able to grab him and suplex him off the table to the concrete floor. Then he just launches Cody into the ring post and smashes him into the barricade gut first for good measure. And with a slam onto the hardest part of the ring, Drew puts Cody back into the ring, joining him as well. Then he hurls him into the corner, proceeding to batter him with seemingly endless punches until going for a boot, which Cody denies of his own. And from here, he lights up the challenger with punches of his own and caps this combo off with a bionic elbow. But as he mounts him, Drew reverses the pressure and gets on top of Cody. Yet the American Nightmare pushes back and looks for another strike, which gets caught with a headbutt and neckbreaker combination. Then the Scottish Warrior grabs him by the wrists and stomps him with no end in sight. But when there is an end, he then mounts him and the pressure is once again reversed. So Cody goes for an elbow drop, although Drew gets out of harm's way and nearly decapitates the champ with a lariat. And the champion desperately crawls to the apron, though as he gets up, Drew knocks him down, and before you know it, it's now he who dives onto Mr. Rhodes. And after a kick to the gut, he lifts him up powerbomb style before driving him back first onto the announcer's table, just like Stephanie Valkyria did to Io Sky in the previous match. Then he deadlifts him up, again powerbomb style, and plants him onto the hardest part of the ring and swings him into it as well. And finally, to get his receipt, he sends him into the steel steps and dives on him, just like Cody did. He's trying to rub salt in the wound as he puts him onto the barricade and just nails a vicious knee. And only then do we get both warriors back inside of the squared circle. And Drew just continues to dominate Cody, chucking him across the ring, and is finally able to nail that boot in the corner. And it's so nice, we see it twice, as once another big boot connects, Drew deadlifts him up and hits a sit-out powerbomb, naturally bridging into the cover even though the Nightmare continues to last. So he just stomps his arm and just starts beating the holy hell out of him, and once he relents, he goes for a middle rope elbow drop, which doesn't connect, as Cody evades, then manages to connect a disaster kick of his own. Then he does an insulting float over arm drag, before successfully mounting and beating Drew down. And after letting up, he does a springboard back senton, and to further mock Drew McIntyre, he starts doing press-ups. And this really riles up Drew as he starts clobbering Cody. However, one of these strikes hits the referee, but in his bloodlust, he doesn't seem to care as he even connects a Glasgow kiss. And this actually gets followed up with a Claymore. Yet there's still no ref. Drew doesn't know what to do, so he picks him up and stares at the near lifeless champion. But like a sixth sense, he moves as Cody Rhodes gets dropped by a RKO. Randy Orton was aiming for Drew McIntyre, who quickly claymores and discards the Apex Predator. And as the referee gets up and climbs back into the ring, Drew then goes back into the cover with the referee counting 1, counting 2, but he doesn't count the 3. Cody has a life, so Drew just goes for one more Claymore kick, yet Cody Rhodes moves. He has adrenaline in his soul, which allows him to nail a crossroads with him scurrying into the cover. But this doesn't do the trick either, so Cody goes for a Cody cutter, yet as he does, he sees Randy Orton and he's asking what the hell he's doing, and this momentary distraction costs him everything as Drew nails a Claymore kick out of nowhere. But he knows he needs more, so he goes back into the corner, calling Cody up to put him right back down with the 4th Claymore of the match. As with that, we see a new WWE Champion. Drew McIntyre has shocked the system. He finally has gotten his moment with no ways of ruining it. He has dethroned Cody Rhodes in the American Nightmare's first title defense, and it's all because of Randy Orton. And one man who would loathe this is CM Punk, who is set to take on Seth Rollins and Becky Lynch alongside his wife AJ Lee in AJ's first match in over a decade. It's a monumental moment, though the match starts with the two men seemingly destined to fight forever, CM Punk and Seth Rollins, as both men instantly start trading strikes with one another. Though Punk is able to get on top as he sends the Visionary to the outside, and once he gets up, he's met by a suicide dive courtesy of the Straight Edge Savior. And after a huge jumping clothesline off the apron, Punk just drives Rollins into the barricade spine first. Then he puts him back into the ring, although as he gets on the apron, Becky Lynch distracts him, allowing for Rollins to quickly enziguri him to the outside and knee drop him as well. Then it's Rollins' turn to send Punk into the barricade, which he does head first, as now the Revolutionary is in firm control. And once he sends him into the ring, he doesn't get distracted, lining up and nailing his springboard knee before getting up in AJ Lee's face. Though he quickly refocuses on Punk as he goes for a pedigree, but Punk is able to slip out and looks for an early GTS, which similarly isn't able to connect, as he gets put down with a super kick. And Seth actually asks Becky if she wants to be in the match, but she initially refuses. So Rollins continues to do the brunt of the work, as he even manages to hit a sit-out powerbomb and bridges into the cover. Though with Becky insulting him, Punk kicks out. AJ is desperate for the tag, but she's gonna have to continue to wait, as even though the best in the world is able to escape a suplex attempt, he gets caught running and is put down with a hard-hitting kick to the chest. And whilst Rollins distracts the referee, Becky Lynch hangs CM Punk on the ropes, and she soaks in the booze. All the while, Rollins continues to control the match, even forearming Punk in the back of the skull, but his follow-up knee to the back is nowhere to be found, as Punk tilt-a-whirl neckbreakers him. However, as he goes to tag in his wife, Becky Lynch pulls her off the apron and sends her into a barricade, and this distracts Punk long enough for Rollins to get back on top. Though no matter what he does, the best in the world continues to live. So he goes for the finishing blow, yet Punk is able to counter the stomp into an attempted GDS, but the trio of elbows gives way for the World Heavyweight Champion to then connect a pedigree Triple H will be proud of. Yet Punk will let the same finish to his Night of Champions 2011 match happen again. So next up is a buckle bomb attempt, though with a trio of punches, Punk is able to escape and connect a kick not once but twice, before then hitting a knee clothesline combination, and then hits an elbow drop to finally create separation. As now, the tags are made, and AJ Lee is on fire as she's absolutely battering big time Bex, even going to the top rope and splashing the Women's Intercontinental Champion. And as she's getting up, she gets put right back down with a Shining Wizard. AJ might have the match won, though Seth Rollins breaks up the pin in style with a stomp out of nowhere. And this makes CM Punk go mad as he goes into the ring and starts beating the crap out of Seth Rollins, even clotheslining him out of the ring. However, he turns around to a slap from Becky Lynch, who just wants to embarrass him again, only this time he's had enough as he picks her up and GDS's her down. Now both Rollins and Punk are seeing red as they brawl all across ringside, and whilst this is happening, AJ Lee and Becky Lynch both slowly begin to rise. And once they're both up, they charge at one another, with Becky managing to catch AJ with a manhandle slam. She thinks it's over, everyone thinks it's over, yet she kicks out. So Becky picks her up, although AJ quickly tries to roll her up, which fails. Yet as both get up, AJ manages to quickly connect a leg lariat, but that's not all, as she then nails sliced bread. And to complete the trilogy, she locks in a Black Widow. Lynch has nowhere to go, so Rollins tries breaking it up, but Punk is right behind him as he grabs him and locks in an anaconda vice. And with nowhere for them to go, both champions tap out. AJ Lee and CM Punk win. Who will a title shot now be in their near future? Well, before we find out, it's now time for the main event of the evening, as it's time for Brock Lesnar's return match against the greatest of all time on his way out the door, John Cena, who will close WrestlePalooza the victor. While the match is on, and Cena immediately runs into an F5, which connects. Is the match going to mirror the end to Kofi Kingston's WWE Championship reign? No, it's not. Cena survives, so Brock decides to mirror SummerSlam 2014 as he quickly nails German suplexes like they're going out of business, as he then does 3 back to back to back without letting go. That's 6 Germans in less than a minute, but once he does let go, he picks him up into a surprising A, yet Cena knows he'll need more, so he quickly rolls through and deadlifts Brock up to nail another, and once he does, he goes into a cover, but the Beast kicks out. So without hesitation, Cena quickly transitions into a STF. Can he somehow make Brock Lesnar tap? Well, of course not, as Brock just fights out of it, then proceeds to send John Lee outside, with him of course following. And after a German suplex on a concrete floor, he goes over to the announcer's table and redecorates it for the second time of the night. Then he picks Cena up, and once he drives into the barricade, he goes towards the announcer's table with him on his shoulders. But Cena fights out of it, and then he lifts him up, hitting Brock through the damn table, yet he still won't let up, picking him up, then going to the top rope, connecting an avalanche attitude adjustment in the ring. The move that won him so many matches doesn't do the job this time, so Cena goes for one more, which gets blocked by a trio of elbows, as Lesnar ends up picking him up and dropping him with a second F5. Although just then, that is when Super Cena has most certainly arrived, and this makes Brock Lesnar snap as he grounds and pounds Cena relentlessly until eventually blood gushes out of his skull. And once he's done, he goes for a third F5, yet Cena escapes with another trio of elbows. Then he hits all classic Cena offense. Shoulder block, spinning back suplex, hand to the face, a 5-knuckle shuffle drop, and lastly, an AA in extremely quick succession. Yet he's not done, as he hoists Brock onto the top rope to nail not one avalanche AA, but two as well. And with Cena going into the cover by the skin of his teeth, he has outlasted the Beast. John Cena wins. He has vanquished the Beast. He has risen above hate and proved that he is well and truly the GOAT of WWE. Although as he's celebrating, we hear some shocking music.
If you smell what the Rock is cooking.
The Rock is here. The final boss has arrived. Although before he does anything, he just turns away. And that's because whilst John Cena stares at him, Tony D'Angelo sneaks up on him with a sledgehammer in hand. The Don is on the main roster, and he is beating the holy hell out of John Cena. The Rock is gone, and Cena is being battered. He needs help, and help does indeed finally arrive. AJ Styles is here. Many people have dreamt of one more bout between him and John Cena, and now it's looking like a possibility as he runs off Tony D'Angelo before helping the leader of the C Nation up. It's the stare down of a lifetime, though AJ Styles cuts the festivities short as he unbelievably Styles clashes John Cena. Why has he done this? Well, before we find out, he nails a phenomenal forearm onto the leader of the C Nation and then exits the ring. He's just laid out the greatest of all time, and the show closes with one hell of an explanation. As whilst my previous video suggested to you, we hear the modern day equivalent and equal to the pipe bomb. I have had enough. For nearly 10 years, I have been in WWE. I've seen some highs and I've definitely seen some lows. But never in my day have I seen such a pathetic excuse for a corporate giant that is the current landscape of WWE. So let me get started, shall we? First things first. Who's the poster child of this supposed new era? Well, if you asked me last year, I would have said Cody Rhodes. But now, the face that runs the place is still somehow you, John Cena. The shell of the former self that you are, the man on his way out, nostalgia baiting your way into making people accept your mediocrity. But quite frankly, I don't hate you, John. Hell, I even respect you. You were the man who made me well and truly the GOAT when I beat you at SummerSlam in what is the greatest SummerSlam match ever. People always talked about us together, including when you finally beat me for number 16. And well, it only took you 8 years to break the record, didn't it, John? But that's besides the point. My point being that out of your illustrious career, I was one of, actually no, scratch that. I am the one who brought out the very best of you. And what did I get for that? Well, let me tell you. I was WWE Champion for 371 days. And whilst holding the greatest prize in this sport, guess how many pay-per-views or whatever stupid crap you people call it nowadays I main evented? 2. 2 goddamn main events for a man who wiped the floor with John Cena, the man who was the face of TNA Wrestling, the man who was your top champion, couldn't even get a main event without it being a brand exclusive pay-per-view. And yes, this will all have a point in the end, don't worry, let me just run through my career here in WWE. Because after that, I lost my motivation. I did. Because that's what happens when you get crap after crap dumped on you without ever being told, hey, we value you, good job, or showing you by your booking. And I thought when Paul Levesque took over, I thought my recognition would come. So I waited and waited and waited some more, did all I could to impress, never got a WWE Championship despite being better than every other dweeb flip merchant on this roster. And then I got injured. And what happens when I come back? while I'm in the inaugural World Heavyweight Championship final. But that was only to make Seth Rollins look good. Then they try to lump me with garbage. They expect me to elevate talents lesser than people like Karrion Kross, people like Solo Sikoa. I was expected to turn lemons that had been run over and cemented in dirt into the finest lemonade possible. I was made to be a glorified enhancement talent for the supposed bigger stars. I put over LA Knight. I put over Cody Rhodes. Then what? They think I'm not worth using on their damn roster and bench me for 4 months? And because of that, when I finally get a comeback, I get injured again, facing a lesser than opponent. So I return to the Rumble, get eliminated, my best friends get fired for no goddamn reason. Then to top all that off, I lose to a YouTuber at WrestleMania. Yeah, that's right, they made me, AJ Styles, multi-time world champion across the globe, AJ Styles, lose to Logan Paul. That's when I had an epiphany that this company doesn't care about greatness. They don't care about who the best wrestler is. They don't care about the phenomenal one. They don't care about me. And then, the last chapter of this book, the ultimate disrespect, they put my match in front of the Paris crowd who hail me like I'm their saviour on the Raw after Clash in Paris. And better yet, that championship match, guess what? I lost. All because of a stupid racially motivated gimmick to help elevate another wrestler. And that brings me back to you, John. Because when I knew that WWE weren't going to pit me against you, despite our brilliance together, despite you wanting to, I knew that I was done with this place. Because the fact of the matter is, when I leave in February 2026, I'm going to take as much as I can away from this money-hungry, ad-ridden company. And that includes taking a spot off your retirement tour, John. Because for some unknown reason, this company doesn't like me. They think I'm a B-plus player. Why? I don't know. Maybe it's because I don't politic my way to the main event like Cody Rhodes. I mean, maybe it's because I don't have a popular catchphrase like Jey Uso. But what is true is that I am better than them. Yet they get multiple dates of your retirement tour. They stink up the joint at WrestleMania. They underwhelm at Money in the Bank. Then after your pathetic midlife crisis was over because Danny Rock wouldn't come to play, you have an actual good match against Cody Rhodes. Well done. Congratulations. You made Dave Meltzer wet his pants. You made everyone impressed. Once. Whilst I've been doing phenomenal work my entire career, that all gets overshadowed by one decent performance. It's just really funny, isn't it, John, how life works. Cause then, the same POS YouTuber that I jumped to at WrestleMania took up more and more of your dates, as the two of you just run back a bunch of moves from better wrestlers to pay tribute to them, or whatever your stupid reasoning was. And guess what move got the biggest reaction? The Styles Clash. A terrible Styles Clash got the biggest pop of the night. But no, leave me off the card in favour of sponsored tag team wrestling and a worse Intercontinental title match. And that brings us to where we are now. You in agony in the middle of that ring, me now officially challenging you to a match at Crown Jewel, because that's what I deserve. After all of my hard work, it's now my time to get main events, and I'm going to take the Intercontinental Championship. Damn, make sure you never become a Grand Slam champion. Then in February, I will fulfill a promise that CM Punk broke all those years ago. Because I will walk out of here with the Intercontinental Championship, maybe even a bit more than that, and then I will take it and defend it everywhere. I will go to TNA. I will go to New Japan. Hell, I'll even go to AEW. Because in them places, they know my value, and they know that I should be getting top billing regardless, because that is how goddamn good I am, and that is what I am owed. You know, I always thought that one of Punk's lines in his little pipe bomb 14 years ago was more true than the rest. Found that out in 2018, and it's that this company would be better after Vince McMahon's. We're at No Mercy, and we kick off the show with a bang. Sol Ruka is ready to defend the Women's Speed Championship, but can she overcome her challenger Lady Reed? Well, she's trying her damned best to do so, using her speed and agility to overwhelm Miss Reed. So Reed has to strategize her way back into the match, and it's actually working, but when she hits the knee, it's too late, as the timer expires. She's horrified at this, and so is Sol, who decides to challenge Reed to her other championship, the Women's North American title. And with Lady Reed of course accepting, the match is restarted as she tries to go for another knee, which gets countered into a surprise roll-up. Yet this doesn't do the job, as the two continuously trade counters until one is left standing, which turns out to be Sol Ruka. As after a slight unwanted distraction from Zarya, the double champ snatches Reed's soul to pick up the win and remain a double champion. Sol Ruka proves herself, even though her night isn't done with just yet. As up next, it's time for the NXT Women's Championship match between Lola Vice and Jacy Jane. Though with Fallon Henley and Jasmine Nix at ringside, Zaruka come back on out to force them to the back. It's gonna be a fair one-on-one match, which horrifies the champ, who tries to run away from the challenger, which doesn't work. So she tries rolling her up once she's back in the ring, which also doesn't work, as this leads to her being battered by strikes left, right and centre. And Jacy for once actually faces the music head on. She goes blow for blow with Lola Vice as best as she can. Though due to her MMA background, Vice City is overwhelming Jane City. The reign of Jane may be over, although she gets one opening and takes it with one lucky shot, which is quickly followed up with a second discus forearm. But she doesn't realise how close she is to the ropes, which allows Lola Vice's dreams to stay intact. So she signals for a third, although this one gets countered, as the Lola Vice connects a spinning back fist and effectively collapses into the cover. And just like that, we have a new NXT Women's Champion. It's the biggest moment of Lola Vice's WWE career. She has reached the peak of the NXT mountain, so how the hell do we follow this? Well, after a pure fight, it's time for some pure patriotism, as Tavion Heights is looking to bring the North American title back to North America and away from the Canadian Ethan Page. But can he get the job done? Well, due to All Ego's experience factor, he's able to control a big majority of the match. Though no matter what he does, Tavion continues to kick, which greatly aggravates the champ, leading to him making a simple mistake, as Heights is able to let loose and fire on all cylinders. It's big power move city from Heights, yet one of these big moves misses, as Page looks for an Ego's edge, which gets turned around as he is planted right back down. So Tavion goes high risk. He wants a high reward, but Page gets up too quickly and tries to take him down, which ends up in disaster, as the challenger is able to counter the champion and drive him back down to the mat, as he then pulls off an iconic moment, Shooting Star pressing All Ego to keep him down for the free. We have another new champion. Tavion Heights has won his first piece of NXT gold. But up next, it's not about gold. It's about settling a score and ending a nightmare once and for all. As with Blake Monroe and Jordan Grace ready, the match is on, and it's a hellacious affair. Monroe is fighting like her life depends on it. The switch from match to match is startling, and of course, the Juggernaut loves this, as she brings her own intensity to the match, and then some. But neither can seemingly put the other away, as both keep on evading the other's finishing blow. However, when Jordan actually does connect hers, it's on the outside of the ring. And due to the ample time it took to get back into the ring, This allows the former Mariah May to kick out at 2. Grace is horrified at this, so she goes for one more Grace driver, which massively backfires as Blake is able to counter as she double underhook DDTs her before sprawling into the cover, gaining her only a 2 count. Now it's Blake who is horrified as the Juggernaut rises and demands for her to bring it, as the two begin to slug it out of one another. Neither have the advantage, but once they stagger, Blake is able to quickly grab Jordan and drive her down with her second double underhook DDT. And with her third, to ensure the job is done, Blake goes into the cover to pick up the win. She's beaten the Juggernaut again, and now the whole roster is on notice that Blake Monroe isn't ready to play. And neither is Ricky Saints, who is looking to end the endless reign of the ruler and dethrone the NXT champion over Femi. But can he do this in the main event of No Mercy? While the match is on, and he's bringing the fight to the champ, trying to use his agility to his advantage, which seemingly isn't helping his situation, as he ends up getting powerbombed to the outside of the ring. But Obafemi isn't done, as after a further powerbomb onto a ring post and barricade, he connects 2 more. One on the announcer's table, and the other onto the hardest part of the ring with an added swing to it. Yet even with all that, Saints continues to fight and rise above the ashes, even though he's now being decimated by the ruler. But he just won't stay down for the free, so Oma goes for a fall from grace, yet a trio of punches is what keeps him at bay, as it's then Ricky who tries to pick up the bigger man, which similarly fails, as Obafemi gets back on top of him. Although the fall from grace still just can't land, so Oma thinks outside the box as he ascends to the heavens, though he crash lands to hell, giving Saints a chance, and he does all he can with it, connecting all of his big power moves including a Rochambeau. Yet even this can't grace him more than a 2 count. So he goes into the corner and just waits for Obafemi to get up, and once he does, he charges at him, getting nailed by a fall from grace for his troubles. But somehow, someway, Ricky Saints finds a way to kick out at 2. Obafemi is in disbelief, so he just goes for the kill, nailing a fall from grace and keeping the position intact to nail another, and another, and another. Until finally, Obafemi releases his grip, going into the cover, for just a 1 count. Ricky has life, or so you think, as he's dead on his feet. The kickout came from sheer instinct, as with one vicious uppercut, Obafemi goes into the cover and picks up the big win. He remains on top of the NXT mountain as the men's NXT World Champion, yet as he's celebrating, something horrifying occurs, which we see backstage. As we see down corpses left and right, Joe Hendry, Jordan Grace, Lash Legend, Sol Ruka, Trick Williams, you name them, they've been wiped out. And as Obafemi watches on helplessly, we see Mustafa Ali, Matt Cardona, Cedric Alexander, and Eric Young all on the ramp. All men have been absent in the NXT NA war until right now, as whilst they stare holes through the champ gets ambushed by none other than Nick Nemeth. He's back in WWE, and he has just wiped out the NXT champion. Where the hell do we go from here? Well, we're just gonna have to wait and see. We're at Crown Jewel and we kick off the show in style. AJ Styles is here. He's ready for a fight against arguably his most iconic rival. John Cena has touched down in Perth as he charges towards the ring with purpose, and with his signature pose being met with thunderous applause, Cena is ready to have one last classic against Styles. Though before the match can even begin, we see the Los Americanos make their way towards the ring. They want to ruin this matchup, which doesn't slide with the LWO, as Cruz del Toro ends up coming out of nowhere as he battles against a man many call a bruiserweight. All the while Wacky and Wild fights a big strong boy, and lastly, Dragon Lee handles the leader as he drags El Grande Americano to the back. And with Cena and Styles watching on, they refocus their attention onto one another as their match can officially begin. And so, the two lock up, but the leader of the C Nation is able to overpower the Phenomenal One as he drives him into the ropes, though of course, both back off when the referee asks them to, as they lock up for a second time. And Styles is able to quickly grab Cena's arm and wrenches it, although this gets reversed, with Cena now wrenching Styles' arm. But before he can do much more, the Phenomenal One is able to take down the greatest of all time, as he does a little bit of showboating as well. So Cena runs off the ropes, yet Styles ducks under, leapfrogs over, and finally drop kicks Cena down once again, and once again taunts at him. And as soon as John Cena gets up, he decides to immediately lock up with him again, though Styles goes back to Big Match John's arm, which yields the same result, only this time Cena transitions to the head, wrapping his arms around it. So Styles has to push him off, although Cena stays on the ropes to avoid a second dropkick as the lockups only rage on, with Cena going from behind even though he gets taken down into a headlock. But this doesn't last, as Cena manages to take Styles' arm all the way to his spine, which gets a phenomenal response from AJ Styles, as it's now he who puts Cena's arm to his back. Only this time Cena then does the exact same headlock, which garners a similar response to before, only the opposite way around. And after a shot to the arm, Styles' arm work gets cut off with an early attempt of an AA, which is thankfully for Styles' sake nowhere to be found. As once he gets out of it, he immediately locks in a crossface, yet Cena gets out of it just as quickly before following this up with an early code red. Cena's trying to steal the win early, but this fails as Styles kicks out and kicks back, as he even goes for a springboard moonsault, which Cena evades as he goes for a back suplex, yet a punch stops him in his tracks, at least temporarily, as he then stuns Styles with a kick to the gut before looking for his own springboard, and this also misses, with Styles quickly flooring the seated Big Match John down. Then before you know it, Styles hurls Cena into the corner, yet Big Match John fights back, though with a kick to the leg and neck breaker, AJ gets back on top, at least temporarily, as Cena is able to counter with a DDT. Although as he grabs him, the Phenomenal One kicks back and slides him across the ring, and to conclude the sequence, he takes out the leg. And after a further stomp to the same area and taking him down, he just punches the leg to Kingdom Come. And once he's done, he looks for a knee, but no one's home, as Cena fires up the 5 moves of doom, yet he gets cooled down by a spear out of nowhere. Taking a page out of Roman Reigns' book, though this chapter isn't over, as Cena looks to rewrite this story. However, he can't do that quite yet, as Styles continues to control the match. Although as he goes for a second suplex neckbreaker, Cena is able to escape this and take him down. Yet he gets hit in the leg immediately after this, getting taken down by a flying Phenomenal One. Then with a few boot washes to the skull, he goes for the blitz, but at the last second, Cena ducks and nails a shoulder block. And another, before following this through with his signature spinning back suplex. And we all know what comes next, or so you think, as he gets kicked in the face before being locked into a calf crusher, but the rope break breaks the hold, so he locks it back in, this time away from the ropes. Will Cena give up? Well, of course he doesn't, elbowing him in the back, and after getting up, he recharges the 5 moves of doom as the 2 shoulder blocks and spinning back suplex connect flawlessly in quick succession. And this time, the 5 knuckle shuffle is able to be followed up with 0 interruptions. only one move of doom remains, yet this doesn't connect as Styles triple elbows his way out of it, as then he rolls up Cena before picking him up, lowering him to his destiny as he Styles clashes the face that used to run the place. Is this it? No, it's not, as Cena survives. So Styles goes for a phenomenal forearm. However, as he goes off the ropes, Cena is able to catch him mid-air and plant him down with an attitude adjustment. But even Cena's own finishing blow doesn't do the trick. So he instantaneously transitions into the STF. Will this shut AJ Styles up with the opener of Crown Jewel? Well, not quite yet, as Styles just manages to get out of it. And once both men get up, Styles ends up pulling a big trick out of his bag, the Burning Hammer. But he's still not satisfied, as he goes for the phenomenal forearm one more time, yet as he gets onto the ropes, Cena runs at him and puts him onto the top turnbuckle. And with Styles in prime position, Cena pulls out his Mega Death option, as he joins him up there, puts him onto his shoulders, and connects the Super AA. The move that won Cena so many matches can't do such a thing tonight. Styles lives, but this is his last gasp, which we find out when Cena rolls him through, putting him back onto his shoulders to connect one final AA. As with that, John Cena wins. He has overcame the Phenomenal one more time, but how the hell do we follow this? While following two Unks going at it one last time, it's time for the present and future to take center stage, as it's now time for the Women's Crown Jewel Championship match between Stephanie McGuire and Tiffany Stratton. And the match starts off hot as the WWE Women's Champion attempts to go for a float over Alabama Slam, though the Women's World Champion is able to pick her up. Yet Tiffy is able to be released with a trio of punches, as she then tries to roll her up, but as the ref strikes two, La Primera is able to kick out and transition into her own roll-up, which similarly only gets a 2, as Tiffany lifts her up and back down into another roll-up, ending the sequence with yet another kick out at 2. And with both women up, Miss Stratton taunts at Vakir, who responds with her own roll-up this time. Both are desperate for the early win, though this roll-up also doesn't work, as once both women rise, Tiffany looks for a shot, which gets blocked as Stephanie Vakir headbutts her not once, not twice, but thrice, and it certainly wasn't nice. As after she's done, she stomps her gut and double axe handles her skull. However, as she grabs her, Tiffy knees her to get back into the match, which merely gets her a vicious German suplex to follow suit. And La Primera goes into the cover, trying again to get the early win, which doesn't work, as Tiffany Stratton pushes her off, and then goes for a standing moonsault, but she took too long, as Vakir gets out of harm's way before nailing a humongous standing double foot stomp, and she tries another cover, which once again just doesn't do the trick. So she tries a submission, locking in a crossface, although before she can amplify the pressure, Tiffy's time comes around, as she manages to claw her way out of the hold, as she then takes Vakir down by the arm, following this up with a drop kick. Then she goes after the leg, as after she's done, she goes for her own double foot stomp, yet Vakir is able to move out of harm's way, rolling her through and hitting a brutal knee strike, crumbling Tiffy time. And if that wasn't bad enough, a powerbomb backbreaker surely is, as Vakir goes into the cover, even though she can only get a 2 count. So she goes for the Devil's Kiss, although Tiffy is able to escape to the outside, but Stephanie follows her with a big suicide dive, and this gets followed up with a huge Meteora from the outside to the floor. Then she puts Tiffy into the ring, and she follows her again, yet she's too slow, as Tiffy pops up and manages to connect a float over Alabama Slam, and she goes into the cover, thinking that's it, but she was wrong. So she goes for a PME, yet no one's home, as La Primera crucifix pins Tiffany Stratton, only for a 2 count. Though she doesn't care, immediately transitioning into a Hell's Gate, but she can't keep it in for long, as Tiffany's able to escape the hold, and then nearly amputates her with a big drop kick. And from here, Tiffy ascends to the heavens, before swanton bombing the Women's World Champion, yet she knows she needs more, as she then goes back to the top rope only for a split second, as she then connects the prettiest moonsault ever. Only Nia Jax has ever kicked out on this move, and you can add Stephanie Vaquer's name to that list. Tiffany is stunned, so she goes for one more, which fails, as Vaquer stops her, meeting her up there, punching her in the back, and back suplexing her down to the depths of hell. Then she picks up the near lifeless corpse, before connecting the original iteration of the SVB. Though the original isn't good enough, as Strine kicks out of one of her biggest moves as well, so she just drops her onto her knee before going for, and this time flawlessly connecting the Devil's Kiss. And after this, she follows this through with a running meteor in the corner, and to end the combo, she connects the new current day, better and improved version of the SVB. Though even this doesn't get the job done. Now Stephanie is surprised. However, she stays on the offensive, as after a cornered dragon screw, she then goes for a corkscrew moonsault. Even though no one's home, as Tiffany has a last gasp attempts to roll her up once more, but this doesn't work, so she just batters Vaquer with forearms, although the fourth gets blocked, as it's now Vaquer who overwhelms Tiffany. As after taking her down, she hits a second meteor in the corner, before this time connecting the corkscrew moonsault. As with that, Stephanie Vaquer stands tall. She is now the Women's Crown Jewel Champion. She has just beaten the undefeated Tiffany Stratton, as she's handed her her first loss in 2025. But where do we go from here? Well, up next, it's time for an Australian street fight. And with Braun Breaker being nowhere in sight, Bronson Reed is ready to go to war. And so is Roman Reigns, who dives onto the big man as the referee rings the bell. And when this happens, Reed lariats him down before chucking him into the steel steps, as he then picks them up and smashes them in the OTC's face. And once he plummets him to the ground, he merely picks him back up, scoops him up, and scoop slams him onto the exact same steps. As with the tribal chief down, he goes and grabs a table from under the ring, sliding it into the ring before grabbing a steel chair. But before he can use it, he gets Superman punched out of nowhere. Then he charges up for a spear as he runs at the big man, though no one's home, as Bronson then sends Roman into the barricade. And from here, Bronson grabs the chair and looks to use it onto the tribal chief. Yet he pushes back, launching the chair into his skull as it's his turn to hurl Reed into the barricade. But Roman isn't satisfied as he grabs the chair and smashes it at Bronson over and over and over again until it eventually snaps on him. And even this doesn't make him happy as he puts him into the ring, and even though Bronson pops up, he gets put straight back down with a spear. Only this time, unlike Clash in Paris, Bronson Reed kicks out in one. So Roman goes for another. However, Reed gets his knee up and he goes for a tsunami, though Reigns gets up and chucks him off the top as he then locks in a guillotine choke. Yet before you know it, Bronson Reed powers out of it, and once he does, he connects a big Death Valley driver. Though the OTC stays alive, so Bronson just hurls him to the outside back first before setting up a table in the middle of the ring. Then he just launches himself at the tribal chief, and after nearly breaking his ribs onto the ring post, he wastelands him onto the announcer's table. But his follow-up sledgehammer shot gets blocked, staggering him long enough for Bronson to be hit with a second spear. Then he puts him into the ring and looks for the third, although Bronson counters it with DDT, as he then drops Roman Reigns with a sit-out axe driver. His neck has been spiked, but Bronson isn't done, as he puts Roman onto the table and ascends to the heavens, yet his follow-up tsunami gets avoided. as he crashes and burns through the table before getting Superman punched again. However, he doesn't stay down for long, so Roman Reigns goes for and hits a third spear. Bronson Reed should be done, but he still isn't. Roman is stunned, he doesn't know what to do, as Bronson rises up again, so he charges at him, although he gets taken down, and if that wasn't bad enough, he gets sentoned as well. And now, Bronson goes for a tsunami again, only this time, he gets caught in midair with a fourth spear, but when he goes for the fifth, Bronson flawlessly transitions to a second sit-out axe driver, although he wants to put the nail in the coffin in the match, as he sets up another table, and this time is able to tsunami Roman Reigns through it. And with him going into the cover, the hometown hero beats arguably the biggest star in WWE, and it's inarguably the biggest win of his career. No distractions, no interferences, just a clean win for Big Bronson Reed over Roman Reigns. But what's next? Well, it's now time for the co-main event of the evening, as it's time to find a men's crown jewel champion. The first of the double main event extravaganza, who will prove themselves as the best of the best. Well, if Braun Breaker beats Sentinel back once again, the match is on. And Rollins immediately looks for a kick to the gut, which gets blocked, as Cody then looks for a crossroads, which similarly gets blocked, as he takes down the American Nightmare. And once Cody gets up, he ducks Rollins' next attack, jumps over him, and hip tosses him down to the mat. And once the Visionary gets up, he demands for the WWE Champion to bring it, which he most certainly does, as he hits punch after punch after punch until hitting a little dance and bionic elbowing the Visionary down, who retreats to the outside. And after getting up, he gets met by a big crossbody to the outside, as he even gets smashed into the barricade head first and back first, courtesy of a Russian leg sweep. Then he puts him back into the ring and looks for a strike, although the Messiah flips away and knees Cody straight in the face. However, the American Nightmare pushes back and looks to pedigree the World Heavyweight Champion, but Rollins gets out of it before looking for one of his own. Yet this doesn't work, as Cody clotheslines his way out of his grasp. And from here, he chucks him into the corner, though Rollins kicks back and sling blades him down. Yet the combo isn't done just yet, as he looks for a knee, but no one's home, as the American Nightmare then looks for a Cody cutter. However, just like the knee, no one is home again, as Seth then superkicks Cody to the gut and in the head to take him down. Then a picture-perfect springboard swanton bomb allows Rollins to get the first pin attempt of the match, which won't be the last. But Cody moves out of harm's way, bulldogging Seth down, and from here, the Visionary gets battered into the corner by the American Nightmare. Though once he's done, Rollins is able to push him off, as he looks for another springboard, which this time misses, as Cody Rhodes manages to connect a disaster kick once he gets up. And it's his turn to cover the opponent, failing all the same. So he picks him up, looking for the Cody cutter, this time actually connecting, as he sprawls into the cover, even though the Visionary kicks out. But he's struggling, so here comes Braun Breaker, which gets quite a negative reaction from both Cody Rhodes and especially Seth Rollins. He's screaming at him to leave. He wants to do this on his own, and whilst the referee tries to get Braun out of there, we see a Viper sliver into the ring. Could he? Would he? Well, not on this night, as Randy Orton slithers away before making a mark. And Rollins notices that Cody is distracted, but he waits for him to turn around before they continue the fight. As if a nod of respect from Rhodes, the two begin to brawl like there's no tomorrow, although eventually both men stagger until the American Nightmare manages to quickly kick him in the gut and finally connect the pedigree. Is Triple H's own move the end of the match? No, it's not, as Seth Rollins survives. So Cody Rhodes ascends to the heavens, although his landing ends in horror as Seth manages to hit his own pedigree out of nowhere, and he desperately goes into the cover thinking that may be it. Oh, how wrong he would be. But the missionary doesn't look shocked for long, as he immediately looks for a stomp following this near fall, which gets caught into a RKO out of nowhere. Yet he isn't satisfied with just that, as Cody calls him up and puts him back down with a crossroads. The move that's put so many of us down can't do the job tonight. So Cody calls for him to get up and looks for a trinity of crossroads, although Rollins escapes this through a roll-up, but Cody kicks out. Yet as he gets up, he gets met by a stomp out of thin air. Is this it? Well, it's still not over quite yet, as Cody Rhodes kicks out. So Seth Rollins goes berserk, nailing a trio of stomps all in quick succession. Yet to finish Cody off, Seth Rollins hits Rhodes' own move, the Crossroads. As with that, Seth Rollins wins. He is the men's Crown Jewel champion, he is the 2025 best of the best in WWE, and he has proven that maybe his mission is inevitable. But now, it's time for the main event of the evening, as it's time for the Kabuki Warriors to take on Io Sky and the birthday girl herself, hometown hero, Rhea Ripley, who will close the show the victor while the match is on, and Asuka is demanding Io to bring it, which she just can't, as she decides to tag out Tamami. And with Rhea asking her why, she gets jumped by the Empress of Tomorrow as she gets taken down by a bulldog and kicked to Kingdom Come. Yet Rhea pushes back, but as she runs off the ropes, she gets kneed in the gut and kicked in the head. And whilst taunting at Io Sky, Asuka then decides to brutalise Mami's arm with a vicious stomp to it. And after a kick to the back, Asuka then locks in a triangle choke. She wants to make Rhea give up this early, though she attempts to powerbomb her off, yet she keeps it locked in. Even a second powerbomb attempt can't stop Asuka, but eventually a third can, as Mami gets some space from the Empress of Tomorrow, although her headbutt misses as she gets back elbowed in the skull. Then she goes for another kick, which gets dodged as Rhea then roundhouse kicks her back, although she then looks to the crowd, allowing for Asuka to jump up and grab her, German suplexing her and bridging it to the cover. Yet this of course doesn't get the free count, so she goes back to the arm, wrenching and twisting it until she's satisfied. As she then goes over and gloats at a worried Io Sky, which leads to Rhea similarly jumping up and grabbing Asuka, power slamming and kneeling on her damn neck. Though this seemingly doesn't affect her, as she kicks back and drop kicks her down, yet Rhea crawls her way back up. However, she gets put straight back down with a tackle alongside a double axe handle to the skull. And finally, Asuka tags in Kairi Sane as the two do a neckbreaker and kick combination. The Kabuki Warriors are in firm control, which continues when Kairi locks in a half Boston Crab. But Rhea manages to get out of it almost immediately, although her headbutt gets stopped by a knee and wheelbarrow stunner to follow suit. Then Kairi hurls Mami into the corner, chopping her down and choking her out with her own boot. And once she's done, she sees Io Sky and slightly conflicts, until Asuka screams at her to continue the punishment, as she begrudgingly does, double foot stomping and sliding forearming the former Women's World Champion. But she kicks back like Asuka did, yet it's Kairi's turn to use her legs to get back into the match, rocking Rhea to her core as she chops her down. Although Mami rises above the ashes, so she gets chopped down again, but once again she gets back up, so Kairi goes for another chop, though this one gets blocked as the headbutt finally lands, creating enough separation for the tag to be made. And Asuka gets the tag as well, as both women stare galaxies through one another, until finally Io Sky makes the first move as she batters the Empress of Tomorrow all across the ring until she staggers on the ropes as Io launches herself at Asuka, putting both of them out of the ring. As then, Io gets an idea, hitting a signature springboard moonsault to the outside. But she's still not done, as she builds a full head of steam and suicide dives the Empress of Tomorrow as well. Though as she goes for another, she gets distracted for a moment by Kairi Sane. But this moment was long enough for Asuka to sweep her legs out, as she then tags in Kairi with a two double elbowing Io Sky. Kairi doesn't want this, but she's forced to attack, laying in her Io with kicks, until she too gets her own idea, as she double foot stomps Io's arm before cheap shotting Rhea Ripley as she gets knocked to the outside. And from here, she Irish whips her, continuing her control of the match with a fancy head scissors and intercepts her by connecting a spear. She thinks that could be it, but Io grabs the ropes, so by orders of Asuka, she continues the beatdown, even choking her out, until she's able to get the tag back into Asuka as she locks in a Black Widow. The crowd hate this, of course, so they're very glad when Io gets out of it. But as she runs at her, she gets caught by a big German suplex. And this gets followed up by a nasty Empress combination, seemingly knocking Io out cold. So much so that she goes into the cover, and so much so that Rhea Ripley has to break up the pin. And this makes Asuka mad, as she gets up on Rhea's grill, but not until she smacks her in the face, and this gives Io enough time to get back into the match, and she's all guns blazing, blinded by rage, and she's all over Asuka, even connecting a bullet train, and this gets followed up with a moonsault, which doesn't miss, although just like Rhea Ripley did, Kairi Sane breaks up the pin. Io Sky can't believe it, and with her arguing with Kairi, Asuka is able to recover and get up. Out of a cheap shot from Kairi, just like Rhea did, Asuka is able to dropkick her out of the corner before lining her up with a series of kicks. As with one to the back, Asuka tags in Kairi Sane, assisting her and connecting in arguably the greatest elbow drop in all of business, in all of sports entertainment, in all of WWE. The insane elbow hits, so Rhea Ripley once again breaks up the pin, and this sends Asuka over the edge as she and Mommy do battle on the outside of the ring. All the while, the same can be said in the ring with no one having the advantage. But it's until Kairi rocks Io to her core with a spinning back fist, which quickly gets followed up with an anchor submission. But Io Sky doesn't give up, eventually finding a way out of the hold. And with a roundhouse kick to the skull, Io goes high risk for a high reward, and this leads to a humongous avalanche Spanish fly. And with both women down, they both struggle to make the tag. Rhea Ripley and Asuka are in, and Mommy is completely dominating the Empress of Tomorrow. Although as Kairi gets up, Io sacrifices herself to eliminate one half of the Kabuki Warriors. As with Rhea still dominating, she goes for an avalanche riptide, which connects. However, as she's going into the cover, her leg gets pulled by Dakota Kai. She's back in WWE, and she has just screwed Rhea Ripley and Io Sky. As with the referee distracted by Dakota, we see Asuka missed Rhea Ripley, and no one saw a damn thing aside from all the fans, as Asuka merely locks in the Asuka lock onto a dazed and vulnerable Mommy, who is forced to not tap but pass out. The Kabuki Warriors have won. They have beaten the top two women arguably in the entire company. They have crushed them under their boot, all thanks to Dakota Kai. We're at Halloween Havoc, and we kick off the show with Dia de los Muertos. Dr. Wagner Jr. is here, and he is here for his NXT North American title Day of the Dead match against the champ All Ego Ethan Page. But who will stand tall? Will it be the AAA Latin American Champion, or will it be the NXT North American Champion? Well, if the title being held up in the air, like you just don't care, the match is on. And All Ego immediately rolls to the outside and taunts at a AAA star, which only gets the NXT star a huge suicide dive. But Wagner isn't done, as he gets on the apron and front flips off the top rope to the floor. And with El Hijo de Dr. Wagner Jr. taunting away, he quickly refocuses on his target, smashing him into the barricade shoulder first and the ring post face first. Then he just awaits for All Ego to get up as he connects a humongous clothesline off the apron, turning the champ inside out. And after a front suplex ribs first onto the barricade, he goes into the ring, not with Paige, as Dr. Wagner III ascends to the top rope and looks to dive. Yet the Canadian moves as Junior crash and burns, allowing for Paige to pick him up and scoop slam the challenger onto the hardest part of the ring. And with him sending him into the steel steps, Ethan Page goes and grabs a steel chair. However, before he can use it, Dr. Wagner Jr. gets it off him and smacks him in the face with it, as he then hurls him over the barricade. And of course, he joins him, sending All Ego all across the arena. And at one point, after taking him down with a spinning kick, he even goes on to and dives off a storage box to the champion. Though as he grabs a local baseball bat, his swing is nowhere to be found, as Page then taunts at his down foe before he goes for one of his own, similarly getting blocked by Dr. Wagner Jr., as once he gets up, he gets smacked in the back with the bat too. Although to keep him down at least temporarily, he picks him up and hurls a chair at Ethan Page not once, but twice, and of course, it wasn't nice. Yet the beatdown doesn't stop, as All Ego is sent into the storage box, both front and back first. And with a further wasteland onto the box, Dr. Wagner Jr. just batters Ethan Page across more of the arena, and with them near the stage, Wagner drops Page with a super kick. But the champ fights back with a desperate knee, hurling Wagner away to attempt to recuperate. Although eventually, with the AAA Latin American Champion getting up, the bloody North American Champion goes back to battle. Yet he took too long, as he gets sent to the stage for retaliation. Then Wagner goes over to a casket, breaking it open to find an urn, which he just yeets at the champion, but he's not done using it, smashing him in the head alongside waiting for him to get up, uppercutting him with the weapon, leaving ashes in its wake. Then he tries carrying him back to the ring, only getting him so far, as Page fights out of his grasp when they get near the square circle, as he then sends him into the barricade before going under the ring and grabbing a megaphone of all things. Though he uses it to great effect, smashing it into Wagner's skull. But he's still not satisfied, grabbing the steel steps, yet all this gets him is a megaphone and steel steps to the face. Then it's Dr. Wagner Jr.'s turn to get a weapon, getting a mannequin arm, and beating Ethan Page down with it as well. And he's just relentless on the assault, continuously hitting him with the arm until discarding the weapon and chucking Ethan Page back into the ring. And he joins him in style, as after a big time dropkick, he goes for a potential huge powerbomb. Yet All Ego desperately punches his way out of it before looking for Ego's edge. But this gets caught, as he gets put down with one hell of a phantom driver. Is Ethan Page done? Well, he's not just yet, as he kicks out at 2. So Dr. Wagner Jr. looks for a moonsault, although Ethan Page gets out of dodge, as he tries rolling Dr. Wagner Jr. up, yet this act of desperation yields no results, as Wagner kicks out and kicks back, hitting a springboard cutter and middle rope frog splash in quick succession. So he tries a leaping moonsault, which also fails to connect, as Ethan Page again goes for a roll-up, once again getting kicked out of. Yet this time, Ethan Page gets on top of a quick bicycle kick. And from here, All Ego impressively snatched power slams Dr. Wagner Jr. across the entire damn ring. He thinks that's it, though Dr. Wagner Jr. disagrees, kicking out of the big move. So he goes to the outside as the strange weapons keep on coming as he grabs a door. But as he puts it in the ring, Dr. Wagner Jr. looks to stop him, getting a twisting grin variation on top of it. And All Ego again goes into the cover, which again doesn't do the job. So he goes for an Ego's Edge again, although Dr. Wagner Jr. escapes before firing off one last gasp of survival, doing whatever he can to take the NXT North American Champion down, and finally, he does with a slingshot spear and moonsault combination. But he makes a critical error by not going into the cover, as he sets up the door in the corner, and when he turns back, he gets shot right in the balls, before All Ego unbelievably Ego edges him through the door, and he drags him into the center of the ring before making an obnoxious cover, giving Dr. Wagner Jr. enough time to kick out. Ethan Page is beside himself with rage, so he goes for and nails a twisted grin. But similarly, Dr. Wagner Jr. just manages to survive. Ethan Page is now stunned, but the AAA star is basically out, so Ethan Page goes to the outside and grabs one last weapon, a barbed wire baseball bat. As with Dr. Wagner Jr. slowly rising to his feet, he gets smashed back down with the barbed wire bat. And with the cover being made, that ends this war. The bloodied mess of All Ego Ethan Page emerges the car wreck as still your NXT North American Champion. But how the hell do we follow this? Well, it's time to get bouncy as Javon Evans teams with the X Division champion Leon Slater to take on the AAA team of La Parca and Mr. Iguana. But which team will get bragging rights? Well, the match is on, and we start off with a little dance courtesy of La Parca. And Javon joins in on the affairs until the AAA star attempts to steal the win early with a roll-up. But thankfully, this fails, as when both men rise, it's now the bouncy boy who goes into a cover, only yielding the similar results. Yet Javon doesn't care, as he looks for an early OG cutter, which gets ran away from, and the roll-ups only continue, with La Parca going for the cheap win again, and once again, Javon Evans leaps out of the cover, as he responds to this by hurricanranaing him out of the ring. And upon getting up, Javon tags in Leon Slater, who climbs to the top rope and hits a humongous crossbody to the outside onto La Parca. Then he rushes back to the ring to tag back in Javon Evans, who subsequently builds a full head of steam and leaps over the referee to dive onto the AAA star. But as he does, Mr. Iguana quickly gets into the ring, as it's then he who dives to the outside, and Leon Slater rounds out the party, diving onto the Iguana, and he grabs him and chucks him back to his corner, going back to his own as Evans throws Parker back into the ring. And with him rising, the Youngblood takes him down with a huge springboard clothesline. And after a double foot stomp and kick down, Leon Slater gets tagged back in as he does double knees to the gut back to back. But the follow-up moonsault is nowhere to be found, as La Parca goes off the turnbuckle and arm drags Leon before kicking up and drop kicking him down. Yet the TNA X Division champion kicks back before paying homage to Booker T with his signature kick as he goes into the cover. Though this won't be the last, as Parker powers out of it. But the double knees this time are nowhere to be found, as with a pop-up meteor, La Parca flawlessly transitions into tagging in Mr. Iguana. And he's a house on fire, as after a hurricanrana, Leon quickly escapes to the outside, where he's met with the same dive that was hit on Javon. And after a rapid-fire splash off the barricade, he waits for Leon to get up, as he dives on him for the third time in a row. Yet Javon quickly clotheslines him on the outside. But once he's up, he gets met by a beautiful dive courtesy of La Parca. but Leon is able to get back on top with a moonsault off the apron. However, this advantage doesn't last long, as Mr. Iguana moves out of harm's way before being hit with a splash from the exact same place. Then Mr. Iguana puts him in the ring, goes to the top rope, and connects his own version of a crossbody. And Leon just desperately crawls into the corner, slowly rising to his feet before being taken down again with a slap to the chest and an old school pair drop kick. Leon is writhing around in agony, so Mr. Iguana takes full advantage, tagging in La Parka as they connect stereo shoulder tackles. But La Parka gets too goofy with it, allowing for Leon Slater to move out of harm's way and tag in Javon Evans. And he gets bouncy almost straight away as he takes down both La Parka and even Mr. Iguana. Although the OG cutter attempt fails, as Parker rebounds and rebounds off the ropes again until he gets taken down. But the follow-up standing moonsault gets evaded as the Parker is able to grab the Young Blood, twist him around and plant him down with a final cut. Is that it? Well, no, it's not. So he goes for a frog splash, even though no one's home, as Javon takes him down before tagging Leon, and he looks for a blue thunder bomb, but a punch blocks him, although he grabs his foot, spins him around, and then takes him to the outside. And with him following, Mr. Iguana and Javon Evans go at it in the ring. However, as Javon goes for the OG cutter, it doesn't hit Mr. Iguana, but it does hit Layeska. Javon is horrified as this fires up the Iguana, who takes the bouncy boy to the outside as Layeska gets paid back by suicide diving the young OG. Although Mr. Iguana gets immediately wiped out too by a single leg dropkick by the X Division champion. And with him discarding the Iguana, he twists of fates La Parka after countering an attempted attack, and we all know what comes next, as Leon Slater connects a Swanton 450 splash to pick up the win for his team. NXT win! Leon Slater and Javon Evans have proved to be formidable foes and phenomenal tag team partners. But how do we follow this? Well, up next, it's time for Blake Monroe to attempt to unseat Zarya for Sol Ruka's NXT Women's North American Championship. But as Zarya gets into the ring, she immediately charges at an unaware Monroe with a spear. The bell's only just rung, and Zarya even follows this up with an F5. Yet Blake Monroe won't go down that easily, so Zarya just starts punching down at her over and over and over again. She's relentless on the assault. That is until the former Mariah May draws blood. Only then does Zarya stop the beating as she lifts her up and goes for a second F5, although Blake is able to slip out of it as she quickly grabs Zarya and plants her down with a double underhook DDT. And she desperately crawls into the cover, praying that's it, even though it's not. So she picks her up and just slaps her in the face, leading to Zarya being able to counter Blake's next attack and just push her to the corner. So Monroe charges at her, which gets her hoisted up in the air and caught into a second thunderous F5. And with the blood smearing the canvas after a third F5, Zarya goes into the cover and wins. She retains on Sol Ruka's behalf, and she did so in brutal fashion, perhaps showing a beginning of a change in demeanor for the former Delta, that maybe she must win by any means necessary. But before the scheduled NXT Tag Team Championship match, we see a backstage brawl between Javon Evans and Cutler James, and they fight anywhere and everywhere. Javon wants to neutralize the numbers game Dark State have, which he does, as with James being put through a table, Dark State now go into battle with 3 men, or so you think, as we cut to see Osiris Griffin and Leon Slater similarly doing battle, only this time in the parking lot. And both men are in a precarious position, and they keep on countering each other, although with a one well-timed super kick, Osiris is plummeted through a sheet of glass. He's taken care of as well, Javon Evans and Leon Slater have helped the Hardy Boys big time, as now Saquon Sugars and Dion Lennox must go at it alone in this no match, because this was filmed prior to the announcement of the Broken Hardys' return. They're the only ones left, so it'll be a fair fight. But can the Hardy Boys retain the NXT Tag Team titles? While the match is on, and Sugars immediately runs into a tilt-a-whirl neckbreaker from Matt Hardy, and he quickly puts him into the corner, tagging in his brother, with the two connecting an assisted twist of fate. But Dion Lennox quickly superkicks Matt and subsequently breaks up the pin, and Dion then clotheslines Jeff out before looking for a big dive off the apron, though no one's home, as Jeff manages to hurl him into the steel steps. But by the time he gets into the ring, Sugars has managed to get up as he takes down the legend with a DDT. Then he just piles the knees on a Hardy, and once he eventually stops, he swings him into his corner, tagging in an outstanding Dion Lennox as the two-hit an atomic drop big boot combination. And Dion of course goes on the cover, even though this of course doesn't do the job just yet. So Darks they continue to manhandle Jeff Hardy as he gets brung up and put right back down. Though then Jeff kicks back, yet he just gets put right back down with a back elbow. And with a cheap shot to Matt Hardy, the beatdown on Brother Nero continues. But when he goes for more punches, Jeff reverses the pressure, although as he does, Dion pushes him back as the younger competitor gets up quicker, drop kicking the legend back down. And after an impressive power move only using one hand, he presses him down and goes into another cover, getting another 1 count. So he goes for a powerbomb, although a trio of punches gives Jeff Hardy a chance. However, the exact same mistake by Jeff is made, resulting in him getting taken down again. And it's now stomps that rain down from the sky onto the charismatic Enigma, although the endless stomps end, and Dion puts Jeff into a tackless corner, punching him and then hurling him to the other side of the squared circle. But he's still not done, as he does the exact same thing back the other way. Matt Hardy is desperate for the tag, although he can't get it just quite yet, as the tag is made back to Saquon Sugars, but the double team move can't connect, as Jeff hangs onto the ropes before sending Dion to the outside and elbowing Sugars. And after taking him down with a tornado DDT, he goes to tag in Matt Hardy, but Dion Lennox pulls him off the apron. It's heartbreak for Jeff, who gets subsequently taken down by Sugars with a very impressive spinning powerbomb, that being bridged into the cover for a solid 2. And Jeff just crawls towards his doom, getting drop kicked onto his back. Then Saquon Sugars just plays with his food, showcasing his dominance with a painful pump handle backbreaker. And he tries another cover, even though Jeff Hardy finds a way to survive. And that's all he can do at the moment, as he's still getting battered by the former tag team champions. As after several headbangs into the canvas, Saquon Sugars even taunts away at Matt Hardy. And once he's done, he just leg drops his brother before tagging back in Dion Lennox, as the two take down Jeff Hardy before they both inevitably go up to the top rope, as Saquon Sugars front suplexes Dion Lennox on top of Jeff, and the pinfall is of course made, even though he still kicks out. And this makes Dion quite mad, which leads to him making a mistake as he gets taken to the outside, and with Sugars also being taken down, Jeff Hardy decides to fly, diving onto both men with separate unique dives. And with him crawling back into the ring, he just manages to leap over to his brother and make the tag. Matt Hardy is in, and he's just battering Dion Lennox like there's no tomorrow, and he throws him into the corner, continuing the deletion of Dark State. And with enough stomps to make a toddler scream, a guillotine leg drop is the next order of things. And to end this combo, he goes to the heavens and comes back to reality with a crossbody. But that doesn't mean he's done, as he picks up Dion and side effects him as well. And with Jeff Hardy just about up, Matt Hardy tags in his brother, to connect a twist of fate and swanton bomb combination. And Saquon Shagars actually leaves. He's done with Dark State as the Hardy Boys retain. They are still double champions. They still rule both TNA and NXT's tag team divisions, although their next challengers could be their last, as we see up on the ramp none other than Javon Evans and Leon Slater. Allies on this night, enemies the next. But can they overthrow the double champions? Well, before we find out, it's time to find out who will leave Halloween Havoc as NXT champion. But will it be Trick Williams who does so? Or will Ricky Saints retain? Well, the match is on, and Trick immediately goes for a trick shot, though Ricky catches him into a powerbomb position, yet Trick gets out of his grasp with a trio of punches, and with him stunned, he goes for the trick shot again, which once again gets avoided, as Ricky then goes for a spear, similarly being blocked from happening, as Trick evades and then sends Ricky out of the ring. And he of course joins him, doing so by delivering a big clothesline off the apron to the floor. And he continues the assault, with him driving Ricky into the ring post and barricade face first, and then back first. But Ricky jumps out of his grasp, although both trade counters until finally, the Revolution gets his receipt by throwing Trick into the ring post. Then he goes back in the ring, before going back out with a suicide dive. Ricky Saints is on fire, and he continues the momentum by throwing Trick into the steel steps. And to top this off, he Russian leg sweeps him into the barricade just for good measure. Then he puts him back into the ring, though he takes too long to join, as Trick pulls out an AJ Lee classic, but this submission doesn't last, as Ricky's able to claw his way out of the hold, as he goes for a drop kick, yet no one's home, as Trick then attempts a roll up, though just like throughout the rest of the night, this doesn't do the job. And Ricky manages to kick back before taking a page out of Tommaso Ciampa's playbook with a fairy tale ending. And he goes into the cover, though the match rages on, as Trick crawls up the turnbuckle, ultimately leading to him being taken down as Ricky ascends one stage further, calling Trick up as he goes for a middle rope spear. But Trick evades the inevitable, as he manages to quickly catch the champ with a bookend that will make Booker T proud. And he sprawls into the cover, hoping that's it, and his hope would fade as Ricky kicks out. So he goes for the trick shot for a third time, getting evaded for that exact same number, as Ricky Saints then goes for his own cheeky roll-up. However, the ever so smart Tricky Willie manages to escape and apply his own roll-up. But with the strength of Hercules, the NXT champion powers Trick up and back down into the final roll-up of the sequence, which doesn't end the match. And with Trick frazzled, he gets put back into the corner and subsequently battered, as Ricky hits not one, not two, but 3 chops, making Trick's chest red raw. But on sheer instinct, he knees back, and even though he's startled, Trick manages to take down Ricky with a discus big boot. And he of course goes into the cover, even though that doesn't do the trick. So he flawlessly transitions into a float over Uranagi, and he tries to pin again, although once again, the former Stark survives. So he hits another Booker T classic, and just stares at the emotionless champion until he does another axe kick, and another. Then he just waits, taunting at him whilst he does, as the champion slowly rises. But then he quickly spears Trick out of thin air, even though this still doesn't end things. So he goes for a Rochambeau, although Trick blocks this with a trio of punches, as with Ricky stunned, Trick goes and nails a hell of a slam dunk. This move has finished off so many people in the past, but it doesn't do the same for Ricky tonight. Trick Williams is stunned, so he goes back to all reliable, loading him up one final trick shot. But this gets turned into a Rochambeau out of nowhere, yet even this doesn't allow Ricky to retain. So once Trick gets up, both men do their final stand. They're clobbering the hell out of each other, although eventually Trick staggers as Ricky quickly kicks Trick in the gut before unbelievably Canadian destroying the former two-time NXT champion. As with the Tornado DDT following shortly after, Ricky Saints goes into the cover. And with that, by the skin of his teeth, Ricky Saints retains. He is still the top dog of NXT. He has belittled the former TNA World Heavyweight Champion, and he does so with absolute precision. But regardless of that, it's now time for the main event of the evening, as it's time for Tana Paxley to take on the reigning defending NXT Women's Champion JC Jane. But of course, both factions are at ringside, so Izzy actually takes charge, going straight after Fallon Headley, as them two brawl to the back. And with the rest of the calling allowing Tam to fight on her own per her request, that just leaves Lady Reed, who gets handled by a certain Bird Lady, as the Lyra Valkyria beats the holy hell out of Lady Reed, all the while JC Jade watches on helplessly. As with the numbers now down to a pure one-on-one affair, with rivals officially united, and with the calling ensuring no one will interfere, this NXT Women's title match is on. And even though she's nervous, JC locks up with the challenger and grabs her arm, although Tatum quickly reverses and then grabs her arm. But the arm counters keep on coming as JC goes from behind and wrenches the arm all the same, though Tatum is able to completely reverse the situation in her favour, and she starts to technically dominate the NXT Women's Champion, taking her down and locking in a headlock before going back to the arm, eventually tossing her away, winning the exchange. Then Tatum just laughs in JC's face, so they lock up again, and the champion pushes the challenger into the ropes, and as the referee separates them, JC cheap shots Tatum, subsequently going for a super kick, which gets turned around into a surprise DDT. Both a follow-up elbow misses, as Jane goes for a bicycle kick, similarly being evaded, as Paxley goes for the early roll-up win, but just like all the other matches throughout the night, this fails. As when JC Jane gets up, she trips up an attempted clothesline as she bulldozed Tatum with one of her own. Yet Tatum knees back, going for an enziguri, which misses, as JC goes for one of her own, which also misses, as the two merely stare off with one another. Though eventually, JC breaks the ice with a kick to the gut, even though a subsequent powerbomb is stopped by a trio of punches, as Tam looks to build momentum, which gets shut down with a big scoop up power slam. And JC tries to capitalize off this with a cover, only gaining her a 1 count. So she goes for a standing senton, which misses, as Tam is able to plant JC face first on a knee and drop kick him into the back to follow suit. And JC just crawls to the bottom turnbuckle, only getting her squished by the challenger as she then ascends to the top rope. However, the top rope senton is nowhere to be found, as the champ takes a page out of a certain Flair's book, natural selecting Tatum alongside kicking her in the back and sentoning her gut. And this combination gets a cover, even though it only graces her a 1. And after a gruesome kick to the chest, JC then goes to the middle rope, yet a middle rope senton is avoided, as Tatum strikes her across the ring, rebounds off the ropes, and gets power slammed all the way back down. As after a follow-up senton, she then goes up to the heavens, although as she does, Tatum kicks up and meets her up there. However, after a struggle, she gets hurled back down to the canvas, though she kicks up again, forearming her into the corner and insecuring her down. But JC Jane rolls to the outside, which gets her doved on by a dove. And she goes back into the ring, goes back up to the top rope, and twisting crossbodies the champion back down. Yet a third dive gets diverted, as JC Jane is able to take back control with a super kick and clothesline combination. Out of a front suplex onto a barricade, JC arrogantly goes back into the ring and just waits. She wants the count out win, though when she realizes this can't happen, she just suicide dives Tana Paxley back. And after just tossing her at the ring post ribs first, she goes back into the ring looking for that count out win. However, at the last possible second, Tana Paxley gets back into the ring. Even if she's taken down, she's still in the match, which continues with another kick out, and she crawls up the turnbuckle. However, unlike when JC did, she's able to counter, although her momentum gets snuffed out from under her with a big spine buster. But she sticks in the fight, so JC just stomps at a Kingdom Come. She's refusing to relent, although when she does, it's to line up the discus forearm. But thankfully, Tatum is able to block this as she goes for a roll-up, although this doesn't do the trick, so once both women get up, Tatum fires on all cylinders, as she connects dropkicks galore alongside a big running splash. And to round things out, she even manages to hit a standing corkscrew senton. Everyone is wowed, though them wows turn to boos when Chasey Jane kicks out. So it's now Tatum who ascends to the heavens, though JC tries to reach God, but all she can get is shoved back down as Tatum goes to the middle rope and just splashes her down, though she's still not done, rejoining God up there and this time flawlessly connecting the senton. And she goes into the cover, thinking that is it, yet it isn't. So Tatum reaches to the stars one more time as she goes on to miss a 450 splash, subsequently leading to the discus forearm connecting. The move that's put so many of us down doesn't do the same to Tatum, all thanks to the ropes. JC Jane is furious, so she goes for one more, which is nowhere to be found, as Tatum Paxley is able to connect the Psycho Trap. JC Jane is done, and Tatum knows it, putting an exclamation mark on things by connecting a 450 splash nearly across the entire damn ring. As with that, we have a new WWE NXT Women's World Champion, and her name is Tatum Paxley. And while she's celebrating, Izzy Day and Lyra Valkyria come back out on the ramp, and whilst they still don't like each other, that doesn't matter, as on this night belongs to Tatum Paxley, which a certain role model agrees with. We're at Survivor Series and we kick off the show with some War Games. Io Sky is ready to go to war. She's starting things off for her team, and the woman who will start off the match with her is none other than Asuka. There's so much deep history between the two, and this shows as soon as the bell rings, as they start to go at it like there's no tomorrow, trading strikes and reversals with as much fluidity as a bottle of water, though Io is able to get on top, roundhouse kicking the Empress down. However, Asuka then kicks back herself, going off the ropes for a round the world dropkick, which Io is able to easily avoid by climbing the cage, double axe handling her skull. And after double kneeing Asuka's gut, alongside kicking her as hard as a rock in the back, the Women's Tag Team Champion desperately rolls to the other ring. But as she gets up, she's met by a picture-perfect double springboard dropkick by Io Sky. As following her signature taunt, she goes back on the offensive, sending her former teammate into the corner and dropkicking her not once, but twice. And of course, it damn sure wasn't nice. And with a rapid-fire German suplex, Io seems unstoppable. That is until Asuka is able to elbow her way back into the match, quickly dropping Io with a big striking combination. Though she's nowhere near done, kicking her right in the gut and drop kicking her right in the neck as well. And once she gets her German suplex payback, she just kicks her while she's down until she inevitably goes flat. But all this seemingly does is fire up Io as she fights back and sends the Empress of Tomorrow back to the other ring, with her of course following. Yet after targeting the surgically repaired knee, Asuka manages to evade the following attack with a kick to the gut, as she floors her with some kicks of her own. Then she locks in a submission to wear down Io, which doesn't work, as following another few counters, Io just kicks her square in the face. And after another, Asuka demands for more, which she gets, as following a duck under and leapfrog over, she goes back to the knee, though no one's home, as Asuka gets back in control with an elbow. Then she just hurls Io Sky into the structure itself, yet the Genius of the Sky is able to get back into the match and even hit the dropkick to the knee. and another dropkick is to follow suit right to the back. Then she goes back to the knee, ironically kneeing it over and over again. But once she's done, she picks her up and goes for a forearm, which gets blocked as she gets taken down by another kick. And after throwing Io Sky to one side, she awaits the next entrant in this match, which turns out to be none other than Rhea Ripley herself. Though with Asuka distracted by her, Io Sky attempts to Irish whip her, which gets her elbowed for her troubles. But by then, Rhea is already in the match, as she throws her into the corner, ensuring her frenemy is okay before going in on the attack. And Asuka desperately fights against the disadvantage, and even though she's able to drop Io, Rhea is able to grab her and drop her down just with one boot. Then she waits for Io to get up as the two double team and take down Asuka, this time by the hair. And this gets followed up with a knee to the spine by Io Sky and a kick to the knee by Rhea Ripley. But Mommy just stomps the Empress of Tomorrow relentlessly, yet once she does relent, it's to hit a double knees and foot stomp combination onto Asuka. Then Rhea picks her up and drops her back down with a power slam before Io then brings Asuka up and drops her with an uppercut. Though Rhea just continues the beat down. However, after finishing the punishment again, she climbs to the top where Io Sky has also resided as the two nailed stereo drop kicks onto the Empress of Tomorrow. Yet then nowhere near done, as with Asuka attempting to go to the other ring, she gets hoisted up and put back to the other ring by force. Then Io just deadlifts her up and plants her for German suplex. All the while, Rhea picks her up, hands her around her throat before just letting her descend to the mat. And following several boot washes courtesy of Io Sky, Rhea Ripley just chucks her nearly across the entire damn ring. Then she does it again, this time by the leg. Though after an air raid crash, Asuka attempts to mount a comeback, subsequently getting immediately shut down as Io grabs her by the scruff of the neck as she and Rhea line up Asuka with a plethora of double team kicks until she of course crumbles. She needs help, and following a bit more of a beatdown from Rhea Ripley, that help would arrive in the form of Kairi Sane. And she straight away proves herself useful, stopping a double team as she tries to combat Rio alongside her tag team partner. But even then, they're still struggling as Asuka nearly gets hit with a riptide. Though thankfully, Kairi breaks it up just in the nick of time before downing Rhea with a spinning back fist. However, she picks her back up and slaps her chest, even though Io then hits her in the back and sends her into the corner. Yet Asuka manages to fight back on her own, besting Io whilst Kairi handles Rhea. And as this is happening, Asuka even applies an Asuka lock onto her former stablemate. She has nowhere to go, but thankfully, as Kairi takes down Rhea, Io gets out of the hold. Though she gets dropped for her troubles, as Kairi Sane works on her leg as Rhea is able to get on top of Asuka. Yet she gets blindsided by a chop block by the Pirate Princess. Only Kairi Sane stands, for the time being at least, as she puts Rio in the separate corners as she and Asuka look to dominate, which goes horribly wrong for them as both women counter, and Rhea even sends Asuka to the other ring, though all four women eventually re-emerge in the same squared circle, as Kairi and Rhea continuously counter one another, though a standing Asuka attempts to help, doing so by assisting Kairi in suplexing Mommy down. But Io quickly grabs Asuka and German suplexes her back down, yet Kairi quickly takes her down all the same, and the match is once again split in half, Asuka and Io on one side, Kairi and Rhea on the other. Though eventually, after a mighty fight, all four come back together as the Kabuki Warriors are now firmly on top in time for entrant number 3 for the babyface team, Alexa Bliss, to enter the match. Though before she does enter war, she brings some weapons with her. Although Kairi is able to use these to her advantage on both Io and Rhea, as she especially lays into Io with chair shot after chair shot. Though when she turns her attention to Little Miss Bliss, she inadvertently hits her own partner. Kairi is shook as the babyface squad begins to utterly dominate the Kabuki Warriors. Rhea even getting a receipt on Kairi with a chair then it's she who batters Kairi Sane with the exact same chair all the same. Though once she's finished, Alexa Bliss picks her up and puts her in a powerbomb position, only to throw her at Rhea Ripley herself. And with a kendo stick shot from Bliss and chair shot from Io to Asuka, Kairi gets planted down with an electric chair facebuster from Rhea Ripley. But Asuka won't go down without a fight, desperately trying to fight all three women by herself. Yet her body just crumbles under the pressure as she gets battered with a kendo stick for her troubles. The Kabuki Warriors are just being layered into, with Rio comboing Kairi, whilst Little Miss Bliss double knees Asuka's gut, who even dives with assistance from the cage onto the Empress. And the punishment keeps on rolling to both women, as Asuka gets a rolling double knees this time, whilst Kairi gets her spine nearly ripped into two. Even Twisted Bliss is able to land, leaving Kairi to fend for the wolves all by herself, obviously being dominated. Though Asuka quickly continues her sentence, with both simultaneously getting beaten up by three future Hall of Famers. But as Rhea goes for a dropkick, she inadvertently collides with Io Sky, giving Kairi a chance to fight back. Yet Io is almost straight away back up, with she and Rhea forcibly joining Kairi in the other ring. And from here, a brutal over the moonsault and prism trap are done in one swift motion onto poor Kairi, who gets stomped out while she taps. Though the match rages on, as after a tornado DDT from Little Miss Bliss, they finally get some reinforcements in the form of Becky Lynch. And she comes with a steel chair, battering Alexa Bliss with it before turning her attention to Rio, as she tries to tear them down with her weapon, with her even then struggling to keep the dynamic duo at bay. Though thanks to some timely assistance from Kairi, she's able to take down both Io Sky and Rhea Ripley. And she just hurls her genius of the sky into the steel back first, taunting away as Kairi hits her beautiful insane elbow onto Rhea. And whilst this is happening, Asuka is similarly destroying Bliss through an Asuka lock. Now it's the heel team who are completely and utterly on top here, though this can change in an instant, as with a counter by Io being bridged into his German suplex, Rio are able to get back on top through strikes, as both then ascend to the heavens, and whilst Rhea is able to frog splash Kairi, Io can't moonstomp Becky, who evades it and takes her down, before fending off Rhea with several shots of her own, and she just starts throwing little kicks at the pair. That is until Io rolls through one of them and it's a surprising power move, as Becky then gets manhandled by Rhea, all whilst Io holds the chair and starts swinging at it big time Bex relentlessly. So Rhea goes back to Kairi, refusing to let go of her wrist until she's satisfied with the beating, which is perfect timing for AJ Lee to enter the fray, as after grabbing a trash can, she enters her first ever War Games match. And she laser focuses in on Becky Lynch, as after a Spanish fly in the other ring, AJ decides to throw Becky and herself into that mess. As with moonsault on top of a trash can connecting onto Kairi, AJ and Io take it in turns to beat the crap out of Becky Lynch, until Io just lets AJ be. As while action continues in the other ring, all anyone can focus on is Rhea and AJ then teaming up on Becky. Though after chopping and kicking her, Rhea throws her to the other side of the lion's den. Now all 7 women are in the same ring, and in part due to a numbers game, the babyfaces are able to completely control the match. Rhea Ripley and AJ Lee even mounting Asuka and Becky Lynch respectively, and beats them with punches. Though once this is done, AJ goes after Kairi Sane, whilst Rhea again mounts Asuka, this time for some gruesome headbutts. Then 3 of the 4 good guys just focusing on Becky Lynch, not giving her more than a second to breathe, as after being yeeted into the stratosphere, every woman gets beaten and beaten with the counter slowly counting down to 0. Meaning, Lash Legend is now in War Games. It's her first as well, and she's going to make the most of it, as she goes at it alone against three. Them three being Io Sky, Alexa Bliss, and AJ Lee. And Lash is putting up an equal fight to all three of them. And eventually, she just signals out Little Miss Bliss, strangling her in the corner. All the while, Becky and AJ go at it, and in the other ring, Rhea stalling suplexes the Empress of Tomorrow down. Then Becky and Io do battle up on the cage, leading to the man plummeting to the mat. Io, of course, joining her through a dive. But Becky is able to quickly get back on top as she and Lash Legend dominate, and so are the Kabuki Warriors, who double team Mami. So Kairi goes on to attack Io with a full array of strikes. But now, it's time for a queen to enter war, as Charlotte Flair comes in and immediately goes after the biggest threat, Lash Legend, as after wiping the floor with her, she and her tag team partner then connect a double side effect onto her. Though after throwing her into the cage, whilst Little Miss Bliss targets Lash Legend, Charlotte then comes into contact with Becky Lynch. There's so much history between the pair, and this shows as soon as the two begin to fight, with counters on top of counters being traded between the two, neither having the advantage. But the Queen's freshness gives her the advantage, as she batters Becky with an endless array of chops, forcing her into the corner. However, she puts her down with elbows rather than chops, as she quickly goes to the top rope and beautifully moonsaults and avoided big time Bex. But as she puts Becky into the corner, Lash Legend just hurls Alexa Bliss from one ring to the other. And Charlotte quickly realizes the danger her partner is in, going into the firing lines of Lash Legend. And after several chops, she starts to get overwhelmed. That is until Rhea Ripley comes in as they double suplex Lash Legend. And they both continue to double team on Lash. And again, Lash puts up a good fight, even though the duo of Rhea and Charlotte is too much for her to handle. Bliss is even able to connect the sister Abigail onto the groggy Becky Lynch. All the while, Lash is still being overwhelmed by the former rivals turned friends, as Rhea even grabs her, hoists her up and plants her face first on the top turnbuckle. She needs help, and help does indeed arrive for her in the form of Nia Jax. War Games is officially on, and Nia looks to make an immediate impact, taking down Little Miss Bliss with just one arm. And after dropping an elbow, she goes in on Charlotte Flair. The heels are in complete and utter control as they all hit their big moves on the babyfaces. But all that control changes in a single instant, as Io Sky is on top of the cage, though Kairi Sane is forced to meet her up there. However, this goes horribly wrong for her, as she gets thrown off the top of the cage. Asuka is furious at her, as Io Sky jumps off the cage onto her. The Kabuki Warriors are done, and so is Nia Jax, who gets double teamed by the former Women's Tag Team Champions. The heels are crumbling, which we see when Rhea Ripley Avalanche Riptides Lash Legend as well. And all that leaves is Becky Lynch to be Black Widowed by AJ Lee. As with her tapping, the babyface squad wins. They stand tall. However, whilst AJ Lee, Alexa Bliss, and Io Sky are celebrating, we see Charlotte Flair have an intense stare down with Rhea Ripley. Is this a sign of things to come? Well, before we find out, it's time for the Women's World Championship match between Nikki Bella and Stephanie Blackhair. But who will leave San Diego as world champion? Well, the match is on, and the two stars from different eras lock up, and Nikki actually pushes La Primera into the corner, even cheap shotting her and all, and this fires up Stephanie as she grapples the Bella and takes her from behind. And following an elbow to the back, she takes her down and locks in a headlock. However, Nikki fights back, getting to her feet and putting Vaquer in her own headlock. But she gets pushed off as the champ ducks under, leapfrogs over, and finishes off this sequence with a tilt-a-whirl backbreaker. And Vaquer just taunts away at her challenger until she rises, with the two locking up again. This time, Nikki going from behind. Only this time, Vaquer grabs her neck to put her down and apply a headlock. And Nikki's attempted comeback gets shut down, being arm dragged across the ring. Stephanie is in control on the technical level, so Nikki tries going for a striking game, similarly failing as she gets lit up with strikes including a deadly European uppercut. Then the two lock up one more time, with La Primera just pushing her away, sending Nikki Bella over the edge as she takes her down and just stomps her to Kingdom Come. And once she's satisfied, she turns to punches, mounting her in the process. And after completing this with a slap, she goes to grab her, getting kneed in the side of the head and subsequently headbutted for her troubles. And Nikki rolls out of harm's way, even though the damage isn't that far off. And Stephanie continues dishing it out, smashing Bella's face off the desk and sending her into the steel steps. Then she simply goes back into the ring and out to break up the count, double kneeing the Hall of Famer into the barricade. And after sending her back first into the barricade as well, she goes all the way up to the top rope and cross-bodies her on the outside. Then she picks her up and forces each other back into the ring as Vaquer looks for a patented springboard crossbody, which is dodged by the leader of the Bella Army, drop-kicking Vaquer down. And from here, she shows that she's been putting in the work, hitting a nice little arm drag alongside kicking her stomach, going into the cover, yielding only a 1 count. So she just drop kicks the back before slowly ascending to the middle rope, calling for La Primera to get up as she rubs salt in the wound by doing her own splash, mocking the Women's World Champion after the fact. Though this taunting backfires when she goes into the cover, as once again she can only get a 1 count. And this just pisses her off, as after just smashing Vaquer into the canvas with pure brawling, she decides to take a page out of a certain John Cena's playbook. The STF is applied, although before you know it, Stephanie Vaquer is able to claw her way out of the hold, and once she gets up, she decides to lock in one of her own, though Nikki immediately gets to the ropes, forcing a break. Although with a cheap shot, Nikki is able to get back up and drop Vaquer back down, and she tries another cover, getting a 1 count for the 3rd straight time. So she decides to pay tribute to a legend of the past, hitting a huge spinning DDT. She thinks that's it, even though the count this time can only reach a 2. So she goes for one more. However, this one gets blocked through a plethora of punches, and this gets followed up with another trilogy, this time of headbutts. Nikki Bella has crumbled, so Steph looks for the Devil's Kiss, though Nikki once again escapes to the outside, and once again she gets quickly caught by a suicide dive courtesy of the champ, and she doesn't let up, throwing her back into the ring and this time connecting the springboard crossbody. Then she sends her into the corner and just headbutts her until she's just a mess. And from here, she charges up and connects the running meteor. And we all know what comes next, as Stephanie Vaquer looks for the corkscrew moonsault, which is nowhere to be found. And Nikki Bella takes full advantage of this for a roll-up. And whilst this doesn't work, it sets up Vaquer perfectly for an Alabama slam on the top turnbuckle, which gets beautifully transitioned into Nikki Bella's fatal blow, a Rack Attack 2.0. This move has won us so many matches in the past, even though it doesn't do the same tonight. She's furious, so she goes for one more, although Vaquer is able to escape with a trio of elbows, which spell the beginning of the end for the Bella Army, as Vaquer brutally powerbomb backbreakers her and just picks her up into and subsequently hitting the SVB. Nikki Bella is done, and La Primera knows it, as she ascends to the heavens and crash lands on Nikki Bella with the corkscrew moonsault. As with that, Stephanie Vaquer retains. She is still the Women's World Champion, but for how much longer? Will this be the case? Liv Morgan is back, and she's here to make a statement, as after glossing over a battered and bruised Nikki Bella, she goes straight towards the ring to confront the Women's World Champion herself. Perhaps this is both women's future, and Dominic Mysterio absolutely loves this. Even if he wasn't told, he's stoked to have Liv Morgan back in the Judgment Day. Though when she gets backstage, she actually gives her Dom a mission to prove she is the one true GOAT. She wants him to do the match with no help from the Judgment Day. And whilst this stumbles him, the AAA Mega Campeon accepts this challenge and heads towards the ring. As up next, it's time for a champion to take on a champion, for only John Cena's Intercontinental Championship. Although just like that previous match, Dom looks to cheap shot him, only this time, Cena is able to dodge this attack and shoulder tackles him down. And he does so again, and we all know what comes next. As Cena then looks for a 5-knuckle shuffle, yet Dom kicks back, as he even tries to sneakily roll a big match John for the early win, though this fails, as Dom immediately retreats to the outside. But Cena gives chase, however, he's too slow, as by the time he gets back into the ring, he gets super kicked down. And Dom just stomps and trash talks the GOAT, though after one stomp, he decides to lay it into his chest with similar stomps, going into the cover for just a 1 count. So Dom goes for a strike, which gets blocked with him just being headbutted down, subsequently double axe handling his skull and elbowing it all the same. But Dom possum pins the leader of the C Nation, yet Cena manages to escape the roll up again, as he even kicks back just like Dom did, even taking a page out of an injured Sheamus' book with a bro kick. And Cena immediately held himself into the cover, although a 2 count is all he could get. So he tries to pick him up, yet Dominic manages to slip his way out of it, trying for a 3rd time to roll up the Intercontinental Champion. But once again, this fails, but Dom just rakes the eyes, as from here, he hits a suplex, maintaining grip. He wants the 3 amigos. He after the 2nd suplex, the 3rd gets countered into John Cena's own. He's going for his own 3 amigos, and this one is connected flawlessly. So he goes to the top rope looking for a frog splash, yet no one's home, as Dom drop kicks Cena down, and after hanging him on the ropes, he nails a springboard swanton bomb and goes into the cover. But Cena kicks out just before the count of 2, so he chucks him into the corner and just beats him down, though Cena of course fights back, even connecting none other than a code breaker. A certain Chris Jericho would be proud. However, this doesn't do the trick, as Dom kicks out at 2, so Cena goes for a powerbomb, getting blocked by a trio of punches, as Dom then goes to the middle rope and hurricanrana Cena across the ring, and following a temporary choking, Dom puts Cena back into the corner and lays into him with boots on top of boots, piercing Cena's chest. But eventually, once he's done, he then goes for the 3 amigos one more time, and this time, there's no fight back, with every single part of it connecting, so Dom tries for a cover, finally getting above a 1 count. But the job's not done just yet, as he connects something Roxanne Perez knows all too well, but even this only gets Dominic Mysterio a 2 count. He's growing frustrated, so he decides to cheat, going to grab a steel chair from the outside, yet by the time he gets back into the ring, Cena is back up, and he restarts the 5 moves of doom, and it's going as smoothly as ever, getting up to where he was at the start of the match, and this time, Dom's leg stays put, as the 5-knuckle shuffle connects. Only 1 more move of doom remains, although a trio of elbows blocks the attempted AA, as Dominic Mysterio lines up for the 619, running up and connecting it beautifully. Now all that's left is a frog splash. However, John Cena manages to move out of harm's way. And once Dom Dom rises, it's now John Cena who lines up Dominic Mysterio for the 619. And unbelievably, he hits it. And he then goes to the top rope and hits a Rey Mysterio inspired frog splash. Dominic Mysterio is done, or so you think, as he just manages to survive and he claws his way up the ropes, which ultimately leads to an attempted clothesline getting blocked as Cena is sent to the outside. And Dominic follows, although he lands awkwardly on his shoulder. The cameras purely focus on John. Everyone is horrified, especially Cena, who attempts to stall for the injured Triple H champ. However, just like in our timeline, Dominic was faking, and with the referee distracted by the medics coming down to the ring, Dominic sinkingly low blows John, and the ref didn't see a damn thing, so Dom just nails another 619, and with the referee back ensuring Dom is okay, he flies off the top rope and connects the frog splash, the move that won him the Intercontinental Championship back at WrestleMania. Doesn't do the same tonight. The Mysterio is shook, so he calls for the Judgment Day to come on out, which falls on deaf ears as he turns around into a surprise AA from the exhausted John Cena. And with an arm draped over the mustache man, that still doesn't finish things off. So Cena rises above the ashes and tunes up the band, sweet chin musicking Dom's dirty chin. And with a follow-up stomp paying tribute to a certain architect, he picks him up and nails a second AA. But he's still not done, as he perfectly rolls through with Dom on his shoulders, connecting a third AA before going into the cover and picking up the win. John Cena is still Intercontinental Champion. He's going into his retirement match as champ. Dominic has lost twice to the greatest of all time, and it's all because of him not wanting to do things on his own. But now, it's time for the main event of the evening, as it's time for the men's War Games match, which starts off with Drew McIntyre and, of course, the World Heavyweight Champion, CM Punk. There's so much history between these two, and this gets shown straight away as the two just duel. They're trading punches like there's no tomorrow, although eventually Punk staggers, which leads to him getting chucked into the corner and battered with relentless punches. But when Drew looks for a boot, Punk manages to block it with his own, firing back with his own striking combination before sending the Scottish Warrior into a different corner, hitting his signature knee strike clothesline combination. Then he goes for a GDS, which Drew gets out of, lariating him down, as he subsequently hurls him into the steel, separating the two rings, being punched down onto it as well. So Drew looks for a suplex, which gets blocked, as it's now his back, which gets crushed from the steel. But Punk then makes the mistake, as he gets back body dropped onto the turnbuckle and face washed twice for good measure. But Punk manages to avoid being smashed into the structure, neck breaking McIntyre down, and he follows this up with an Irish whip power slam just to prove he can lift the bigger man. And after a stomp to the head and knee to the back, he just stomps Drew's leg further twice, as he goes on to climb the cage, deciding to jump off of it to nail his elbow drop. Then he focuses back in on the legs with kicks on top of kicks, before putting him down with some knees in the gut. But with a knee drop to the head, Drew quickly evades a second, taking Punk down before mounting him with punches, as after a kick, he climbs to the middle rope and just karate chops the best in the world's skull. And Drew continues the onslaught, powerbombing him not once, but twice, and it damn sure wasn't nice. Though when he goes for a third, Punk trips him up, as whilst Drew crawls up the turnbuckle, Punk builds a full head of steam to hit a second knee, as he picks him up, getting countered into a DDT down. Now both men are now bleeding, just like at 2024's Bad Blood. And whilst they continue to fight, Bron Breakker enters the match for his team, bringing a table with him and all. And after setting up the table in the corner, he sees true Spinebuster CM Punk joining in on the fun with a standing moonsault. However, as they go for a double team move, Punk tries to fight back, though the numbers game overwhelms him rather easily, this time being able to double team onto the straight edge savior. And following another tag team move, they move to the ring where the table resides. But Punk again tries to come back into the match, only getting him a kick to the gut, headbutt to the back, and elbow to the same area for his troubles. Then both men just taking in turns of manhandling the World Heavyweight Champion, first Bron Breakker, and then Drew McIntyre. And with Drew sending Punk into the middle, and Bron sending him to the other ring, they both just batter Punk with strikes, before Bron lets Drew crumble Phil. So they switch spots, the Scottish Warrior taunting away at his past rival, whilst Bron wears him down. That is until he goes for a big boot, which misses, though Bron immediately stops CM Punk's comeback. Then Bron tries striking, which fails horribly, as Drew then tries to give aid, yet this time for a split second the numbers game didn't matter to Punk. But eventually, he gets overwhelmed again, getting pummeled by both men once more. He needs help, and help finally arrives in the form of Cody Rhodes. And he goes right after Drew McIntyre, hip tossing him down, and he just punches his skull 3 times, applying a submission, whilst Breakker and Punk enter their side of land. And thanks to a dive from Punk missing, both he and Cody Rhodes start to be eaten alive, elbows landing in the back of the neck of the WWE Champion. But Drew then crashes and burns into a table, allowing for the champs to get on top. As all 4 men separate once more, the battle lines have been drawn, but with a key counter from Bron Breakker, he's able to almost spear Cody Rhodes out of his damn boots. All the while Drew hits an avalanche white noise. The heels are still dominating, the champs need to come back, which doesn't seem to be happening anytime soon, as Punk is still being dominated by his old flame, Cody is still being overpowered from Bron. It seems hopeless, and this thought gets amplified when Bronson Reed enters the match, aiding McIntyre and taking down Punk, as he then just goes over to his Vision stablemate, watching on as he destroys before he of course joins in. And he's just completely wiping the floor with the face that now runs the place, as he hits him with not just 1 elbow drop, not just 2 elbow drops, not 3 elbow drops, not even 4, but 5 elbow drops all in quick succession. Then he just yeets the American Nightmare into the steel cage, his back scarred from such a thing, as he desperately crawls up the turnbuckle, getting squished and clotheslined by Big Bronson Reed. Even when he tries to fight back, he just gets crushed by any of the 3 heels, ultimately leading to him getting claymored by the Scottish Warrior Drew McIntyre. However, whilst Drew and Bron are distracted by Punk, Cody is quickly able to stagger Bronson and even nails him with a crossroads. Although thanks to Bron Breakker, the Vision and Drew are able to get back on top with minimal fuss. However, looking to change things is that of entrant number 3 for the babyface squad, Roman Reigns, who immediately goes after Bronson Reed, as after taking him down, he then goes into the other ring and turns his attention to Drew McIntyre, battering him into the corner. Though the Bloodline Hunter is able to fight back, plowing the Tribal Chief down, as now the OTC is getting mauled by him and Bron Breakker. But Cody Rhodes then attempts to come to the save, which inadvertently or deliberately leads to him getting wiped out after Roman moved. And because of this, the heels immediately begin to dominate again. Both Cody and Roman are being obliterated by Drew and Bron respectively, yet when Bronson tries to attack, Roman fights back, getting immediately uppercutted down for his troubles. So Bronson begins to smack the crap out of Roman, dropping him with a super kick. but the babyfaces start to rally, leading to all three cornering Bronson, which also leads to Cody getting smacked accidentally by Roman several times, which pisses him off bad. Though before he can retaliate on the Roman, he then accidentally hits Punk and Judalis. After a big fight from the trio, the heels manage to overwhelm the faces once again. And with Drew circling his prey like a shark in water, he picks up the tribal chief, rebounds him off the ropes and claymores him down. And Bronson Reed wants another piece of the OTC pie as he comes over to them and just knees Roman in the face. Though after this, with Bronson so fixated on Roman, he doesn't realize Cody coming into that ring, which leads to him getting surprise attacked by the American Nightmare, with all four men going at it. No man no longer having the specific advantage over the other, aside from Braun Breaker over CM Punk. As following a belly-to-belly across the ring, he charges himself up and spears the World Heavyweight Champion. He has it done! Though due to the rules of war, he can't cover him, making him increasingly angry, continuing to batter the best in the world. And whilst he does this, Logan Paul brings a table into the ring. But one's just not enough for him, getting another, and another, until finally, the Maverick enters the ring. And he starts off in style by jumping from one ring to another with a cross-body onto Cody Rhodes. Then he goes after Punk, which goes horribly wrong for him as he gets quickly dropped by a GDS. And with the strength of a god, he even then suplexes Bronson through a damn table. But he can't power up Drew McIntyre the same as he gets back body dropped. All the while, Logan Paul holds the table up so Braun can Frankenstein Roman through it. And with Spinebuster through another, main event Jey Uso enters the battlefield with, of course, another two tables. As once he's in the ring, Braun instantly tries to take him down and goes over to do the same to Roman Reigns. But Jey is back up as he takes Braun down and elbows him in the head, though Logan Paul grabs the table and smashes it in his face, only startling him for a moment as Jey punches back. Even Avalanche Samoan dropping the Steiner through a table and all. And whilst this is happening, Roman Reigns decks Bronson Reed with a Superman punch and he follows this up with a spear. And this ripples into Cody Rhodes nearly not one crossroads, not two crossroads, but three onto Drew McIntyre. And with a second GDS to Logan Paul, the faces have fought back. That is until Doomsday arrives. Brock Lesnar is here, and he's got the lifeless Jimmy Uso on his shoulders. It's unbelievable, as after planting Big Jim with an F5 on the ramp, he goes towards the ring. And with the match not officially underway yet, Jey leaves the cage for his brother, though he too gets dismantled by Brock, as with another F5, he enters the cage and immediately stands in front of CM Punk, Cody Rhodes, and Roman Reigns. It's a 3-on-1, and Judalis, the Dream Team, is actually able to overwhelm Brock rather quickly. However, that all changes in an instant, as when Roman Reigns looks for a spear, Brock moves, inadvertently causing it to land on a Punk, and Brock takes full advantage of this, F5ing Roman Reigns and all. Cody Rhodes is the only warrior left standing, and he and Brock just start trading strikes, each being countered by another, though Brock is the far fresher man, as he takes the American Nightmare on the road to Suplex City, planting him with 3 German suplexes all in one single grip. Then with another F5, Brock stands in the ring, bodies beneath his feet, there's no one left to stop him, aside from the man who ends up taking Big Jim's spot in War Games. John Cena is here for the second time tonight, and he is here to aid his friends in war. As with the match officially underway, Cena fires on all cylinders, immediately countering an F5 attempt before nailing an attitude adjustment. but he knows he needs way more as he fires off not one, not two, but 3 Super AAs all in quick succession. Yet he's still not done, putting Braun and Brock in the same corner and just lifting them up for a huge double attitude adjustment. And with one more until the Beast Incarnate, John Cena goes into the cover and picks up the win for his team. He gets his payback from WrestlePalooza, and he aids his team in his first and only ever War Games match by overcoming the Beast. Blood is healed, sweat is drawn, but with that being said, even when John Cena is gone, perhaps 2 megastars will fight to take his place. We're at Deadline and we kick off the show with the men's NXT Championship match between the challenger Obafemi and the champion Ricky Saints. Both men are desperate to be champ, but only one man can do so. And Ricky is looking for it to be him as he charges at the ruler, getting scooped up in the air and fed a devastating European uppercut for his troubles. And Ricky just desperately crawls to the outside, with the ruler of course following, as the Uranagi is a champ onto the barricade. And he just picks him up one-handed, tossing the revolutionary into the steps. But he's still not done, as he chokeslams the NXT champion through the damn table. Ricky Saints is done, as Obafemi just throws him back into the ring and waits until eventually the champ rises from the dead, only for him to be put straight back down with a discus elbow. And he effortlessly picks him up and power slams him in one swift motion. But one power slam isn't enough for him, deadlifting Ricky up and putting him down with a second, all while Oba just taunts at his fallen prey. Then he looks for the killing blow, though Ricky is able to escape the fall from grace with a trio of punches. And he fires whatever he can at Obafemi, nothing being able to make him fall. That is, until he clotheslines Oba over the top rope. Yet he's right back up, so Ricky builds a full head of steam and suicide dives the Conqueror. And he knows he needs more, swinging Oba into the steps alongside diving off the apron to the floor. But Oba once again rises, so Ricky goes for a second suicide dive, this time being caught into a pop-up powerbomb that lands right onto the hardest part of the ring. Then he throws him back into the ring, slowly joining him as he picks him up by one hand again, only for Ricky to fight back with elbows, though this comeback gets shut down straight away with a knee. And he deadlifts Ricky again, not for a power slam, but for an absolute thunderous F10. Then he just waits again, biding his time for Ricky to rise up, which he certainly does, as he demands for Obafemi to bring it, and both do just that, as Oba quickly picks up Ricky and is finally able to land the fall from grace. And with just one hand planted on the champion's chest, it's not over. Oba is surprised, which is amplified when Ricky gets out of a release back suplex attempt, kicking Oba in the gut, as Ricky unbelievably Canadian destroys Obafemi, and he's in the prime position for the spinning tornado DDT to perfectly follow suit. Can Ricky pull off the upset of the century again? Well, no, he can't. Obafemi is still alive. Ricky doesn't know what to do, aside from going for it again, which goes horribly wrong for him, as he gets choked to the outside like a piece of trash. Ricky's back must be broken in half, and Oba would agree, sending Ricky back into the ring as he connects a spirit bomb-inspired fall from grace, bridging into the cover for him to become a 2-time NXT champion. He has done it! In his first match back since losing, he has beat that exact same man. He is now back on top of the mountain, and he now has a date with Destiny against none other than Cody Rhodes. Champ versus champ, which may go slightly different in this timeline. But before then, backstage, we see Izzy Dame walking towards the ring before being jumped by her opponent backstage. Tatum Paxley doesn't care about the match, she just wants revenge as she drives Dame down with a psycho trap before being separated by officials. The match is off, or maybe just rescheduled. But up next is the Men's Iron Survivor, which deviates from our timeline with entrant number 3 Dion Lennox entering the battlefield as he goes under the ring and grabs a steel chair. Weapons are legal in this match, so Javon and Leon decide to make a truce as Javon takes Dion back to the outside as both men end up diving onto the Dark State member. Then they throw him into the ring as they both climb to the top rope, nailing stereo drop kicks onto the former NXT Tag Team Champion. But then Javon quickly throws Leon out of the ring and covers Dion, even though this doesn't do the job. And this just pisses off Leon, who brings Javon onto the apron, Canadian destroying him onto the hardest part of the ring. But Dion is back up as he chucks him into the ring by his hair and lines him up for a picture-perfect spine buster, quickly going into the cover, which only gets him a 2. So he chucks him out of the ring and goes off to Javon, putting him into the ring as he grabs the chair and swings it at the young OG. Yet one swing isn't enough as he hits chair shot after chair shot onto the body of Javon Evans. It's seemingly never ending until ultimately the chair breaks in 2 as Dion just goes into the cover and gains his first fall. It's unbelievable, and Leon agrees to this, sneaking up on Dion looking for a roll-up, which fails, as when both men rise, Dion nails a picture-perfect dropkick on the youngest in charge. Then he just chucks him into the corner and just slowly and methodically beats down the X Division champion, all while showboating to the crowd. However, this gives Leon Slater a chance as he gets out of his grasp and stuns him with a Hurricanrana before connecting one hell of a Blue Thunder Bomb. Can Leon get on the board? Well, no, he can't just yet, as Dion survives. And it's now Dion who rolls to the outside, leading to Leon making the ultimate play to take out Dion, Swanton 450ing the Dark State member. But what he doesn't realise is that Javon Evans is back in the match, and with all the energy he has left, he takes out his frenemy before nailing a double spring tornado splash onto Dion to get himself on the board. As with Miles born out next, the rest of the match plays out exactly as it did in our timeline, excluding the post-match attack from the Dawn. But following the Young OG's big win is something unannounced, as the NXT Women's North American Champion comes on out. Blake Monroe is in the building, and she decides to issue a Women's North American Championship Open Challenge, which gets answered by none other than Bayley. She's back in NXT, and she's here once again looking to capture some gold. But can she overthrow the glamour Blake Monroe? Well, the match is on, and Blake immediately rolls to the outside. She wants none of the role model, but the crowd do, serenading Bayley and chants. However, this ends up being her own undoing, as while she looks at the crowd, Blake jumps her, hitting shot after shot onto the future Hall of Famer. Yet Bayley fights back, forearming Blake over and over again, before throwing her into the corner and taking down the champ, concluding this rush of adrenaline with a knee. Bayley is on fire, and she keeps on going, tossing her to the outside, going under the ropes to drop kick her down. And she's far from done, tossing Blake into the barricade shoulder first, then she picks her up, puts her back into the ring, goes to the top rope, and looks for a signature elbow drop. But Blake Monroe moves, and with the role model stunned, Monroe takes full advantage of this, hip toss knee striking the former NXT Women's Champion. Blake thinks that could be it. Oh, how wrong she would be, as Bayley kicks out. So Blake just mounts her with strikes, though she quickly turns the pressure around, and with this comes opportunity as Bailey locks in a submission to the legs. But Blake quickly finds the ropes and she attempts to push back, yet her knees are her own nightmare as she gets caught with an avalanche Bailey to belly out of nowhere. Is Blake done? Well, she isn't quite yet. So Bailey just calls for her to get up as she looks for a rose plant, but Blake blocks this attack, trying for a sneaky roll up, which doesn't work as Bailey quite literally kicks back, though she runs into a big spinning tombstone pile driver. The Undertaker would be proud, or maybe not, as Bailey just kicks out at the last possible moment. And this gives her seemingly a second win as she double axe handles her twice, gut checks the NXT Women's North American Champion in the corner, hits her signature taunt, and squishes her in the exact same corner, setting her up perfectly for the second Bailey to belly of the match. So Bailey goes for the elbow drop one last time, which inadvertently costs her the match, as she leaps off with no one home again, as Monroe quickly grabs Bailey's arm and her tights to steal the win. Blake Monroe retains. She's just stolen the win from Bailey, but regardless, she is still your NXT Women's North American Champion. Bailey was so close, yet so far, as she won't be walking into Saturday night's main event as a champion. And speaking of, as she walks to the back, we see none other than Sol Ruka herself confront her. Who will stand tall on John Cena's final show? Well, before we find out, after the same North American Championship match as the real world, it's now time for the main event of the evening, as it's time for the Women's Iron Survivor match, kicking off with Sol Ruka and Kalani Jordan. These two are seemingly destined to fight forever, and this is best shown as soon as the bell rings, as both sprint towards each other, Lani hitting the first strike, though Sol is able to counter a kick as she attempts to quickly get on the board for a cheeky roll-up, but Jordan survives, as when both women rise, it's then Kalani who tries to roll up Sol. Although, this similarly fails, as when Sol gets up, she goes for a quick moonsault, which gets evaded as Lani rebounds off the ropes, and Hurricanranas are down, adding a few extra punches for good measure. And this really startles Sol, who gets back spring elbow to the face, and the inaugural Women's North American Champion follows us up with a standing senton and middle rope double axe handle. Then she decides to go all the way up to the heavens, but Sol kicks up and meets her up there as she grabs her by the hair and X-Factors her back down to the mat. Sol wants the first fall bad, yet she still can't get it as Kalani survives. So Sol just plasters her with a shot as she drapes her arm onto the ropes, leading to something indescribable as Sol hits one of the most eccentric dives ever seen. Yet she's still not done, going back in and out of the ring with a suicide dive, and she completes the trilogy with a picture-perfect moonsault and all. And she tries to capitalize off this, throwing Kalani back into the ring as she desperately goes into the cover. But once again, Miss Lani survives. So Sol keeps up on the offensive, hitting a standing moonsault before taking down Kalani with an elbow as she then flies in the sky once more with a bottom rope moonsault as she tries to go for the cover again. But once again, Kalani Jordan kicks out. So Sol goes for the death blow, but the Soul Snatcher gets beautifully turned into a roll-up from Kalani, who doesn't get the point, yet she is able to get back on top of the match. And Sol desperately tries to evade the onslaught, failing miserably as Kalani suicide dives her. Then insultingly, she tries to one-up Sol with her own springboard moonsault. And to round out her trio of dives, Miss Jordan does a flippy splash onto Miss Ruka. And she just taunts away before quickly refocusing onto her opponent, throwing her into the barricade back first. Then she throws her back into the ring and calls for her to get up. The crowd are on their feet, only for Kalani to kick Sol back down, mocking the fans for wanting to see total non-stop flips. as she simply goes on to take down Sol Ruka and moonsault her as well, trying for a cover, which doesn't work. However, it's time for entrant number 3, Kendall Gray, to enter the match, and she makes an immediate impact, stopping Kalani Jordan's one-of-a-kind moonsault, going to the top rope with her as she German suplexes Kalani off the top rope to the mat. And after taking down Sol Ruka to the outside, Kendall connects one hell of a Shades of Grey on a Miss Jordan, scoring the fall and sending her to the penalty box. But Sol Ruka gets back into the match with a springboard dropkick. Then she picks her up, though Kendall gets out of dodge and locks in a sleeper hold. But before you know it, Sol stuns away out of the hold, springboard clotheslining the Evolved Women's Champion down. Though her follow-up moonsault is evaded, as with the gap margin opened, Kendall takes full advantage of this and nails a Kendall Slam. She's looking for another point, which is something she can't get just yet. So she tosses her into the corner, and after some counters, Kendall just clotheslines Sol back down to earth. And after an attack to the leg, Kendall decides to pay another tribute to Kurt Angle, as she locks in the Kendall lock on the injured leg. Sol Ruka has nowhere to go. She might tap. That is until Kalani Jordan interferes, tossing Kendall to the outside before locking in a half Boston Crab onto Sol Ruka. As she wrenches and wrenches on the injured leg, yet Sol still won't budge. She's refusing to give up, just like she did against Blake Monroe. But Kalani is keeping the hold in, that is, until Kendall comes to the save, headbutting Kalani as she goes to the top rope and dives onto both women. And with Sol Ruka rolling to the outside, Kendall Irish rips Kalani before ducking under, leapfrogging over, and finally pop-up kneeing her in the gut, roundhouse kicking her down. Kendall Gray might have a second point, though thankfully for everyone else, this isn't to be. As Kalani even counters Kendall as she goes for the one-of-a-kind moonsault, which gets beautifully turned into a fireman's carry by Kendall, though she fights back, just in time for Sol Ruka to nail a 450 clothesline onto both women, and with her getting the pin on Kendall Gray before she could do the same to Kalani Jordan, Jordan Grace enters the war zone at number 4. And she instantly turns this match on its head, catching Sol Ruka mid-dive as she just Rikishi drivers her onto the floor. And after being chucked into the barricade, she discards her away just as Kalani Jordan looks to dive onto her as well, suddenly catching her and driving her into the concrete. As after throwing her into the ring, she connects the Juggernaut driver, bridging into the cover to get onto the board. It's as easy as that. Then she eggs on Kendall Gray, who just got released from her pod. A dream match already to some, as Kendall manages to hit a quick fire slam, trying to get her head on the board. Though this doesn't work, as Jordan Grace kicks back, staggering the Evolve star long enough for Grace to Michinoku driver Gray down. She's done, but thankfully Sol Ruka breaks it up, which hurts her leg in the process, as Grace then just hurls her away like a sack of crap, although she gets hit with a German suplex right onto her neck, which beautifully transitions into an armbar. But the same story happens again, as Kalani takes it to the outside and sends her into the barricade, before quickly going into the ring and finally connecting the one-of-a-kind moonsault to score a point on the board. All 4 women are tied, and with Lola Vice coming in at number 5, the match then goes back to our timeline. Aside from Sol Ruka's absence, as she'd merely sit and clutch her leg in the same amount of time. And with Kendall Gray ultimately winning by scoring 4 points, that is my perfected deadline. But what would you have done differently? Well, let me know, as if you like this story, I think this might interest you.